Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3GLL. Chapter 101 Lei Ying, Terrifying Thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The smoke slowly dissipated, the ice was covered with black marks, and Jill stood intact. Looking at Jill intact, Enel didn't mean anything. As companions on the ship, we have been together for so long, and we know each other very well. Jill was not a human being at all. Enel knew about it a long time ago, and he knew the monster's body even more. Although the power of Thunder Dragon is good, it is still a little worse if he wants to hurt this guy. Enel knew, but it didn't mean that others knew. The two Apu who had just joined looked at Jill in shock. Under such an attack, I didn't get any harm. When King's eyes condensed, he could see something clearly. These captains are not only powerful, but the most terrifying thing is their physique. Just now, third Raikage was so, 563, that physical body was really terrifying. Ordinary attacks cannot break the defense at all. Jill's physique is only under the captain and old man. Luo looked at them with a smile. Hearing Luo's words, the others nodded in agreement. And Noel smiled. To be honest, in terms of defense and flesh, he is not as strong as Jill. It's just that he has high-speed regeneration, which can quickly recover from his injuries. Thorns. As Jill's voice fell, the ground that was still frozen because of the fight broke suddenly. Numerous thorns rose to the sky, swinging in the air. The next moment, the thorns all aimed at Enel, and then shot past them one after another. The thorns are like a cold lion majesty. It's useless. Seeing the thorns blasting from all around, Enel smiled coldly, and did not dodge. Shoo. Advertisement. The thorns penetrated Enel's body, there was no blood, and it became elemental. For those with Logia fruit ability, it's really tricky. Seeing Enel's appearance, Jill smiled and shook his head. Although he said that, his face was very flat, with a smile all the time. Seeing Jill's smiling face, Enel's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and his face became gloomy. I don't know why, when he saw this guy's smile, he wanted to punch him. I always felt that this smile seemed to be mocking him. The single suddenly pointed to the sky, and Enel let out a cold drink. Lei Ying. Boom, boom. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and everyone raised their heads after hearing this sound. Rewind. Master Enel is going to make a big move. Asshole. Get out of the way, Lousy doesn't want to be implicated in it. Looking at the thunder that flickered in the sky, and the condensed thunder, there were bursts of riots around. Seeing everyone fleeing around, Arp and Hawkins couldn't help being taken aback. Stay away if you don't want to die. Master Enel, the range of this trick is very large, and the power is also very terrifying. Fan. Oka looked at the sky dignifiedly, his figure flashed, and then quickly left the place. He had seen the horror of this trick. At the beginning, Enel used this trick to instantly destroy a fleet with a very large range. Hearing Van Oka's words, Arp and Hawkins looked at each other and then backed away anxiously. They are all adorable and do not know the specific situation. Advertisement. However, following the big army, it is always right. This guy, doesn't he want to destroy the underworld beast? Acedes frowned, then spoke coldly. They are not on the island now, but among the beasts of the underworld. It's not that easy. Noel smiled and shook his head. The underworld beast is equivalent to a small island. Although Enel's move is powerful, it is still a lot worse to destroy the underworld beast. Rail. Looking at the thunder condensed in the sky, Noel said in a deep voice. Understand, Captain. Rail nodded, his figure flashed, and then he stood in front of everyone. The people who had retreated a long time ago were tightly pacing the sky. The roar became louder and louder, and the next moment, time seemed to stop. Arp and Hawkins saw their unforgettable scene. Boom, boom. The blue thunder illuminates the entire space, in the shocking eyes of everyone. The terrifying thunder crashed down, and the entire space was shaking. Seeing the thunder that fell, Jill's face also became serious. Shoo. In an instant, Jill's appearance changed drastically, his body became pitch black, and a pair of large black wings spread out behind his back. This is. Seeing Jill's terrifying appearance, Hawkins in the distance trembled and his eyes condensed. Demonization. This is the true face of Lord Gil. True colors. Advertisement. What's the meaning? Both Arp and Hawkins looked at Van Oka on the side in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Forgot to tell you, Lord Gil is not a human being. But the real evil. Fan. The corner of Oka's mouth conjured up a hint of playfulness, and he smiled and looked at the two of them. He seemed to be able to see the shocked expressions of the two of them. Sure enough, just after the voice fell, the bodies of both of them trembled, their eyes widened, and they looked at Gil in the field incredibly. Not human. Demon. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, Van Oka smiled. You know, when he first learned about this, he was also very shocked. Boom. Boom. The entire underworld beast was shaking, the ground was shaking constantly, and everyone was unstable. Seeing the air wave that swept over, and the dust, everyone exclaimed 0.1. Hawkins blocked his eyes with one hand, opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked at the bright thunder in the field in horror. This power is simply destroying the world, the surroundings have been flattened, and now I know why I have to retreat so far. If you didn't leave just now, it is estimated that you will be bombed into scum. This power, the range is too terrifying, hundreds of meters in the radius are implicated in it. Reflection. Looking at the gravel that was blasting from all around, Lay Urchin's eyes were narrowed, his hands stretched out, and two red lights condensed in his hands. In the next moment, the broken stones that were shot from the surrounding area stagnated in the air, and then directly bounced out. Paramesha, the ability to reflect fruit, can rebound all items, or attack. However, there is also an ultimate that must be within the range that one can bear. 14%. Chapter 102 Ultimate Incantation Memory of Death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lei Guang slowly dissipated, and everyone took a breath as they looked at the huge pit in the field. 1. Exuding black smoke, surrounded by large pits with scorch marks, appeared in everyone's eyes. Master Gil. In the distance, everyone looked around anxiously and found that Gil was not found at all. You won't be bombarded with dregs, right? Looking at the terrifying pit in the distance, Apu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then spoke in a low voice. The attack just now was too horrible. It was normal for him to have this kind of suspicion. Hawkins shook his head and looked at Enel. He found that Enel was staring closely at the location of the big hole at this time. It is impossible to be smashed. After all, Gil is the captain of the 2nd Division. Even if he couldn't stop the move just now, Noel would definitely stop it. However, from beginning to end, no one stopped. Moreover, he also found that Noel had a smile on his face. This guy. Enel tightly held the position of Tai Hang. 23 Boom. Boom. The mud was splashing, and a figure suddenly swept out of the pit. Looking at the black figure floating in the air, and the black wings. It's Lord Gil. There was a scream of surprise in the distance, especially the members of the 2nd Division. It's in the mud, but, it seems, it's also suffered a serious injury. Looking at Gil in the air, there are traces of scorched black on his body. Hawkins' eyes narrowed involuntarily. Sure enough, he was not dead, but Gil was not intact either. Advertisement. The black wings were still emitting black smoke at this time. Traces also appeared on his body. Indeed, under such an attack, injuries are normal. It's horrible. Jinbei looked at the two people in shock. Very strong. Enel. For an instant, I really felt death. Gil glanced at the wound on his arm, then looked at Enel faintly. Don't be kidding, bastard. Hearing Gil's words, Enel's face darkened, and then he cursed coldly. What it feels like to die, this bastard is joking. Just like Gil is now, at best, he was slightly injured. Two people. 3rd Raikage looked at them helplessly. Don't know what's going on, Enel just can't understand Gil. Gil always teases Enel. Shoo. The wings behind him suddenly shook, bringing up a strong wind, and Gil turned into a black shadow and flew directly out. Thunder Field. Seeing Gil who burst into the air, a sneer appeared at the corner of Enel's mouth. As the sound fell, there were wisps of electric arcs on the court. The arc kept entwining, and it was connected instantly, making a crackling sound. Rays of thunder continued to flicker, and Gil's body halted. Looking at the arc entwined on his body, he couldn't help but looked at Enel in the distance. It was airtight, and there were arcs of lightning everywhere on the court, and it was impossible to avoid it. Humph. Advertisement. Looking at Jill's expression, Enel's eyes flashed triumphantly. Although the arc around was not strong, he didn't expect to hurt Jill. However, as long as it plays a containment role. Enel, this guy. Noelle also looked at him in surprise. Enel, this guy is getting smarter and smarter. The development of Thunder Fruit's ability is becoming more and more handy. When I grow up, I really grow up, and I can start using my brain. Compared with 3 years ago, there has been a leap forward. Make full use of one's own advantages and become more aware of combat. Acides also smiled and looked at Enel. In the past 3 years, not only her strength has become stronger, but also everyone else. Before, Enel, this guy, never considered such a problem. No matter how strong the opponent is, he is straightforward. Enel has its own advantage, that is the ability of Thunder Fruit. Fully capable of remote attacks. And Jill's ability was actually limited. Both the White Light Blade and the Thorns are correct, and the elementalized Enel is useless. If you want to defeat him, you can only rely on physical skills and hockey. Jill thought of this too, and looked at Enel's triumphant expression. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The aura on his body skyrocketed, and the arc surrounding him instantly dispersed. It's not that simple. Enel let out a cold snort, and suddenly stretched out his hands. Slap, slap, slap. Strands of thunder and lightning thickly shot out again. Advertisement. Thunder Net. Thunder and lightning instantly formed a power grid, and then went towards Jill cover. It seems to use that trick. Noelle smiled and looked at the two people in the field, and then his eyes fell on Jill. He knows that Jill still has a whole card. Hearing Noelle's words, Third Raikage and others were all taken aback. What is the whole card? Acides also stared at Jill's back closely. She found that Noelle had been very confident in Jill. I know, Jill must have his own whole cards, and 563 is very strong. Others also thought of this, all staring closely at everything in the field. The wings were madly instigating, and there was a strong wind on the court. The sound of breaking through the air, the strong wind turned into wind blades, and blasted towards the Thunder Net. Ultimate incantation, Memory of Death. Jill looked at Enel blankly, and a cold voice came slowly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, not cold, but a strange breath. With Jill as the center, dark purple smoke suddenly appeared on the field, and then slowly spread. Good evil breath. Looking at the dark purple smoke that was expanding, the bodies of Third Raikage and others trembled, and they felt an evil breath. Captain, is this Jill's whole card? Acides looked at Noelle suspiciously. Noelle nodded. His face also became serious, and then continued. The memory of death, don't underestimate the dark purple smoke. In this, there are a large number of ghost-like spirit bodies, and all the creatures touched fall back into nothingness. Falling into nothingness. Third Raikage and others glanced at each other, all staring in shock at the dark purple smoke in the field. Chapter 103 Jill's Dignity, Determination. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Falling into nothingness. Hearing Noelle's explanation, everyone looked at each other, their faces were full of shock. Although they don't know what it means. However, falling into nothingness is obviously not a good situation. Seeing the smoke that had completely spread, Acides frowned. In this case, you can only find a way to avoid touching the smoke. What is this? Seeing the spreading smoke, Enel's eyes condensed, with a bad feeling in his heart. He also felt an evil aura, and his figure flashed back more than 10 meters in an instant. Although he didn't know what it was, he wouldn't take the initiative to touch it stupidly. Seeing Enel's movements, Jill couldn't help but smile, and then his eyes flashed. In the next moment, the black and purple smoke around him swept out directly. Have you chased me? Enel's body halted, and the smog that swept over him tightly. In that case, it depends on whose attack is faster. Enel let out a cold snort when he flung Jill in the distance, pointed his finger at the sky suddenly, and then waved. Boom. Boom. In midair, the thunder light condensed again. In an instant, the thick thunder pillar of the bucket suddenly fell down. Seeing the falling thunder pillar, Jill's figure exploded directly. The thunder pillar fell to the ground, gravel and mud splashed. Not finished. In midair, A sea of thunder has already formed. Cover the entire top of the head. Seeing the thunder pillar that kept falling, everyone watching the battle felt shocked. This scene is really spectacular. Advertisement. Lei Zhu kept chasing Jill and smashed down beside him. If it's not fast enough, you just got caught. This is interesting. Noel smiled and looked at the two people in the field. At some point, the field was enveloped and surrounded by smoke. Lei Zhu fell on him. Jill's body trembled, and then his whole body was blown out directly. He got up from the ground and looked at Enel blankly. There is no trace of emotion in his eyes. Damn it! Enel yelled aloud as he watched the smoke engulfing him around him. Before I knew it, the surrounding area was enveloped by the smoke. And the scope of activities is constantly shrinking. Although his speed is fast, the scope of this activity is getting smaller and smaller. In the end, there is definitely no way to avoid it. The bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. He always felt that if he touched the smoke, it would be very bad. Those with Logia ability can't always keep elemental. Elementalization is physically demanding. Are you going to tell the winner? Looking at Enel, who had been unable to retreat, Acid spoke in a low voice. Others also watched intently. They all want to know what it is about falling into nothingness. In everyone's horrified and shocked eyes, purple-black smoke stuck to Enel's feet. This advertisement. As soon as the smoke touched his feet, Enel's body trembled and his eyes widened. Can't move, body can't move. Damn it, elemental. Thunder light suddenly flashed on his body, and Enel's eyes condensed. It's over, Enel. An icy voice came out slowly, and Jill looked at Enel faintly. As soon as the voice fell, the black and purple smoke buried Enel directly. Boom, boom. The dazzling white light illuminates the entire battlefield, and a beam of light rises into the sky. The whole ground is shaking. So scary. Third Raikage looked at Jill in shock, his eyes flashing solemnly, and there was deep fear. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the corners of everyone's mouth twitched fiercely as they looked at the big pit in the field. It's the same again. Just because of Enel's attack, a big hole was created. Now here again. Jill's body shook, and then returned to a human appearance, faintly looking at the big hole in front of him. Captain, is this trick unsolvable? Looking at Jill, G. Tyson looked at Noel suspiciously. How is it possible? Although the memory of death is terrifying, it is not incomprehensible. Noel smiled and shook his head when he heard G. Tyson's words. Immediately looking towards the big pit, there were no moves that were unsolvable. At least, Enel was half blocked this time. As long as it is strong enough. Acid let out a deep breath, her eyes flashed a little, she had already thought of a solution. Third Raikage also nodded, and was startled by the memory of death at the beginning, but he also thought of a solution. Advertisement. Boom, boom. There was a sudden tremor in the middle of the pit, mud splashed out, and Enel crawled out of the ground. Has it been blocked because of elementalization? Jill frowned and stared at Enel closely. Asshole. Enel knelt on the ground with one knee, supported the ground with one hand, panting heavily, raised his head, and looked at Jill angrily. He almost thought he was dead just now. It was elemental, but he was still affected. Bang, bang. After saying this, Enel fell directly to the ground. Looking at Enel, who fell to the ground in a daze, Jill couldn't help but exhale, and his fists suddenly clenched together. To become stronger, you must become stronger. The strength of this guy Enel is beyond his imagination. Next time, it won't be that simple. The reason why I can't hold it this time is because of physical strength. If the physical strength is strong enough, Li Wanghao, it is estimated that this guy can completely block the memory of death. It's over, then whose turn next? Kings took a deep breath, looked at Jill, and then set his eyes on the others. After a few battles, the strength displayed by everyone made him feel shocked. Everyone is better than him, especially those captains, not to mention, they are not in the same dimension at all. It is estimated that everyone can kill him in seconds, these guys are real monsters. It suddenly occurred to Kings that Kid, who is also a supernova, also entered the new world. Kid also entered the new world, and also wanted to step on the top of the 5 emperors. Seeing today's battle, he felt that Kid probably needs a pill. Even if the strength of the other 5 emperors is not as strong as the Noel pirates, it is estimated that there will not be much difference. 15%. Chapter 104 Change. Grab someone as soon as possible. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next competition, the battle is also very fierce, as time goes by. The battle lasted for 3 days, and the battle for the captain finally ended. Enel turned dark and looked at Third Raikage and Jill unwillingly. In the end, nothing has changed, waiting for 3 years. I wanted to take this opportunity to make a comeback and shame, but I didn't expect to be the captain of the 4th Division in the end. Lost to Jill, and yesterday, also lost to Third Raikage. To Raiden, the old man's immunity is too strong. However, Enel defeated Acides, and this result was surprising. Acides also had a gloomy face, and stood quietly behind Noel, without speaking. However, there was a terrible chill on his body, which made people dare not approach at all. After looking at Acides, Luo and Van Oka looked at each other, both shook their heads with a wry smile. Suddenly from the captain of the 1st Division to the captain of the 5th Division, they must have other ideas in their minds. Each of the captains on the ship is an arrogant person. In this battle for the captain, the position has changed greatly. Third Raikage, captain of Team 563. Captain of the 2nd Division Jill. Captain of the 3rd Division Genos. Captain of the 4th Division Enel. Captain of the 5th Division Ace Day. 6th Division Captain Jinbei. Advertisement. Captain of the 7th Division Luo. Captain of the 8th Division, G. Tyson. 9th Division Captain Rail Arsenic. Captain of the 10th Division Van Oka. In this battle for the captain, 4 more teams came out, and Van Oka just challenged Rail. The final result is a bit pity, slightly worse, but Noel still decided to let him be the captain of the 10th Division. Jinbei also played a game with Luo yesterday. As a result, Luo lost, so he became the captain of the 7th Division. Luo, why didn't anyone challenge the captain of the 3rd Division? Carefully looking at several big men not far away, Apu's final gaze fell on Janos. After 3 days on the boat, he and Luo are also very familiar. Hearing Arp's words, Hawkins also looked at Luo suspiciously. In the 3-day battle for captains, every captain was challenged. However, there is one exception, and that is Janos. Whether it's Enel or Acides, neither of them actually competed for the captain of the 3rd Division. And Genos did not challenge the others, which surprised them. Because of Genos's ability. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, Van Oka shook his head, and then looked at Janos with a smile. Ability. Apu frowned. Yes, Genos is a reformer, he can use all kinds of high-end weapons. Luo nodded, did not wait for the two Apu to speak, then continued to speak. With a single round of attack and destructive power, it is estimated that Enel is not as good as him. Advertisement. The captain once said that Genos can destroy the entire forest with one shot. Also, you can burn down the entire city directly. As soon as the voice fell, Arp and Hawkins' bodies trembled. Can one shot destroy the entire forest? This is not excessive, but it is terrifying to be able to burn a city directly. Of course, there is another reason. Genos has another identity, he can be regarded as the half-teacher of the previous captains. Of course, including me and Van Oka. Luo Shen took a breath and looked at Genos in the distance, his eyes showing gratitude. Hearing Luo's words, Van Oka also nodded. Genos was indeed his teacher, teaching him a lot of things, hockey, and fighting skills. In the future, you two, CDAB, will also learn from Janos. Looking at the shocked two people on the side, Luo's mouth curled up. Seeing the two of Apu, he thought of what he used to be. It was the same when he first joined. The strength of these two people is good, and they will definitely be cadres on the ship in the future. Therefore, the captain will definitely let these two learn hockey from Janos. That's the way it was. Apu nodded, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Genos was the first to follow the captain. The captain hasn't gone to sea yet, so he is with the captain, and he is also the oldest on board. Van Oka held the spear in one hand, then spoke in a cold voice. While Luo and others were talking, Noel looked at the crowd, smiled suddenly, and shouted, "Little ones, have a banquet." Advertisement. Long live the captain. Hurry up and get ready, it's a banquet. I'm going to get drunk, Master Enel. I want to get drunk, Master I. As soon as Noel's words fell, everyone around him also yelled in excitement, and then moved quickly to move the wine. Looking at everyone around him, Luo looked at Van Oka, and then whispered softly, "Next, it's time to recruit players." Yeah. Van Oka also nodded. Formed a squad, and became one of the captains. No team members can't do it. However, this is not a difficult task. There are so many pirates who want to join the Noel Pirates, and recruiting players is a very simple matter. Arp, Hawkins, do you want to join the 7th Division? Luo suddenly turned his head and looked at the two with a smile. Van Oka twitched the corners of his mouth, glared at Luo, and then he also said, "The Jufin team also welcomes you to join." After confirming to become the captain, he had this plan and wanted to let these two newcomers join the 10th Division. It's just that, I didn't expect Luo, this guy, to be so cunning and pay the same attention as him. Step on. The sound of steady footsteps suddenly came. Looking at the incoming person, Luo and Van Oka glanced at each other. Kakuzu's mouth was twitched. It was troublesome, and two more competitors came. Boy, the first team is the strongest. Third Raikage looked at the two Apu faintly. The old man also wants you to join the 6th Division team, Jinbei spoke unwillingly. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the two Apu. Being stared at by the 4 captains, even Hawkins felt the pressure, while Arp smiled bitterly. He looked at this and looked at that again, and didn't even know which team to choose. Just now we were still discussing the battle for the captain, and in an instant, it has become a competition for grabbing people. Chapter 105 Big Event, so luxurious. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In half a month, more than 10 days have passed since the battle for the captain. The underworld beast floats in the air and is simply a moving fortress. In the palace, a member of the 8th Division walked in and looked at the big guys around. Finally, he looked at Noel, who was sitting above, and then spoke respectfully. "Captain, Golden Lion old man, joined forces with Teach." As soon as the voice fell, the hall was silent. Enel and others who were swigging their movements were all stagnant. Golden Lion and Teach team up. What about Kaido? G. Tyson looked at his subordinates in surprise. One is a big pirate from Roger's era, and the other is a traitor from the Whitebeard pirate group. However, Teach's strength is not weak, and he can prove everything if he can defeat the captain's younger brother. Moreover, the strength that Teach showed when he was on top of the war also surprised everyone. At least, the guy survived Whitebeard, although there were 2 reasons for Aokiji and Akainu. However, it is undeniable that Teach himself is capable. In addition to the criminals rescued by Teach from Impel Down, this is not a small force. Now, teaming up with Golden Lion, this can completely fight the 5 emperors. Everyone knows that Golden Lion had offended Kaido before. The purpose of the two teaming together is already very obvious, to fight against Kaido's monster. Kaido, leading Beast's pirates, has set off now. Pipe, it's getting interesting now. Hearing this, Enel's eyes flashed with excitement. Advertisement. Captain, do we want to take action to kill Beast's pirates and kill Kaido? 2 tigers fight each other, but one hurts. For Enel's idea, Third Raikage also agrees. Other people are also talking about it. A war broke out again, and the 5 emperors are also involved. Kings, this may be our chance to become famous in New World. Arp also looked at Hawkins excitedly. If the 5 Emperor Kaido is really destroyed, as one of them, maybe it will really become famous. Hearing Arp's words, Hawkins couldn't help but twitch. This guy was too naive to think, and became famous as New World, that's so easy. For more than 10 days, from Luo and others, he also learned the pattern of New World. Indeed, among the 5 emperors, their overall strength is the strongest. However, it is very difficult to destroy a 5 emperor. Moreover, they have not learned Haki now. With their strength, New World is better than them, it can be said that there are countless. Knowing that there are skills such as Haki, he understands the importance of them. He joined the 6th squad, and Apu joined the 7th squad. Luo is also teaching him Haki during this time. However, it is impossible to learn Haki in a short time. Enough. Shut up. Listening to the surrounding discussion and the arguing, Noel frowned, and then let out a cold drink. As soon as the voice fell, Everyone looked at each other, and they all shut up. Advertisement. Did Marine move? Noel took a deep breath, then asked in a deep voice. Because of his appearance, the original plot was completely changed. The guy Teach did not become the four emperors, instead he became a mouse crossing the street. Unexpectedly, now he has joined forces with Golden Lion. Not only Golden Lion wants to use Teach to fight against Kaido, similarly, Teach also wants to use Golden Lion's strength to fight Whitebeard. There is no movement from Marine. Currently, Admiral Kizaru is sitting in New World, and Marine hero Garp. Hearing Noel's question, the member who spoke hurriedly answered. When it came to Garp, he took a careful look at Noel. After all, he knew that Garp was the captain's grandfather. Captain, Whitebeard hates Teach so much. Presumably there should be some action. Jill's eyes flashed, then he chuckled softly. Whitebeard. If that's the case, it's not just Kaido's problem. Involving the Whitebeard pirates, maybe something will happen. Acedes hesitated, then spoke in a cold voice. Noel nodded. If Whitebeard doesn't show up, Kaido will fight with Golden Lion and Teach. If it appears, with Kaido's character, maybe. Moreover, with Sengoku's temperament, Noel always felt that he would not just look at it like this. At that time, this war may become wider, and more forces will be involved. I moved my whole body by pulling it, and now New World is too messy, and the major forces are entrenched. Advertisement. Captain, shall we shoot, or? Enel looked at Noel anxiously. Others also looked at Noel one after another, whether they were sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight or doing it. All this has to be decided by the captain. They want to do it more than sitting and watching the show. After all, most of the people present are fighting freaks, and Acedes is also looking at Noel excitedly. Seeing the expressions of the people, Noel shook his head helplessly, and a group of fighting freaks were on display. He really didn't know what to say. Jill, let the underworld beast rush to the Golden Lion's territory. Yes, Captain, Jill nodded with a smile. Wise decision. Long live the captain. As soon as Noel's voice fell, Enel yelled in excitement. Long live the captain. The others glanced at each other and screamed in excitement. Jinbei glanced at Enel and the others, and shook his head with a smile. Do you want to do it? And it's still a large-scale war. Apu clenched his fists tightly, his face showing excitement and tension. Although he just said that he wanted to become famous in New World, he still felt nervous when he heard that Noel had decided to join the war. After all, this is not the same as his previous small fights, this is a real battle. Although Hawkins was not talking, his mood was not calm. If it is really as the captain and the others guessed, the true face of this time can be more luxurious than the top war. The Whitebeard pirates, Beast's pirates, the 5 Emperor forces, plus the Golden Lion and Teach, are not weaker than the 5 Emperor forces, but Marine. The unity of so many forces can completely subvert the entire world. Chapter 106 Helpless, Sengoku's Grievance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The wind is surging and chaos is once again, and everyone is paying attention to the New World. The Beast and Pirate, that is one of the 5 emperors, every move is eye-catching and attracts attention. The big pirates in New World are also watching this battle. We all want to know if Golden Lion and Teach can block Beast's pirates and Kaido, the world's strongest creature. Most people think that this is a war between 2 big forces. However, there are also many smart people who know the people involved behind this war. Dressrosa. Pipi. More and more chaotic, more and more interesting. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Brother Ming's body kept beating. The more chaotic the world, the greater the benefit to him. After all, this guy Ming, but 567, controls many industries around the world. Engaged in arms business in the underground world, its forces spread all over the world, and it is an intermediary in the underground world. The more chaotic the world, he can fish in troubled waters. Young master, if Whitebeard also appears, will it affect our plan? One of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Gladius, said worriedly. The others also looked at Brother Ming worriedly. After all, they are now cooperating with Kaido. Don't underestimate Kaido, he is a real monster. Brother Ming slumped on the sofa, then gently shook his head. Compared to Whitebeard, it is Noel that I am really worried about. Speaking of Noel, Ming's eyes showed deep fear. Advertisement. Even Kaido doesn't feel like him. After all, Luo Kei had an insoluble hatred with him, and, according to the information he got, that guy Luo is now the captain of the Noel Pirates. Being able to serve as the captain of the Noel Pirate Group, he can already think of how strong Luo is. Now, he regrets a bit. If he had known it would be like this. In the beginning, Luo should have been killed regardless of everything. With the hatred of the two, there will definitely be a battle afterwards. In this case, it means he is at war with the Noel Pirates. At this time, on the other side, New World, Marines Garrison Base. Yao Li, it's really scary. Golden Lion and Teach join forces to fight the Five Emperor Kaido. On the high platform, watching the soldiers trained below, Kizaru spoke softly. Garp Vice Admiral, do you think Golden Lion and Teach can block Kaido? The voice fell, and the Vice Admiral behind him, as well as the generals, all looked towards Garp. Garp looked at Kizaru, then said indifferently, who wins and loses has nothing to do with the old man. Although that is the case, Garp feels that Golden Lion's chances of winning are not great. After all, Golden Lion is no longer the flying pirate. Escape from Impel Down, it is destined that he can only become a foil for this era. With declining strength, how could Kaido's opponent be? For some reason, Garp suddenly thought of Teach. He always feels that Teach is unusual, and his last name. Advertisement. Step on. Kizaru Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral. A Major came over suddenly anxiously. Kizaru and Garp looked at each other, and suddenly had a bad feeling. The order from Marshal Sengoku makes you pay close attention to the Beast's pirates and the movement of the Whitebeard pirates. Sure enough, what the Major said next made their hunch come true. Sengoku, that bastard, looks crazy, Garp yelled. It's really troublesome. Kizaru also shook his head helplessly. Both of them knew exactly what Sengoku's command meant. Brew. Brew. In everyone's eyes, Garp directly took out the phone worm. Hey, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, are you crazy? There is absolutely no need for Marine to participate in this war. You are going to drag Marine into the water. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Garp cursed before Sengoku had finished speaking. Seeing Garp's sturdy appearance, several Vice Admiral glanced at each other, all smiling bitterly. As for the whole Marine, it is estimated that only Garp Vice Admiral dared to speak to Sengoku like this. And from the other end of the phone, Sengoku's fists were also clenched together, and then it was also yelling. You thought I wanted to, but it was not me who gave the order. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp couldn't help but froze, his face turned gloomy. Are the five old immortals? As soon as the voice fell, including Kizaru, Kakuzu's mouth was twitched. Of course they knew who Garp was talking about. Advertisement. Sengoku did not speak, and he was also angry, but there was no way to refuse. Soon, the phone worm hung up, and everyone fell silent. These five bastards. Garp clenched his fists, his eyes flashing cold. It was not Sengoku who gave the order, but five elders. Sengoku also objected, but it was useless. It's really hard work. I hope that the Noel pirates will not come out. Kizaru took a deep breath and faintly looked at the sea in the distance. Storm is coming. Although I know that if you participate in this war, it will not be good for Marine, but Kizaru and others are helpless. After all, this is an order from five elders. If Marine refuses, it would be tantamount to betraying the world government. But the only consolation is that five elders does not require them to participate. Instead, let them pay attention to the situation of the war. If there is a chance, let them take action and get rid of the Whitebeard. This time, five elders' goal is Whitebeard. At the time of the war, five elders wanted to kill Whitebeard, but they didn't expect to underestimate Noel. Eventually it was disrupted, and now there is such an opportunity, they don't want to let it go. Everyone felt that the Noel pirates was more threatening than Whitebeard. However, five elders felt that Whitebeard's threat was even greater. After all, that man really possessed destructive power. If Whitebeard is not removed for a day, it is a threat to the world government. Hearing Kizaru's words, Garp's body trembled, and a wry smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Based on his understanding of Noel, maybe that kid will join in the fun 80% of the time. Chapter 107 Kaido is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In New World, in a certain island, Golden Lion, Teach and others all gather together. Captain, I have lost Beast's pirates. A pirate looked at the two anxiously. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion, it seems that your subordinates are not so good. Teach smiled and looked at Golden Lion. Waste. Hearing Teach's words, the corners of Golden Lion's mouth twitched, and then he glared at the pirate. Shaking the bottle in his hand, Teach's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. If it is not because of Marine, there is also the cause of the Whitebeard pirates. He would never join hands with this old guy. To the Golden Lion, Teach really didn't look down on him, he was just an old man in the old age. Moreover, there is another key point, and that is that Shiryu has other thoughts. If you still hide in Tibet, it is estimated that the gang will break up directly. So, when Golden Lion approached him and said to join hands with him, Teach didn't even think about it, so he directly agreed to 23. Damn Noel, if it weren't for you, Lousy wouldn't be so embarrassed. Teach was swearing in his heart. To say who he hates most, it must be Noel. According to Teach's script, use Ace as a bait to catch Whitebeard. Yes, everything is based on his script, but the ghost knew that suddenly the Noel pirates appeared. Shaking his head, Teach retracted his mind, and now the most important thing is to deal with Kaido. Kaido once challenged Whitebeard. The two have fought in battles, of course he knows Kaido's strength. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. A weird voice suddenly came, breaking Teach's reverie. Hearing this voice, everyone on the island looked forward in confusion. Come on. Golden Lion stood up slowly, staring straight ahead. This is Shiryu. Katrina Depeng and others are also staring at the front closely. At this moment, everyone saw the growing black spot ahead. It's Kaido. Lafitte put down the telescope in his hand, and then let out a loud shout. Ha ha ha. As expected of Kaido, this way of playing. Hearing what Lafitte said, Teach stood up and let out a big laugh. Boom, boom. The entire island was shocked, and a terrifying air wave swept out. Looking at the gravel and sand that was blowing over, the Golden Lion let out a cold drink. With a wave of one hand, the gravel that swept over, the dust was blown away one after another. The smoke cleared. Looking at the huge pit in front of him, Lafitte and others looked at each other. Kakuzu's mouth twitched. Most people here, it can be said, have never seen Kaido. This way of playing is too exaggerated, as if it was thrown over by someone. As Kaido alone, Golden Lion frowned, staring at the big hole tightly, and then asked in a deep voice. Captain, there is no large fleet of Beast's pirates found. A cadre of the Feikong pirates swallowed, then shook his head. Taste. Click. The soil in front of him suddenly shattered, a big hand suddenly pressed on the ground, and a huge figure crawled out of the big hole. Advertisement. Black hair grows on the head and shoulders, with a pair of horns, and a long beard. He has a scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is red, and the lower body is wearing wide trousers, with a lanyard tied around the waist. Looking at the behemoth in front of me, I felt the terrifying breath coming from the front. Shiryu and others' bodies were tight. Before fighting, just this body shape can bring a sense of oppression to people. Golden Lion, I didn't expect that your old fellow was really not dead. Kaido unbuttoned the hip flask around his waist and stared at the Golden Lion coldly. Unexpectedly, the little demon on the ship had actually become the Five Emperors. Looking at Kaido, Golden Lion's eyes were also similar, and then he gave a cold smile. Hearing Golden Lion's words, Kaido's body paused, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't mention it to Lousy before. If it weren't for you bastards, it wouldn't be like this now. An angry roar resounded throughout the island. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Kaido. Puff, puff, puff. The pirates around were wide-eyed, and then fell to the ground one after another. Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the pressure from the front, Shiryu's eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, what made him even more concerned was the dialogue between Kaido and Golden Lion. The relationship between the two seems a bit unusual. Ha ha ha. Rock's pirate. Teach's eyes flashed a strange light, and then he burst into laughter. Rocks. Upon hearing this name, Golden Lion and Kaido both had a meal. His expression became a little dazed. For many years, I haven't heard of this name for many years. Advertisement. Rocks pirate, I seem to have heard someone say. The evil king, Abalo Pizarro frowned, and then spoke in a low voice. He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Want to step on Lousy's position. Old guy, I hope you 567 still have the same strength back then. Kaido skimmed Teach, then looked at Golden Lion with a sneer. He is no longer who he was, and Golden Lion is not the same Golden Lion. Touch, touch, touch. As soon as Kaido's voice fell, gunfire suddenly sounded, and several bullets shot out directly. Chang chang. Sparks flew in all directions, and the bullet hit Kaido's body, just wiping out a series of sparks. Haha, it's useless, such an attack is useless against this monster. Teach dropped the bottle in his hand, then smiled and shook his head. 5 emperors are the world's strongest creatures. Shiryu drew the long sword from his waist, then walked out step by step, staring at Kaido tightly. Shoo! In everyone's surprised eyes, Shiryu's body suddenly stopped, and the next moment, it disappeared in place. In an instant, when everyone found out, Shiryu had already been seen appearing in front of Kaido. Shiryu's figure is also very burly, but at this moment, standing in front of Kaido, he seems to be a child. Looking at Kaido in front of him, Shiryu's eyes flashed a red light, and the long sword in his hand was swiped with a shadow. Kaido, on the other hand, looked at Shiryu lightly, then slowly raised his right hand and patted it directly. Chapter 108 Gang Fight, Scary Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. There was a roar, and a wave of air swept out, Shiryu's body sank, and the mud under his feet lifted up. This power. Shiryu clenched the long sword in his hand, and blue veins appeared on his arms and forehead. This power was so terrifying, he felt the tiger's mouth numb at this time. Rain Shiryu. Kaido looked at Shiryu faintly, and the next moment, his shoulder suddenly moved and his fist grabbed. Shiryu only felt an unstoppable force coming, and the next moment, the whole person was flung out. The body rolled in midair, with his left foot in the air a little bit, and then landed steadily on the ground. Looking at Kaido not far away, Shiryu's face became serious. The collision between the two, all this happened between the electric light and flint. Seeing Shiryu who was easily shaken out, everyone felt shocked. After all, they knew Shiryu's strength. Hey, Captain, are we really going to fight such a monster? Dukyu swallowed and looked at Kaido in shock. This is just the beginning, Teach laughed. He was not surprised by this situation. Kaido was a monster. Teach, shoot, quickly solve Kaido. Golden Lion took a deep breath, then spoke in a cold voice. After speaking, the whole person suddenly rose into the sky, floating in the air. Slash wave. Advertisement. Looking at Kaido below, Golden Lion took an afterimage on his left foot, and then slammed it out abruptly. The space swayed, and a huge sword aura burst out suddenly. Looking at the sword energy that fell, Kaido let out a loud shout. Old man, your slash is getting weaker. In the shocking eyes of everyone, only Kaido's fist was clenched, and then he blasted out directly. Boom, boom, blasted. Kakuzu twitched while looking at the sword gas that was blown away. The power of the slash just now is not weak. However, the monster in front of him was blown away with a punch. Shoo! Shiryu also appeared in front of Kaido at this time, and the long sword swung out like lightning. A red sword aura fell on Kaido's body in an instant. Kaido paused slightly, and his face became healed. Such an attack, are you tickling Lousy? Damn it, what kind of body is this? Seeing Kaido intact, Shiryu's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Although it was not his strongest attack, it was not weak. However, it was impossible to break the defense of this monster. Now he can understand why Kaido has become the strongest creature in the world. It's our turn. Seeing this scene, Teach's eyes flashed, and then he let out a loud shout. Dark Hole Road. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Advertisement. Everyone shot, slashed, and various attacks continued to blast out. The roar on the field continued, and the entire island was shaking. The battle scene was extremely fierce, Shiryu and others kept flashing in the field. Thunder 8 trigrams. Looking at Abalo Pizarro, Kaido let out a loud roar. With a mace in his hand, purple arcs flickered. The next moment, the mace was suddenly thrown out with a terrifying force. The entire space was swayed, the sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the terrifying air waves swept out. The evil king clenched his teeth tightly, his fists were covered by armament hockey, and then blasted out. Boom, boom. When the body sank, the blue veins on the forehead of the evil ruler appeared, and his eyes widened. The next moment, after a spit of blood, the whole person was directly blown out. A deep chasm appeared on the ground, with traces of scorched black. Looking at the evil king who was blown away, and the monster Kaido. Teach, who was just about to rush forward, also trembled. Damn it, that kid has become so strong back then. In midair, Golden Lion also looked at Kaido in shock, his eyes filled with incredible writing. For half an hour, only Golden Lion, Teach, Shiryu and others can stand in the field. Others fell to the ground one after another. There was a mess on the field, with deep pits everywhere and cut marks. Captain, how can such a monster win? Bacchus Choate panted hard and looked at his side bitterly, Teach also very embarrassed. Now, he found that joining the Blackbeard pirates was simply a wrong choice. Advertisement. What killed Whitebeard and climbed to the top of the 5 emperors is simply a joke. Escaping from Impel Down, I didn't have a good life. Being hunted by the Marine and Whitebeard pirates is simply a mouse crossing the street, and now I have to face monsters like Kaido. Teach was also panting, looking at Kaido solemnly. Although, I have seen Whitebeard and Kaido fight before, knowing that he is terrifying. However, facing it in person is a completely different result. It is really a monster, and my own ability has no effect on Kaido at all. Moreover, the slashes of Golden Lion and others did not pose any threat to Kaido. Shock fruit. If the original plan was successful, if there is shock fruit, there is no need to be so embarrassed. Seeing Kaido running wild in the field, and the Golden Lion attacking constantly in midair, Teach let out a sigh of breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. On the other side, in the sky, the underworld beast was flying quickly towards the island. I don't know, is the Golden Lion dead? Enel looked into the distance, then smiled. It's all, Li Wangchao, once a big pirate, even if he is not an opponent, it is impossible to end so quickly. Hearing Enel's words, G. Tyson smiled and shook his head. For the Golden Lion and Teach teaming up, Enel and others are not optimistic at all. After all, they had seen the scene where Noel and Kaido played against each other, and it was simply devastating. With the captain's terrifying strength, Kaido couldn't help but Kaido, they didn't think that Golden Lion and Teach could do it. However, they are also surprised by Kaido's ability. Can transform into a dragon, whether it is a monster species or a zone ancient species. Noel smiled and looked into the distance, and he also felt the blood in his body start to boil. Although the top war fought Garp, neither side did their best and both kept their hands. This time, Kaido's words trembled. 5%. Chapter 109 Focus on the fire, transfer the target. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the island, both Golden Lion and Teach were panting heavily, looking solemnly at Kaido not far away. Shiryu leaned against a rock, covered in blood, and had a long sword stuck in front of him. This monster, Katrina Depeng fell to the ground, her eyes looking at the sky. Thinking of Kaido suddenly turning into a dragon just now, she felt shocked in her heart now. Is it Zone, an illusion beast species, or an ancient species? No matter what the fruit is, Kaido is a monster through and through. Kaido's body was also scarred at this time, but overall, it was not a major problem. After all, the strength of Golden Lion and others is not weak. Invalidate ability, that's how it is. Kaido also stared at Teach, his face was full of shock. Now he knew why this guy would betray Whitebeard for a fruit. You can draw the capable person to yourself when you come into contact with the capable person. The opponent's devil fruit ability is invalid, and it can also absorb fruit attacks. The ability of this fruit is very pervert, just because of this reason. He hit Teach's 567 strokes. Shoo! The strong wind swept across, and a blue figure suddenly appeared behind Teach. Golden Lion's body paused, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the long sword in his hand was cut directly towards the back. Seeing Golden Lion's movements, Teach was also taken aback, and his face changed in the next moment. Chang Chang. Sparks flew in all directions, Teach bent over, and Golden Lion's body halted, and then the whole person was shocked and flew out. Teach slumped on the ground without an image, saw the person coming, his eyes widened, and then he let out a silent voice. Marco. Advertisement. Fire punch. As soon as Teach's voice fell, a voice spread throughout the island. In the distance, a flame suddenly swept out, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Looking at the sea of fire that swept over, Teach's body rolled. Ah, ah, ah. With flames stuck to his body, Teach kept rolling on the ground, making screams. The sudden change surprised everyone present. Whitebeard. Kaido stared at the burly CDAB figure on the shore at this time, and then roared. As the Whitebeard pirates also hear, Shiryu slowly opened his eyes, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and looked towards the shore. Seeing Whitebeard walking slowly by the shore, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Newgate. The Golden Lion, who had just stabilized his body, was also staring at Whitebeard. Marco, are you okay? Ace skimmed Teach, who had risen from the ground not far away, and then spoke softly. Marco shook his head and looked at Teach with a gloomy expression. If it weren't for the Golden Lion, he could completely injure Teach. Daddy. Teach looked at Whitebeard in the distance in horror, cold sweat broke out on his face. Not only Whitebeard, but Ace and others also arrived. Boom, boom. Kaido's body shook. The next moment, his feet hit the ground, and then he ran out. Deep footprints were stamped on the ground. Target, Whitebeard. Advertisement. Seeing Kaido's movements, Teach was taken aback, and then he was delighted. Turning around, I thought Whitebeard had arrived. This time it was really hard to escape. Unexpectedly, Kaido is a reckless man. Looking at Kaido and Ace, who were rushing towards Whitebeard, both Marco's expressions changed. The great Yan Jia Yan Emperor. Kaido. Both Ace and Marco flashed and stood in front of Kaido. A huge fireball appeared above the head, and then slammed directly at Kaido. But Marco flew out, his wings madly incited behind his back. Feathers formed by blue inflammation shot out. FK lousy. Looking at the two Ace in front of him, Kaido's eyes widened, and the mace in his hand swept out directly. The gravel on the ground was crushed directly. Feathers and fireballs hit Kaido's body. And looking at the mace that swept over, the faces of Ace and Marco changed. Boom, boom. There was a roar, and Marco and Ace were swept out directly. The two fell to the ground at the same time, but then quickly stood up. This monster. Looking at the flames on his body, but as if he was okay, Kaido, who was still running wildly, couldn't help but twitch. Kaido's goal is Whitebeard, but there is someone who moves faster than him. That is the Golden Lion. When he spotted Whitebeard, the Golden Lion flew towards him. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Advertisement. With a loud shout, the entire ground was lifted directly. The mud formed lion heads in an instant, and then smashed over. Goo la la la. Shiki, you fellow. Looking at the lion head blasting over, Whitebeard smashed the Golden Lion that had slid in the air, swiping the big knife in his hand, and then threw it out. The rubble was splashing everywhere, and the crushed lion head just hit the big knife and exploded directly. Chang Chang. Sparks flew, and in an instant, the Golden Lion appeared in front of Whitebeard, and the long knife in his hand was cut out like lightning. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido, who was rushing all the way, also appeared not far away. The mace in his hand blasted out with purple electric lights. Daddy. Seeing this scene, not far away, Ace, Marco and others all exclaimed. They didn't expect that Kaido and Golden Lion would attack Whitebeard together. Kaido. Shiki. Whitebeard's face also became serious. After all, these two people are not ordinary people. Abandoning the machete in his hand, his fist suddenly crossed, and then he blasted out. Taste. Click. The sound of shattering like a mirror sounded, and cracks appeared on both sides. The whole time seemed to have stagnated, and the bodies of the three were shocked. Boom, boom. The next moment, the entire island was shocked, and huge cracks appeared on the ground, which quickly spread out. The white clouds in the sky were directly scattered, and the sea around the island was completely boiling. Looking at the mace that was swung over again, Whitebeard's eyes condensed, grabbed the big knife in front of him, and swung it out. Chapter 110 Whitebeard vs Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An invisible wave of air swept out, Whitebeard's body shook, and then he took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Kaido and the Golden Lion in midair. And Teach in the distance couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. That's it, what he wants to see is such an effect. Kaido and Golden Lion teamed up, and even Whitebeard was choking. Ace, I'll go with you to block the Golden Lion. Marco looked at Whitebeard's direction worriedly, and then spoke in a deep voice. Ace nodded, and the two looked at each other, then swept in Whitebeard's direction. Only they know that since the top of the war, the old man's body has been getting worse and worse. The big vortex spider Skayato's knife penetrated directly through Whitebeard's body. Although there are no L's pills, they still have a big impact. Dark water. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang behind them. Hearing this sound, both of them had a meal, and Ace glanced at it, remembering the scene. Musket. Ace touched one foot on the ground, his body was stretched, his fingers formed like a gun. As soon as the voice fell, flame bullets continued to shoot out. Seeing the fire bullet that came over, Teach's mouth twitched, and he really became smarter. Ace. Marco, you go and help Dad, and Teach will leave it to me. Looking at the flaming bullets that were blasted away, Ace yelled at Marco on the side. Advertisement. After looking at Teach, Marco hesitated, then said in a deep voice, then you should be careful. After speaking, the wings on his back opened in an instant, and he was just about to swipe in the direction of Whitebeard. Suddenly saw the sword energy cut from a distance. Boom, boom. The ground that was already broken was directly cut open. Kill beautiful, Shiryu. Seeing Shiryu, who was covered in blood and sullen, Teach couldn't help laughing. Just hold Marco and Ace together. Then Kaido and Golden Lion would hope to kill Whitebeard. Maybe, we can really do what the top war did not do. Damn it. Marco clenched his fist and stared at Shiryu coldly. It is no longer realistic to want to support Dad now. Based on Ace's words, it is enough to deal with Teach alone, let alone one more Shiryu. If the situation is not right, Joes and Beasta will take action. Ace took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. It can only be so. Marco nodded. This time not only he and Ace followed Dad, but also Joes and Beasta. It's just that the two of them stayed on the ship to beware of Marine. Boom, boom. On the other side, Whitebeard 1 Volt 2, the scene was extremely intense. On the shore, watching the smoke rising from time to time, and the tsunamis flapping around. Joes took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, Beasta, you stay on the boat. I'm going to help the old man. Advertisement. Well, be careful. Beasta also saw the situation on the court and did not refuse. As long as someone blocks the Golden Lion, then the old man can concentrate on dealing with Kaido. After all, 1-on-2 is a bit difficult. Kaido, Golden Lion, two guys, it seems that the more they fight, the more they cooperate, one is responsible for the main attack, and the other is responsible for interference. However, the purpose of the two is very clear, and that is to kill Whitebeard. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. Sparks flew everywhere. Kaido was forced to retreat, and after steadying his body, he looked at Whitebeard on the opposite side with a sneer. Sure enough, Whitebeard. He fights Whitebeard, it's no longer a matter of once or twice. As for the strength of Whitebeard, it is estimated that no one knows better than him. However, Whitebeard is obviously not as strong as before, especially in physical fitness. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The Golden Lion floating in midair, his feet with two swords stuck in it kept swinging. Slash waves shot towards Whitebeard in an instant. If he changes to the usual, he will disdain to join hands with others, but now is different. It was impossible for him to deal with Whitebeard alone. Even if he didn't want to admit it in his heart, but in reality, his strength was no longer than the peak 6. For Flowers 0. Boom, boom. Several slash waves fell, and Whitebeard was about to take a shot when he heard footsteps coming from behind. A strong wind swept across, Joes rushed out, most of his body was covered by diamonds. Father, leave it to me with Golden Lion, you can concentrate on Kaido. In the sunshine, Jaws' body exudes bursts of light. Advertisement. The air waves swept out, and his fists directly collided with Slash Wave. Jaws gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes widened, and then he let out a loud roar. With the blasting Slash Wave, Jaws was forced back by the impact. Pressing the ground with one hand, after steadying the body, raised his head and stared at the Golden Lion coldly. Goo la la la. Looking at Jaws, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. As to whether Jaws is the opponent of Golden Lion, he doesn't have much worry. Even if it is not an opponent, it is not that simple to defeat Jaws. In the fight just now, he probably knew that Golden Lion's current strength was even more terrifying than his decline. Whitebeard's laughter sounded to the Golden Lion, but it was ironic, with cold eyes flashing. Once upon a time, even Roger would be afraid of his three-pointer, but now, it's really a tiger that has been bullied by a dog. Letting one of them block him, especially the look in Whitebeard's eyes, made him feel more angry. Whitebeard, Lousy must kill you today. Even if you don't have that old man, this is your place to bury your bones today. Kaido's body shook, and a terrifying aura broke out on his body, looking at Whitebeard with cold eyes. As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard's eyes condensed, and the sword in his hand swung. Kaido, too, the old man will kill you today. The two looked at each other, and then both strode out. Chang chang. The big knives and mace collided together, wiping out a series of sparks. Both of them sank. The next moment, they clenched their fists in unison, and then blasted out directly. Monsters. The two monsters are colliding, and the entire sky is swayed, as if cracked. Chapter 111 Destructive Power, Fierce. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The whole sky seemed to split apart. This terrifying scene made people feel terrifying. This is simply a confrontation between two monsters, especially the aftermath of the battle, which involved Ace and others. The sky did not split, but the island was completely split. It couldn't stand the toss at all, and it was divided into two halves. Kaido and Whitebeard looked at each other, their bodies sank, and then they stepped back. Pain, come again, Whitebeard. Kaido's eyes flashed, and then he let out a roar. With a big foot, I looked at Kaido, who was rushing over, and the mace waving. Whitebeard let out a cold snort, then greeted him directly. Air shock. The Kong Yun cut in his hand was wrapped in a transparent mask and cut out with a devastating force of 567. When the knife came out, there was a cracking sound around. Chang chang, chang chang. The weapons of the two collided again, and a terrifying wave of air swept out from the middle. A monster-like force surged from his arm. Kaido had blue veins in his eyes, and the muscles of his arm appeared with blue veins, extremely hideous. The next moment, his body shook suddenly and Kaido kept backing away. With every step back, deep footprints appeared on the ground, and the gravel on the ground was crushed one after another. Whitebeard is hailed as the strongest in the world. At this moment, he has completely demonstrated his terrifying power. One-on-one, a competition of strength, even Kaido can't take advantage. Goo la 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 la. Kaido, you are still far away if you want to kill the old man. Advertisement. Pulling off the cloak behind him, Whitebeard held Kong Yun and slammed it heavily on the ground, making a domineering laugh. Kaido stared at him after he held the mace behind him and stabilized his body. Hearing Whitebeard's words, his aura became more and more terrifying. The terrifying conqueror's haki swept out, and the surrounding sand was lifted up. Compared with Noel and the red-haired boys, your haki is a little tenderer. Feeling the pressure from the front, Whitebeard's eyes condensed. Conqueror's haki swept out. The two haki collided, and the terrifying wind swept all around. In the middle of haki's collision, there was a strange sound, like electric welding. Hearing Whitebeard's unabashed sarcasm, Kaido's fists clenched together. However, he didn't refute it. He fought Noel and the redhead. Of course, he knew how terrifying the two monsters' haki were. 5 emperors, everyone owns Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's the strongest is temporarily unclear who is, but it is indeed him who is the weakest. Even haki of Bigmom is better than him. After Lousy kills you, sooner or later he will kill Noel's kid in red hair. Kaido looked at Whitebeard with a grim face, a cold light flashed in his eyes. And hearing Kaido's words, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He doesn't know where Kaido's self-confidence comes from. The red-haired guy is unfathomable, even if he didn't see the truth clearly. Not to mention Noel's kid, compared to everyone else, that kid is the real monster. Advertisement. The battle between Teach and Ace and others has also entered a white-hot stage. With the lessons from last time, I know the ability of Teach Fruit to touch him. Being able to nullify his abilities, Ace didn't foolishly touch him again. Last time, I didn't know the reason, so I lost to Teach. Moreover, most of the attacks of Mera Mera Fruit are long range. Even if Teach is in a hurry, there is no way Ace is not close. And Marco, with the help of his ability at this time, fought very fiercely with Shiryu, and I don't know when, Katrina Depeng, who joined the battlefield. Shiryu, Catalina Daipeng are not weak in their strengths. If it wasn't just because of a fight against Kaido and was hurt. Even Marco is not so easy. Compared with the world's #1 swordsman like Eagle Eye, Shiryu is a bit inferior, but he has also stepped into the realm of the great swordsman. On the other side, Kaido, Whitebeard and others don't know. Not far away, several military ships sailed on the sea, and the target was also this island. On the deck, looking at the vision of the sky in the distance, there was a roar from the square. Kizaru curled his lips, then whispered softly, "It's really scary, such a scene. One is the strongest man in the world, and the other is the strongest creature in the world. Two monsters are fighting. If you are not careful, you will be implicated in it, but you will die." Hearing Kizaru's words, looking at his wretched face, the surrounding vice admiral glanced at each other, and they all shook their heads together. I said that I was worried, but Kizaru's expression had the meaning of worry. It's so inconsistent every time. Advertisement. Even if Whitebeard and Kaido attack Kizaru Admiral, it is estimated that they can't help him. Even if Sparkling Fruit's ability cannot be beaten, it can still escape. If Kizaru wants to escape, even Whitebeard and Kaido can't help it. Garp also cast aside Kizaru, and when it comes to Marine, the thing he can't see through is the guy in front of him. In his impression, this guy seemed to have never used his full strength. It is estimated that only he himself knows how much strength is still hidden. Looking at the vision of the sky in the distance, Garp's eyes flashed brightly, and the corner of his mouth suddenly grinned. "Garp Vice Admiral, it seems I can't wait." Kizaru suddenly turned his head, smiling at Garp. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else looked at Garp one after another. Looking at Garp's expression, several Vice Admiral glanced at each other, all with knowing smiles. With this marine hero, even if they face the 5 emperors, they will not feel afraid. After all, the man in front of him was the man who even One Piece Roger was afraid of. 3. Admiral is Marine's top combat power, so Garp said unceremoniously that he is definitely Marine's strongest person, not one of them. Regarding this, even Akainu does not deny it. Haha, this time there are 2 old friends, I hope that fellow Whitebeard will not die. Garp's body shook, and then he laughed. I don't know if it was related to the previous fight with Noel. The characteristics of the Monkey Clan have completely revived. That's messing up. Chapter 112. The situation of the battle is intractable. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the military flight was 1 kilometer away from the island, on the deck, those vice admirals' eyes widened. The island is split. Daubman put down the telescope in his hand, and then let out a silent voice. The others did not speak, but they all felt shocked in their hearts. Through the telescope, they all saw that the distant island was divided into several pieces. Moreover, there was a roar from time to time, which indicated that the fighting still did not stop. Garp Vice Admiral, the surrounding waves are too big for our military aviation to get close. A headquarter rear admiral looked at Garp with a wry smile. Just now, within 2 kilometers of the island, the surrounding waves were very big. Now, there is no way to move on. Have you found the whereabouts of the Noel pirates? Garp nodded, looked at the distant island, and then spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the generals on the ship became serious. This time, Garp and Kizaru led the team, and also followed 4 vice admiral from the headquarters. It can be said that Marine's most important combat force in New World is basically all dispatched. In addition to them, there are also other military flights in the waters near 23. Just to monitor the Noel pirates. Once there is the whereabouts of the Noel pirates, Garp and others will be reported immediately. No fleet of the Noel pirates was found. Kizaru's brow furrowed, and then he thought of the war on the top, the moving fortress like a fierce beast. Remember to pay attention to the sky above. Advertisement. The Noel pirates, but there is a mobile fortress. Hearing Kizaru's words, everyone else nodded. For the mobile fortress of the Noel pirates, after the war ended. Marine also convened a parliament to discuss this matter deliberately. Being able to move in the sky, Marine also wants to know what is the reason. Is it devil fruit ability, or other reasons? Yes, Kizaru Admiral. Marine Rear Admiral who was speaking nodded, and then stepped back. Will it be the Noel pirate group, really not participating? At this time, a clear and sweet voice suddenly sounded. The speaker was the only woman on the ship. A strong red dress, a coat of justice behind him, and a long knife stuck in his waist. Looking at the speaker, Doberman and others looked at each other, all with a wry smile. Xiaohei is really true, and he will agree with you to come to New World. Garp also looked at the woman beside him helplessly, but his eyes flashed with relief. After all, he looked at the girl who grew up in front of him anyway. Anyway, as Vice Admiral, the headquarters of Marine. The woman took a deep breath, then smiled. Yes, the woman in front of me is Vice Admiral, the headquarters of Marine, name, Gion, code name, Momosugi. It's not easy to be able to give a code name, the whole Marine number can be counted clearly. However, Momosugi is indeed not easy, and the strength is very strong. Moreover, Daubman and others know that she is the focus of the department and is also a candidate for the next admiral. Regardless of whether you participate or not, you need to be cautious. After all, that's a real dangerous man. Advertisement. Strays stared closely at the distant island, and then spoke in a cold voice. The others nodded in agreement, and the danger of the Noel pirates was too great. If they met, even if they had Garp, Kizaru would not be an opponent. 5 Emperors, Noel. Seeing the solemn expressions of Daubman and others, Daomeng's eyes flashed involuntarily. Because of other important matters, she did not participate in the top war. Therefore, I have never seen the Noel pirates, one is just hearsay. Gion. Garp looked at the island in the distance, then suddenly smiled. Clear. Momosugi nodded, and then slowly pulled out the famous sword Jinpira from his waist. Under the shining of the sun, Jinpailuo flashed a cold light, and he knew it was extraordinary at first glance. Under everyone's gaze, Momosugi's eyes flashed, and the next moment, he held Jin Kunluo directly. Boom, boom. A huge blue sword aura shot out, and then directly landed on the sea. In an instant, the sea surface was cut open directly, and a gap appeared in the middle. Parted, the whole sea was cut open directly. Spit, Gion Vice Admiral's strength has become stronger again. Looking at the separated sea, Kizaru also smiled and looked at her. The soldiers on the ship were also excited and looked at Momosugi excitedly. After all, Marine has very few female soldiers, and Momosugi is the dream girl of many people. In Marine, it is loved by many people. Under the squeeze of the seawater on both sides, the military aviation dashed directly towards the island. Advertisement. Looking at the islands getting closer and closer, listening to the roar. Except for Garp and Kizaru, the bodies of the others are tight. After all, they may face Whitebeard and Kaido later. If you want to see the situation clearly, don't do it anxiously. Garp's body shook, and then he ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral. Everyone on the boat replied in unison. And Kizaru looked at Garp's expression, then gently shook his head. Wait, the Marine hero next to him, it is estimated that he will rush to the first time. 590. On the shore, Beasta, who was staying on the Moby Dick, couldn't help but stop when he saw the military flight coming from a distance. Especially when he saw Garp and Kizaru on the deck, Beasta's eyes narrowed. Digital Vice Admiral, there is another admiral, the most critical key is Garp. Without hesitation, Beasta's feet glared and quickly swept towards the island. I have to tell my father that Marine is really here, and it's Garp. Boom, boom, boom. The rubble was splashing, Looking at the big pits around, Beasta came to Whitebeard's side, and then spoke anxiously. Father, Marine's people are here, and it's Garp, Kizaru. As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard's body was just a meal. Beasta's voice was not small. In the distance, Kaido, who had just gotten up from the ground, naturally heard it, staring into the distance. Whitebeard, join forces to get rid of the rubbish, and then we are fighting. A flash of light flashed through Kaido's eyes, and then he spoke aloud. Not interested, Whitebeard looked at Kaido lightly. Then Laozi will kill you first and get rid of the waste. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Kaido was taken aback, then took a big step and dashed straight out. Chapter 113 Kizaru appears, the hero is over. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing Kaido rushing over, Whitebeard's brows can't help but frown. This guy is a mad dog. Being stared at by him will only bite you. Papa. Beasta looked at Whitebeard anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido had already arrived in front of him. Boom, boom. When he collided again, looking at the air wave that swept over, Beasta stood in front of him with one hand. Blocking Kaido's attack, Whitebeard scanned the audience, then said in a deep voice. Beasta, go tell Ace them. After speaking, Whitebeard's eyes were just like a mic, and he stepped on his feet and raised his sword. Seeing the two people colliding frantically in front of him, Beasta took a deep breath, kicked on one foot, and then swept in the direction of Ace. Ace and Teach also played fiercely, and both were injured. However, Marco is coming to an end. Shiryu panted heavily, and at this time he completely turned into a blood man. Catalina. Daipeng was also shaky, his face pale. Shoo. Just after blocking Marco's attack, Catalina Daipeng hadn't come to stabilize her body. He heard the sound of strong wind coming from Zemian, his face suddenly changed, and he secretly said, not good. I want to avoid it, but it's too late. Blood spattered, a scary scar appeared on the back, and then the whole person was blown out. This sudden scene made Shiryu's eyes condensed, watching the people appearing in the field, and then said coldly. Foil Vista. Advertisement. Looking at Beasta holding the double swords, Marco was also taken aback. Marine is here. Mal. Busta shook Shiryu, and then said anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Marco, including Shiryu on the opposite side, trembled, and their faces changed drastically. Especially the latter. When first heard Marine came, I couldn't help but think of Impel Down. He just escaped from Impel Down just now. I don't want to go back to that ghost place again, Marine, it's impossible to let him go. Moreover, even if Marine doesn't come, he won't be able to hold on for long due to his injuries. Thinking of this, Shiryu's figure flashed, and quickly swept in the direction of Teach. Watching Shiryu's movements, Marco and Beasta looked at each other, and then swept in the direction of Ace. In the sea of fire, the ground is full of traces of scorched black. Teach panted hard and looked at Ace with a grim look on his face. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Shiryu appeared behind him and grabbed his body. Captain, leave quickly, Marine is here. Single quote. Being caught, Teach's eyes condensed, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but the words ringing in his ears made his body tremble. In an instant, Shiryu grabbed Teach and swept back. Seeing this scene, Ace just wanted to chase after him. Marco and Beasta appeared beside him, pressing his shoulders on the left and the right. Ace looked at the two in surprise. Marine is here, and it's Kizaru, Garp. Beasta looked at Ace with a wry smile, he also wanted to kill the guy Teach. However, there has been an accident now, and if we continue to fight, we can only make the Marine guys cheaper. Grandfather. Advertisement. Hearing Beasta's words, Ace's eyes widened. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden roar and screams in the distance. Hearing this sound, the bodies of Ace and others trembled, and then looked anxiously towards the sound. When seeing the scene in the distance, the three of them were all taken aback. Time seemed to have stopped. Upon hearing this voice, both Whitebeard and Kaido also chose to stop temporarily. Seeing the blood that spilled in the sky, both of them were also stunned. The golden lion was floating in midair, but a big hole appeared at the mouth of Shang. Behind him, Kizaru appeared at some point. The remnants of the old age should not live. Kizaru's fingers condensed with bright golden light, and then clicked again. Boom, boom. In the eyes of everyone watching, Golden Lion's body trembled. Immediately, like a cannonball, it was bombed out and hit the ground directly. Golden Lion's eyes widened, and two terrifying blood holes appeared on his body. Especially the heart has been completely penetrated. The blood has dyed the ground red, and his eyes are full of unwillingness. What striving for hegemony in the world, in an instant, turned into a cloud of smoke. The hero is over. Ambition, at this moment, all vanishes. Shiki, Whitebeard's eyes flickered, and his expression was a little trance. Huh, is it finally dead? Kaido sneered coldly. Although they used to be partners with Golden Lion, they had no feelings at all. Advertisement. Garp, who had just set foot on the island, looked at the Golden Lion that was blown out. His eyes also showed complex colors. Teach also saw this scene in the distance. They are all people of the same age, and now Golden Lion is dead again. There are not many that are still alive. Joes gasped heavily and walked to Whitebeard's side. Daddy, Garp is here too. As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard slowly turned his head and stared at Garp on the shore. Kaido skimmed Kizaru, who had fallen on the ground, and looked at Garp. Looking at Garp, his eyes flashed with fear. Kizaru doesn't need to care, but, for Garp, Kaido is still quite jealous. Lee knows because the strength of the old man is quite terrifying. Shoo. Father. At this time, the three of Ace also rushed to Whitebeard's side. Seeing the injuries on Whitebeard's body, all three of them trembled. It's okay. Looking at the worried gazes of Ace and others, Whitebeard shook his head gently. Lily, it's really lively. The Golden Lion is dead, should you two also go with him? Kizaru patted his suit, then smiled and looked at the two of them. Chi-Jong, Kaido's mouth twitched when he heard Kizaru's words. I thought that I was good enough, but I didn't expect that this guy Kizaru, who is more beautiful than him, is simply the #1 king in the new era. Ace and others did not speak, but watched Kizaru warily. Chapter 114 The Mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The fall of the Golden Lion and the arrival of Marine plunged the atmosphere on the court into a weird one. Kaido didn't mean to continue fighting Whitebeard. If Marine's admiral or even Sengoku come, he will not be afraid, but he is still a little afraid of Garp. Seeing that the two did not continue to fight, Kizaru felt a little regretful. However, being able to kill Golden Lion this time is a good harvest. Grandpa. Ace smiled bitterly at Garp who walked slowly. Garp also noticed Ace, his eyes flashed, and then landed on Whitebeard. Gar, I didn't expect you to come too. Whitebeard wiped the bloodline off his body and looked at Garp lightly. Unexpectedly you are not dead yet, Whitebeard. Garp grinned, showing white teeth, smiling at Whitebeard. At this time, the rest of Marine also walked behind Garp. Momoshiki looked solemnly at Whitebeard and others, as well as Kaido. The two five emperors gathered together. This was the first time she saw such a scene. Both are big pirates of New World. If 593 suddenly join forces, then they will be in trouble. Brew. Brew. The phone worm's voice suddenly rang, everyone was taken aback, and then they all looked towards Kaido. Because the voice is from him. Kaido skimmed everyone, then took out a phone worm from his arms. The phone worm had just been connected, and both Whitebeard, Garp and others heard a burst of gunfire. Boss Kaido, the big thing is not good. Advertisement. We were attacked by the Noel pirates. An anxious voice came from the telephone bug, with gunfire and screams. Obviously, I can hear that there is currently a war on the side that is in contact with Kaido. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of everyone present were shocked. Noel pirates attack Beast's pirates. Li Hao, it's interesting now. Has the house been stolen? Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked at Kaido playfully. I thought that Noel would appear here. Unexpectedly, he led his men and attacked Beast's pirates. Noel, this guy. The corners of Ace's mouth also twitched, and Noel's figure appeared in his mind. That little. Whitebeard also let out a deep breath. He did not expect Noel to attack Beast's pirates. Kaido's face instantly turned dark, holding the phone worm tightly, and then shouted loudly. What did you say? Jack and the others. Boom. Boom. As soon as Kaido's voice fell, there was another roar from the phone worm. The entire army was annihilated, and the entire fleet was annihilated. Master Jack was taken by the Noel pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division. Maldor Gil was severely injured and had a hand severed. And Quinn. Before the words were finished, the phone worm fell into silence with a scream. What the Guy Beasts pirates said just now was heard by everyone present. Beasts pirates is annexed in one fell swoop. This time, Doberman's face became extremely solemn. Advertisement. No one else spoke, none of them expected. The Noel pirates actually did such a big thing. Beasts pirates was defeated, and Noel took it to swallow the words of those territories. Then it will become the biggest force in New World, surpassing the other 5 emperors. Da. At this moment, the phone worm suddenly heard footsteps. Kaido. A laugh suddenly came from the phone worm. Hearing this voice, many people were taken aback, but they were very familiar with this voice. CDAB. Noel, you bastard. Kaido's body shook, his eyes flashed red, and he let out an angry growl. Of course he was no stranger to this voice, it was Noel's voice. It is full of air. It seems that it was the Golden Lion who lost. Or, the old man Whitebeard also fell into your hands. Or, because of the appearance of Marine, you stopped the war. Just after Kaido's words, Noel's playful voice sounded again. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Hearing Noel's voice, Kakuzu's mouth was twitched. And Whitebeard let out a cold drink. Jelly, Whitebeard was not killed by you, and there is no sound on your side. It seems that Marine has arrived. Before everyone could react, I heard a voice from Noel again. Really smart, Kaido. Single-handedly deal with Golden Lion and teach. On the other side, they ordered the 3 plagues to be dispatched and destroyed the large fleet under the Golden Lion. Advertisement. This hand is really beautiful. When hearing Noel's words, Whitebeard, Garp and others were stunned, looking at Kaido with a darkened face in surprise. Kizaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he pressed Kaido tightly. Reckless. It seems that the person who says Kaido is reckless is the real idiot. Single-handedly dealt with the Golden Lion. On the other side, they let the troops go down to attack the Golden Lion's large fleet. If there is no Noel pirate spoiler, then the Golden Lion's large fleet must be completely destroyed, because it is impossible to block the attack of the 3 plagues. In this way, Kaido's territory and power are definitely the strongest existence of the 5 emperors. However, now because of Noel, the bamboo basket was completely empty. This is true, the praying mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. Sure enough, none of the 5 emperors is simple. Kizaru looked at Kaido and Whitebeard lightly. However, among them, Noel is really worth noting, he is the most terrifying. Guessed the purpose of Kaido, and also inferred the arrival of Whitebeard, Marine. If you are just a reckless man, being strong is not terrible. What's most afraid of is that this person is strong and smart. Pincha. The phone worm was crushed directly, Kaido's body was trembling lightly, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Murderous aura erupts from the body. Noel. The gloomy voice spread throughout the island, and Whitebeard, Garp and others stared at Kaido closely. The strongest creature in the world is going to run away. No one knows how terrible Kaido is violent, irrational. Chapter 115 Rage to the Sky, Run Away. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After doing everything, it was finally cheaper. Noel, not only the Golden Lion's sight, but also the life and death of his subordinates. His eyes were flushing red, and his body was trembling. Rage went away, and the anger gradually went to my head. The next moment, in the shocking eyes of everyone, Kaido looked up to the sky, roared. Then, the huge body suddenly shook and turned into a dragon. Looking at the Shenlong hovering in the air, Momoshiki, Ace and others' eyes were wide open. Spit, it's really an exaggeration. Kizaru raised his head and pressed upwards tightly. Marine has always guessed about Kaido's abilities. It is very likely that it is Zone, the fruit of the dragon of Zone monsters. However, guessing is guessing, and it is still uncertain what the real fruit is. After all, there are thousands of devil fruits in the sea, and the Devil's Illustrated book does not contain all the fruits. Garp, Whitebeard and others have seen Kaido in this state. However, there are many people on the court who haven't seen it. Looking at the dragon entrenched in the sky, I felt shocked. In an instant, Shenlong's tail suddenly flicked, carrying a strong wind, and then flew towards the distance. The speed was very fast, and in an instant, the Shenlong turned into an afterimage. Looking at the tumbling sea, Ace said in surprise, "This guy, isn't it going to find Noel to settle the account?" "Kaido has lost his mind." Marco shook his head with a wry smile. "Both of them are right. Kaido has indeed lost his mind, and he is indeed planning to go to Noel to settle accounts." Advertisement. On the dilapidated island, in an instant, only the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines were left. As for the guy Teach, he had arrived at Marine a long time ago and he slipped away quietly. However, this time is also a great loss of strength. In addition to Shiryu, there were a few cadres alive, and everyone else died. Before Whitebeard and the others came, they were beaten by Kaido in all directions. Marine also did not stop Kaido from leaving. Kaido recruits Noel to settle accounts, it has nothing to do with them. For this, they are more willing to see that two tigers fight each other and suffer a single injury. Kaido now is like a wounded lion. The atmosphere on the court became dull, and Ace and others watched Kizaru and others vigilantly. Da da, da da. Kizaru slowly walked to Garp's side, sprinkled Whitebeard, and then said in a deep voice. "Garp Vice Admiral, don't know what you think. Although he is Marine Admiral, his position is higher than Garp. But this time, Garp is the commander. After all, Garp is responsible for dealing with Whitebeard if he wants to do it. In addition to Whitebeard, there are 5 strongest captains on the Whitebeard pirate group. No matter how you look at it, Marine does not have an advantage here. However, don't forget that it has gone through a long battle. Ace and other human powers were consumed a lot, and even Whitebeard was injured. Joe's also suffered a lot of injuries because he tried to block the Golden Lion. Take the Golden Lion, and the rubbish, go." Advertisement. Garp cast aside Whitebeard, looked at Ace again, then turned and left. Looking at Garp's back, Kizaru's mouth turned away, and then nodded to Doberman and the others. Then he turned around and left, saving a bit of effort if he didn't fight. "This time I killed Golden Lion, the bonus has been in place, and the rest is not very important." Looking at the back of Garp and others, Ace and others breathed a sigh of relief. "This guy Garp," Whitebeard glanced, then glanced at Ace without showing a trace. In other words, if there is no such relationship as Ace, it is estimated that the old guy will do it just now. With his current state, if he fights against Garp, there is a great possibility that he will lose. Thinking of Golden Lion's death, Whitebeard's brows wrinkled lightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. But at this time, on the other side, there was wailing everywhere, and there was fire everywhere. The smell of gunpowder smoke filled the audience, and there were corpses everywhere, and the blood had stained the ground red. The shore and the sea are also full of shipwrecks. Hawkins slumped on the ground, panting, and there were bloodline all over the two of them. There are their own and enemies, and both of them are suffering from their injuries. This kind of battle is really tiring. Arp looked at Hawkins with a wry smile. Seeking flowers 0. There are too many people. If there is no team leader to take action, even if these people stay where he is, it will take a lot of time. Not to mention, the strength of every pirate is impressive. He was lucky to be alive now, and he was in danger several times. Kings did not speak, but looked at Noel and others. To become stronger, the goal now is to become one of the captains. Although the main cadres of Beast's pirates are dealt with by the captains. Advertisement. However, the strength of the other pirates is not weak, and with their current strength, it is really a bit choking. Captain G. Tyson, they have already acted. Maldo Gill walked slowly. Noel nodded, then smiled and looked at the sky. He was a little curious, what would Kaido Guy do? This time, the whole team was dispatched and the troops were divided into 2 directions. On the other side, 3rd Raikage, Genos, G.I. Tyson and others went to snatch Kaido's sight. It's a pity, there are no 3 plagues left this time, Jinbei shook his head regretfully. With their strength, they can completely kill the 3 plagues. However, when the 3 plagues saw them appear, they decisively chose to escape. But even so, Jack had a hand broken by Jill. Quinn was also cut by Noel and kicked. If it hadn't escaped quickly, the three of them would be buried here today. And Noel shook his head. Those guys are not weak. If you really want to escape, it will be difficult for ordinary people to stop. Better full. At this time, absorbing Kaido and Golden Lion's territory, we became the strongest force of the five emperors. Acedes let out a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. That guy Kaido loses so much territory, is he going to run away, right? Luo came slowly carrying the ghost cry. Maybe. Noel shrugged, then said indifferently. Golden Lion might also vomit blood. Jinbei smiled and looked at everyone. He joined the Noel pirates and had no other thoughts. Chapter 116 Uninvited Guest, Deal. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, the news of the battle that attracted everyone's attention spread across the sea in an instant. The great pirate Golden Lion died tragically in the hands of Kizaru, which was publicized by Marine. Since the top of the war, Marine's prestige has fallen to a freezing point. Sengoku wanted to use the death of Golden Lion to increase Marine's prestige. However, it turned out to be somewhat different from his ideas. Compared to the death of Golden Lion, the Noel pirates attacked Beast's pirates, which is even more shocking. After all, the reputation of Golden Lion is incomparable with the five emperors. Especially, news from all over New World. In just one day, Kaido lost half of its land. Swallowed Kaido so much territory. There is no doubt that the Noel pirate group is the largest force of the five emperors and has the most territory. Everyone is in danger. May 9th 3, and the pirates of New World feel the crisis. The ambition of the Noel pirates has been completely exposed. Now let's shoot Kaido. So next, which five emperors will be? Is it Bigmom, or the Whitebeard pirates? As for Red Hair, it was simply ignored, because Red Hair pirates didn't have much territory at all. An island in New World. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, the red-haired brows frowned. Noel's power has expanded more and more, and his strength has become more and more terrifying. There is not much difference between what the newspaper says. Among the five emperors, the strength of the Noel pirate group is indeed the strongest. Even Whitebeard is incomparable, the top combat power is too much. Advertisement. The captains are all monsters. This is a new era, but it is also the worst era. Because of the appearance of Noel, the brilliance of too many people was covered up. Thinking of this, the red hair suddenly thought of Luffy. Now that Noel exists, can Luffy really do it? The gap between the two is too big. Although Luffy has great potential, it is still incomparable with Noel. Noel is naturally unclear about the idea of red hair. On the underworld beast, Enel and others looked at the unexpected guest with mixed expressions. The leader of the revolutionary army, Dragon. Jinbei looked at the person in front of him in shock. That's right, this uninvited guest is Luffy's father, the leader of the revolutionary army, Long. He is the #1 criminal of the world government, a man who is mysterious to the ultimate. I don't know what advice you have as the leader of the revolutionary army. Moldagal looked at the dragon with a chuckle, his eyes flickering. He is also very curious about this person. Now, Maldogir is not only the captain of the 2nd Division, but also responsible for the intelligence management of the Noel pirates. Of course, he also checked a force like a revolutionist. The leader Long is the focus of attention. However, Maldogil couldn't find anything except what was shown on the surface. If I remember correctly, we should have met once. Ignoring Moldagal, the dragon's eyes fell on Noel. As soon as the voice fell, Maldogil's eyes condensed, and a cold light flashed by. Third Raikage and others glanced at each other, all with a playful smile. Especially Enel, with the smile on his face, didn't hide it at all, looking at Maldogil jokingly. Advertisement. My heart is complimenting the dragon's behavior. Unexpectedly, this guy Maldogir will be ignored one day. Noel smiled and nodded. Yes, we did meet once. Yes, Noel has seen dragons. At that time he had just been taken to Windmill Village by Garp. At that time, Long quietly went back to Windmill Village once. Looking at Noel in front of him, Long felt a bit of feeling in his heart. Who could have imagined that the kid at the beginning has now become one of the most powerful people in this world? Just talk about it, what's the matter? Noel patted Shirahoshi who was eating sweets, and then spoke softly. Shirahoshi raised his head, his face covered with cakes. Shui Lingling's eyes widened at Noel. Seeing Shirahoshi's appearance, Noel showed helplessness on his face. He was really afraid that Shirahoshi would become the second Bigmom. Because she actually likes sweets more and more. Watching Noel's movements, the dragon's eyes widened, and he took a deep look at Shirahoshi. He also knows the identity of Shirahoshi, the princess of the Fishman Island. However, it now seems that Noel attaches great importance to Shirahoshi. He saw the doting eyes just now. Cooperate. You don't want to say, let us cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government, right? Third Raikage stared at the dragon closely, then said in a deep voice. No, when it comes to cooperation, it actually means that the transaction is more consistent. The dragon shook his head, then shook Geno's arms. Advertisement. Noel looked at the dragon playfully, then smiled. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present was taken aback, and then they all looked towards Janos. Because, the underground world is the responsibility of Genos. Now, the Noel pirates have a clear division of labor. The 1st Division, the 4th Division, and the 5th Division are responsible for fighting. The 2nd Division is responsible for intelligence. The 3rd Division, responsible for the dark world. The other teams also have their own division of labor, and they all have their own responsibility. Yes, the revolutionaries need your arms. Long nodded, thinking of the news he had received not long ago. He felt shocked now. The Noel pirate group is actually very powerful in the dark world, especially in the area of arms. The weapons produced are all of the highest end, many of which are extremely powerful. 0.1 inches if that's right, the revolutionaries don't have a lot of money right now. Noel looked at Genos, then smiled at the dragon. Not bad, so I want to deliver in installments. Hearing Noel's words, Long's eyes flashed with helplessness. That's right, revolutionaries do not have much money now. Although there is capital income, the consumption is even more alarming. It is for this reason that he came to Noel after getting information from the Noel pirates. Delivered in batches. Can. Noel raised his brows, and then nodded. It was not because of other relationships, but because of the existence of the Revolutionary Army that could attract the attention of the world government. Next, his plan should be completed. Chapter 117 Solve Grievances. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Noel's words, the dragon's body couldn't help but stunned completely. He thought that Noel would refuse, and also wanted to convince him. However, never thought he promised so readily. Not only the dragon, Enel and others also looked at Noel in surprise. It seems that the captain has his own ideas and plans. Luo's eyes flashed, and then lowered his head to know what he knew about Noel. If there is no special reason, it is impossible to agree to the dragon. All the people present were smart people. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask much. Genos, this matter is left to you. Noel smiled slightly, then spoke softly. Yes, Captain. Janos nodded, then looked at the dragon faintly. If that's the case, then I should go too. After all, people from the world government have been staring at us. Long glanced at Noel deeply, then said in a deep voice. After speaking, he glanced at the crowd, and then turned and left. Looking at the dragon's back, Noel looked at Luo. It's not a short time since I joined the Noel pirates. Don't go to 23 to solve the clown guy. As soon as the voice fell, Luo's body was full of face. Luo, do you want my uncle to accompany you on a trip? Except for the newcomers, the old members all know the grudge between Luo and Ming. Enel grabbed Luo's neck, then smiled. Advertisement. Although your strength is good, the clown guy is Shichibukai after all. Furthermore, it is still in his turf. It is estimated that it will be difficult to get rid of him by you alone. Luo skimmed Enel, then looked at Noel. Captain, I just go with Van Oka. If it's just Brother Ming, it doesn't matter if he is alone. However, Enel was right when he said just now, what he faced was the Don Quixote family. Brother Ming's power is not small, and the strength of his subordinates is not weak. Seeing Van Oka's expression, Noel nodded. The two guys seemed to have discussed it a long time ago. Luo, you guy. When he heard Luo's words, Enel couldn't help but stare. Just as he was about to speak, He saw Noel staring at him, touched his head awkwardly, and then chose to shut up. Shichibukai. Hawkins raised his brow and looked at Luo in surprise. He didn't know the grudge between Luo and Ming. He didn't expect to do it again this time, and the goal was Shichibukai. Luo and Van Oka did have a good discussion. Even if Noel doesn't say anything, Luo is ready to understand the grudge with Ming Jie. It didn't take long for both of him and Van Oka to become captains. This time, Ming was used as a stepping stone. Thinking of brother Ming, Luo couldn't help clenching his right hand and crying. After so long, it's time to solve it. For this day, he has been waiting for a long time, practicing desperately, also to kill brother Laming. An island not far from the underworld beast, the shore reached the edge. At this time there were several figures standing, male and female. Looking at the figures swept from the sky, one of them breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon, here comes back. That's right, all the people in front of me belong to the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. All are cadres of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the commanders of the Northern Army. After all, this time it was a deal with the Noel pirates. No one can guarantee that there will be accidents, even if Long stops them, but these cadres still follow. How about Dragon? As soon as the dragon fell on the ground, everyone surrounded him directly. No problem, the Noel pirates agreed. Long looked at the crowd, then nodded. Well, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. With the support of the Noel pirates, the pressure has alleviated a lot. As soon as the dragon's voice fell, everyone showed excitement. Sabo narrowed his eyes, looked at the frowning dragon, and asked in a deep voice. Anything else? Hearing Sabo's words, everyone else also looked at the dragon together. Sure enough, Long's brows were tightly furrowed together, and he was not happy because of the successful transaction. No, it's just that Noel agreed too readily. Just as I said it, he directly agreed. Long took a deep breath, and then said the matter briefly. 10 minutes later, Sabo and others frowned. That's right, if you are an ordinary person, you must make a request. Noel really agreed too readily. Dragon, will you talk to the world government? Karas hesitated for a moment, and then said in a condensed voice. Before he finished speaking, the dragon gently shook his head. Impossible, Noel should have nothing to do with the world government. Advertisement. Yes, I don't think they have any connection with the world government. Sabo nodded in agreement. Noel pirates, now the strongest overlord of New World. The power far exceeds the other 5 emperors. Their threat to the world government is not weaker than ours. Karas and the others looked at each other and nodded. At present, as long as it is a major event, it has something to do with the Noel pirates. In addition to the war, they have killed a lot of Marines. Furthermore, 593 said unceremoniously that if they had anything to do with us, the Revolutionary Army would not be their opponent at all. Sabo's eyes flashed brightly, and then he spoke his thoughts. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was taken aback, and then nodded with a wry smile. Although I don't want to deny it, this is a fact. If they really want to fight, they really are not the opponents of the Noel pirates. If you can get the Noel pirates, it will be much easier to overthrow the world government. A strange light flashed in Koala's eyes. Hearing Koala's words, Sabo shook his head slightly. This idea is not realistic at all, let alone whether Noel will agree. Even if they agreed, they would not dare to alliance with him. After all, maybe the Revolutionary Army would be swallowed in the end. The alliance with the Noel pirate group is undoubtedly not for the tiger's skin. Long Shen exhaled and his eyes became firm. No matter what Noel's idea is, as long as they are not on the side of the world government, the others are not important. The enemy of the enemy is the friend, and now, they must use Noel's power. The current situation of the Revolutionary Army is not easy. There are people, but there is no money or enough weapons. Chapter 118 Aokiji, Akainu, kick off the curtain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Beast's Pirates was attacked and everyone looked at Kaido, thinking that he would retaliate. Unexpectedly, after 10 days, Kaido did move, but it was not revenge against the Noel pirates. Instead, take Kaido, another big pirate in New World, and attack other pirates frantically. This result is shocking, but it can also be seen. Kaido does have deep taboos against the Noel pirates. Beast's pirates was hit hard, and even the three plagues were injured. Under such circumstances, if Kaido dares to fight the Noel pirates, then he is the real stupid, even in the heyday. Beast's pirates is not the opponent of Noel pirates, let alone now. However, another piece of news spread throughout the sea, attracting everyone's attention. That was the battle between Marine's marshals. Akainu and Aokiji were fighting for the marshal's position. This is not new news anymore. However, just yesterday, the Battle of the Marshals finally kicked off. Most of Marine's generals, including Sengoku, who has resigned and are currently serving as marshal, and Garp, support Aokiji. However, most high-level officials in the world government support Akainu. In the end, after discussion between the two parties, it was decided to speak with strength. 3 days later, the two men fought a decisive battle on Punk Hazard Island in New World. The winner takes the position of Marine Marshal. This one. No one thought of using this method to decide the position of the Marshal. However, this is indeed the best way. Advertisement. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Punk Hazard Island. It's not just the Battle of the Marshals, but Marine's other action is also surprising. World conscription. Yes, while Aokiji and Akainu are fighting for the position of Marshal. Marine also published news, World conscription. Headquarters of New World, Marine. The desktop was full of various materials. Sengoku smiled and looked at Garp. After the position of the Marshal is determined, I will be able to retire normally like you old guy. Garp curled his lips, then said playfully, Retire. Can you really put down Marine? As soon as the voice fell, Sengoku's body was just a meal. Looking at Garp's expression, he sighed softly. Yes. However, both of them have worked for Marine all their lives. How could it be so easy to retire if they retire? It can only be said that from the front of the stage to behind the scenes. Even after retreating from the position, Marine still cannot lack the two of them. I really want to retire. No matter what Marine matters, 5 elders will not agree. As it is now, Sengoku resigned from the position of Marshal to World Government Commander Kongu. Explained that Marine does not need outdated character leaders, Kongu accepted his resignation, but still retained him and Garp to train newcomers at Marine. The two will be responsible for training new people from now on. Garp, do you think Kuzan can win? Sengoku took a deep breath, and then suddenly spoke. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head gently. Sengoku smiled bitterly even when I saw Garp without seeing Aokiji. Indeed, like Garp, he is more inclined to Akainu for the battle between the two. Although I don't agree with Akainu's style, it is undeniable. Advertisement. YF2F. Among the 3 admiral, he is the strongest. Aokiji may not be the opponent. You just retired and you don't have to worry about these problems. Although the old man doesn't like Sakazuki's style. But, maybe we are really old. Marine, you may need an iron-blooded leader now. Garp looked at Sengoku lightly, then spoke softly. Maybe, now the pattern of New World is very clear. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for your old fellow, the Noel pirates would not appear. Sengoku nodded, and while speaking, he looked at Garp angrily. It has nothing to do with the old man, that kid was adopted by Rouge. Moreover, I have been very calm since I was a child. He has his own opinion, the old man's opinion is useless to him. Garp also glared at Sengoku, then shrugged helplessly. Marine is currently inadequate in top combat power, and hopes that he can absorb good seed through the world's conscription. Sengoku said in a deep voice without continuing to talk about this issue with Garp. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp also nodded. While talking, the two talked about the issue of world conscription. This world conscription is very important to Marine. When the two were talking, other people in this department also talked a lot. Both are talking about Aokiji and Akainu. 3 days later, who can win the First World War, and who can be the Marine Marshal? Advertisement. At the top of the square, Aokiji was lying on the ground wearing a mask. Step on. Suddenly the sound of footsteps came from behind, and Akainu appeared behind Aokiji, looking deeply at the soldiers trained in the distance. 3 days later, I will go all out. Not knowing how long it took, Akainu suddenly spoke. Kuzan, I won't keep my hand at that time. I must ascend the position of Marshal Marine and carry out the justice in my heart. A steadfast voice came out slowly, and Aokiji, who was lying on the ground, gave a halt. Looking at Aokiji, who didn't move, Akainu took a deep breath, then turned and left. Not long after Akainu left, Aokiji slowly took off his mask. Looking at the soldiers trained below, his expression became firm. Li Nujiao, he didn't expect things to develop to this point. Unexpectedly, this method would be used to decide the position of Marshal. However, this time he will not back down, go all out, board the position of Marshal, and observe the justice in his heart. In the distance, he was watching Vice Admirals Huo Shaoshan and other Vice Admiral. Just now, when they saw Akainu looking for Aokiji, they were really afraid that the two would fight directly. After all, some time ago, the two of them were in a quarrel. Every time they met, they were fighting each other. If it weren't for Sengoku, it is estimated that the two would have started fighting. Hopefully, it won't be too big a problem after 3 days. Ghost Spider looked at everyone young with a wry smile. Hearing the Ghost Spider's words, other people smiled bitterly, and they also had a premonition that they didn't dare to. Chapter 119 Lottery, Long Lost Summoning Card. While everyone was paying attention to the Marshal Marine dispute, no one knew. Noel Pirates 7th and 10th Squad Captain, with 2 squads, have already set off. Captain, the clown is not weak. Furthermore, this time it is still in his turf, maybe Luo and the two will fail. Maldogal hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice. Yes, Doflamingo is still Shichibukai. If you know Luo will go to him, I'll tell Marine if you don't know. Third Raikage also nodded. Hearing what the two said, Enel's eyes flashed, then he smiled and looked at Noel. Captain, this guy Jill is right. It seems that I still need to follow. If the Luo two lose, there will be nothing. The most important thing is that once they lose to the Joker, it will affect our reputation. Seeing the excitement, the water splashing, and the constant talking of Enel, everyone felt speechless. Having said so much, I still don't want to make trouble. This guy, not a day is 597 free, thinking about making troubles every day. Where he is, there will never be peace. The corners of Noel's mouth also twitched. He found that Enel, after leaving Sky Island, had completely let go of himself. Don't think about it, even if it's a shot, it doesn't need you. Glancing at him, Noror spoke in a maddening voice. Advertisement. After speaking, ignoring Enel's grievances, Noel looked at Jinbei. How about it? Most people agree that it should be organized soon. Hearing Noel's question, Jinbei was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. He became the captain of the 6th Division, and Noel wanted him to form a Murloc division. This is not difficult for Jinbei, after all, he is the leader of the Murloc pirate group. However, this time, Jinbei pulled on the members of the Sun Pirates and invited them to join the 6th Division. Except for a few people, none of them refused Jinbei's invitation. Noel nodded in satisfaction. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. The advantages of Murlocs at sea are too obvious. In CDAB, it can be said that no one can compare with them. By the way, there is one more thing that needs to be solved by someone. Noel's eyes flickered, and then looked at the captains faintly. Captain, leave it to me. No matter what, I promise to finish it. As soon as the voice fell, Enel couldn't wait to stand up and looked at Noel excitedly. The Fur Tribe will bring me the red stone. The corner of Noel's mouth lifted slightly, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Red stone. Captain, the red stone you are talking about is called road sign history text. Hearing Noel's words, Jinbei's body couldn't help but halted, and then he lost his voice. Yes, just those 4 stones. Advertisement. What? You know. Noel nodded, then smiled at Jinbei. The old man has heard of it before, and there are rumors, there are 2 yuan now. One is in Bigmom's hands, and the other is in Kaido's hands. As for whether it is true, I don't know. Jinbei nodded. Kai Zishi had heard of it more than once. The rumors are not wrong. Both Kaido and Kaido are indeed holding a red stone. However, there is one more piece in the Fur clan. Noel nodded, then looked at Enel. Captain, I promise to complete the task and bring the AKA stone back. Seeing Noel looking at him, Enel spoke excitedly. Unexpectedly, the Fur tribe actually owns a red stone. Jinbei took a deep breath, then shook his head slightly. It can be said that the red stone is a legendary thing, and every big pirate breaks his head and wants to get it. After all, if you gather together 4 red stones, you can find the last island Raftel. One Piece, maybe you can become the second One Piece after Roger. If the news is spread, it is estimated that the Fur tribe will not be peaceful. He could imagine that all the pirates would flock to the Fur race frantically. With Noel's nod, Enel didn't hesitate and took the person away. In the room, looking at Shirahoshi who was playing with Bibo on the side, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then walked towards another room. Lottery. It's time for a lottery. In the past few years, he has conducted a lot of lottery draws, but there are not many good things he got. Since the third Raikage, the character summoning card has not been seen. Advertisement. Name. Portgas D. Noel. Abilities. Seeing and hearing color, intermediate, armed color, advanced conquerors, advanced, force field ability, proficiency 84%, moonwalk, shaving, swordsmanship grandmaster, advanced Kido, Reiatsu. Gift package. 0. Crew. Janos. Lottery points. 13.2 million. Looking at the virtual picture in front of him, Noel's face is very calm. After so many lottery draws, he is no longer as excited as before. 13 million lottery points, which is a huge number. If it is changed to Bailey, it is 10 billion Baileys. System. Conduct 3 intermediate draws. Senior lottery. At present, Noel can completely give up the primary lottery, because the things he gets, or the ability does not have much effect on him. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting an infinite armored car. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a bottle of Gene Potion. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Ninjutsu Reikiri. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a character summoning card. The mechanical but familiar voice of the system resounded in his mind. Noel, who was sitting on the carpet, opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed by. Character summoning card. I didn't expect that this time, the character summoning card was finally released. Noel stood up slowly, his expression was also a bit agitated. After so long, it was the European Emperor. Since Third Raikage, he doesn't know how many lottery points he has spent, and he hasn't been able to explode any good things. Looking at the avatar of the character's summoning card, Noel was taken aback, and the next moment, a surprise appeared on his face. It was actually her. 17%. Chapter 120 Monstrous Murderousness, Misunderstanding. As for the ability and things that were drawn in the intermediate lottery, Noel didn't care anymore, staring at the character summoning card. This time, it really was a great explosion of character. Not only was the character summoning card drawn, but the character who was summoned was actually her. From previous life Shinigami anime, Gote 13 4th Division Captain Unohana Retsu. Noel is certainly no stranger to Unohana Retsu. One is usually gentle and kind, but enjoys the fun of fighting in his heart. To put it bluntly, this is simply multiple personalities. Unohana Retsu is definitely the strongest person he has summoned at the moment, and Third Raikage is incomparable. Owning first generation Kenpachi has the highest level of Kendo, 10 dans. Is a healing system, the top powerhouse in battle shape. At this time, there is finally a qualified ship doctor, the ship doctor. Looking at the summoning card in his hand, Noel chuckled softly. There are also many ship doctors on board, including Luo, but none of them are qualified. White light flashed, and a vague figure condensed. Boom, boom. The next moment, a monstrous murderous intent swept out, and the temperature in the entire room dropped suddenly. Noel's body trembled, his eyes condensed, and he stared at the familiar woman in shock. This murderous aura was really terrifying. Before his eyes, there seemed to be a sea of blood corpses. The pure murderous aura has materialized. If a person who is not determined, under the impact of this murderous aura, it is estimated that he will become an idiot. Captain. The murderous intent came quickly and dissipated quickly. Unohana Retsu showed a gentle color and smiled at Noel. Seeing Unohana Retsu's expression, Noel couldn't help but twitch. Advertisement. Who could have imagined that the terrifying murderous aura just broke out from this woman in front of her? And outside, In the square of the underworld beast, Jill was just about to leave. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Noel's room, his body trembled and his face changed. Captain. Jill's face changed drastically, and he looked in the direction of Noel's room in a panic. With a roar, the figure turned into a ghost. This murderous aura. Damn it. Acid's expression also changed, and then he rushed towards him anxiously. How can it be? Jinbei's face also showed a look of horror, because he was also shocked by this murderous aura. Horrified, in front of this murderous intent, he felt fear. When he heard Jill's roar, his face also changed. He also cursed secretly, and then quickly rushed towards Noel's room. He had never seen such a terrifying murderousness. And now it is still appearing in the underworld beast. The most important thing is that it came from Noel's room. Possessing such a killing intent proves that the person is terrifying. Damn it, Captain. Don't have an accident. Jill's face became sullen, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. The figure flickered on the aisle. The speed was as fast as ultimate. The other captains also swept in Noel's direction frantically. Without exception, everyone is panicked and fearful now. Boom, boom. The doors on both sides were directly blasted open, and Noel could not help being taken aback as he watched the air waves that swept over him. Unohana Retsu also raised her brows, her eyes flashed a little, and then she turned her head slowly. Advertisement. The next moment, a black shadow flew out of the smoke, and instantly appeared behind Unohana Retsu. With the force of breaking through the air, the fist carried a strong wind, and it blasted out directly. Looking at the fist coming, Unohana Retsu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a weird smile. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. Jill's body paused, his eyes condensed, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Taste. Click. A terrifying, unstoppable force surged, and armament hockey covering the fist appeared a crack. The next moment, Jill's body shook and was forced back by this terrifying force. Hit the wall directly. Jill, Acids and others who had just arrived, their eyes widened when they saw this scene. In just an instant, Jill was repelled. So how terrifying is the strength of the attacker? As soon as the figure flashed, Third Raikage appeared in front of the gate, clinging to Unohana Retsu. Seeking flowers 0. Huh, Captain. G.I. Tyson, who had just appeared at the door, stared at Noel, who was intact in astonishment. The others were also stunned. This is nothing at all. Captain, you were not attacked. Rail skimmed Unohana Retsu, then looked at Noel cautiously. Assault. Who said I was attacked? Noel was completely stunned just now. Advertisement. From Jill's sudden shot to being shaken and quitting. All this happened between the electric light and Flint, so fast that he couldn't react. Upon hearing Noel's words, Jinbei and others looked at each other. Looking at Unohana Retsu, who was already standing next to Noel, Kakuzu's mouth was twitched, knowing that they had misunderstood. This person is obviously not the enemy. Are you talking about the murderous aura just now? Looking at the expressions of Jinbei and others, Noel also reacted. I know it was caused by the terrifying murderous aura just now. Do not be so reckless next time. We are now on the underworld beast. If there is an intruder, you will find it the first time. Noel glared at Jill angrily, but a smile turned up at the corner of his mouth. Although he knew it was the cause of the system, Noel still felt warm in his heart. After getting along for so long, even a robot has feelings. Not to mention that Jill and others have their own ideas, and they are no different from ordinary people. Hearing Noel's words, Jill was taken aback, and then nodded. However, what was going on now? Why this woman appeared in front of him? He couldn't notice it. Looking at Jill's expression, Noel didn't explain it. Assemble in the hall, I have something to announce. Looking at the blocked door, Noel shook his head, then said in a deep voice. After speaking, he jumped over a few people and walked towards the main hall. Unohana Retsu looked at everyone, and then slowly followed. Looking at Unohana Retsu's back, everyone's brows were frowning. If it is correct, what the captain wants to announce should have something to do with this woman. 1. Chapter 121 Deputy Captain. Against. The atmosphere in the main hall is a bit weird. Jinbei and others are silently looking at Unohana Retsu. And Maldo Gil looked down at his fist. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Just now, although he was in a hurry, he still had 70% strength. However, armament hockey was broken directly, and that sword was terrifying. Feeling the dullness of the atmosphere, everyone else bowed their heads and dared not speak. They also felt weird. The terrifying murderous aura just made them feel frightened. Although it wasn't against them, many people didn't even have the strength to stand under the cover of murderous intent. I just heard that someone might have sneaked into the underworld beast. Some even say that the intruder attacked the captain. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, their captain would come out intact, 60-0, and also brought a strange woman with him. Those present were not fools, and they could all see the captains looking at the strange woman. Since everyone is here, then to announce one thing. Noel sat on the stone seat and stared at the people faintly. Coming. As soon as Noel's voice fell, Jinbei and others' expressions were tense. The position of deputy captain will be held by Unohana Retsu from now on. Noel turned his head slowly, smiled and pointed to Unohana Retsu with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as the voice fell, the sound was like thunder. What? The surrounding crew members were taken aback for a moment, and then they all cried out in exclamation. Everyone looked at Noel incredulously, wondering if they had heard him wrong. Advertisement. Make sure that Noel is not joking. Everyone looks at Unohana Retsu one after another. At the next moment, many people frowned. Because Unohana Retsu's appearance is too deceptive. Isn't it a bit of having such a woman take the post of deputy captain? However, Noel's majesty has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although there were doubts and doubts, no one dared to speak. If there are really problems, the captains will definitely object. Although I knew that Noel was going to announce the matter, it must have something to do with Unohana Retsu. However, Jinbei and others didn't expect it. The captain would let this strange woman be the deputy captain. As for the deputy captain, no one mentioned it, but Noel did not nod his head. Now, suddenly let a woman take over. Do you have any other opinions? Noel smiled and looked at Jinbei and the others. Captain, as the deputy captain, the strength must not be weak. Acid stepped on the white boots, stood up slowly, and looked at Unohana Retsu closely. The old man thinks so too. As soon as the voice fell, Third Raikage also slowly walked out. I think so. I will not object to the captain's decision, but as our deputy captain, we must not be weak. Next, Ji Tyson and Rail Chun also spoke one after another. After looking at several captains, Jinbei shook his head with a wry smile. However, his eyes were fixed on Unohana Retsu. Advertisement. If the captain can be appointed as the deputy captain, it is enough to see that this woman is not easy. Combine that terrifying murderous aura just now. All this means that this woman is not the same in appearance. I don't know how many people have to be killed to have that kind of murderous aura. Jinbei didn't want to come out, but he knew that it was a terrifying number. Captain, since this is the case, let me understand the strength of the deputy captain. Moldogal walked out slowly, smiling at Unohana Retsu. Do you really want to fight? Apu looked at the previous captains nervously. Captain, it just so happens that I want to warm up too. Before Noel could speak, Unohana Retsu smiled and walked out. Take it to the end, don't make too much trouble. Noel nodded, then looked at Unohana Retsu helplessly. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of Asides and others shrank. Hearing what the captain said, I thought Jill was not the opponent of this woman. Jill stood there blankly, making him unable to guess his thoughts. Find an island to fight. Noel stood up slowly, then spoke in a deep voice. What do you think? Asides smiled. Jill may be losing, I believe the captain. However, if you want to be our deputy captain, you must show enough strength. Third Raikage skimmed Asides, then said solemnly. Unfortunately, that guy Enel just left, otherwise it would be more interesting. Advertisement. Ji Tyson smiled and looked at Jill, Unohana Retsu and their backs. Hearing Ji Tyson's words, everyone was taken aback, glanced at each other, all smiled and nodded. Indeed, if the guy Enel is there, it is estimated that he will jump out to oppose it for the first time. After 3 years of hard work, the captain's position has not changed in the end. Now someone suddenly appeared and became the deputy captain. That guy would definitely not agree, even if the captain appointed him, unless he was convinced. Would you like to tell Enel? Rael smiled and took out a phone bug. After speaking, I contacted directly before everyone could react. Seeing Rael's playful expression, everyone shook their heads. This guy is really not busy enough. At this time, on the other side, on the sea, Enel was standing on the deck. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the phone worm ringing. 10 minutes later, Enel's expression was gloomy. Deputy Captain. HMPH, I hope I really have this strength, otherwise I won't agree with the captain's decision. 0.1. Looking at the calm sea, Enel let out a cold snort. Rael Touch had already said the matter just now. Although he wanted to return, Enel still resisted thinking of this mission. It's okay to make jokes about other things, and it's okay to make trouble, but he dare not care about the tasks Noel arranged. Not only Enel, but Luo and Van Oka at the other end also received the news. Unexpectedly, not long after we left, a deputy captain appeared. And it was directly appointed by the captain, which is really interesting. Van Oka looked at Luo with a smile. It seems that our deputy captain is extraordinary. Luo also nodded gently. Directly appointed by Noel, this will prove everything. Chapter 122 Horror, Crush. The wind blew and the flowers fell, and everyone looked at the two people in the field with wide-eyed eyes. One is the deputy captain appointed by the captain himself, and the other is the captain of the 2nd Division. If you want to be a deputy captain, you need to show your strength. Maldo Gil looked at Unohana Retsu blankly. Shoo. When the voice fell, Maldo Gil's body was shocked, behind, everywhere. Thorns, countless thorns shoot out from the ground, and the soil is lifted up directly. Under everyone's gaze, Unohana Retsu unhurriedly untied the braid in front of Shang. The next moment, a monstrous murderous aura swept out, accompanied by the terrifying Reiatsu. Boom, boom, boom. The entire island is shaking, the white clouds in the sky are directly blown away, and the surrounding sea water is constantly beating. The sudden Reiatsu made everyone watching the battle from afar tremble, and their eyes widened. In the next moment, everyone knelt on the ground together. Many people turned pale, foamed at the mouth, red light in their eyes, and then fell directly to the ground with their heads fainted. It was terrible. They saw the sea of blood on the corpse mountain and saw the Shura-like scene. 23 inches monster. Looking at the crew members who fell around, Jinbei also clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, and looked at the figure in the field unbelievably. Under this Reiatsu, he actually felt it was difficult to move an inch. Advertisement. Not only Jinbei, Third Reikage and others also clenched their fists. I looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. Conqueror's Haki. This is obviously not. This is pure killing intent, and formed with the same aura as the captain. I don't object to her being the deputy captain. Railton gritted his teeth tightly, looking at the beautiful figure in the field in fear. The others did not speak, their eyes were fixed on Unohana Retsu. This Reiatsu is really scary. Noel also narrowed his eyes, staring closely at Unohana Retsu's back. He also has Captain Reiatsu, but compared with Unohana Retsu, there are still many gaps. Moreover, he knows that this is definitely not Unohana Retsu's strongest Reiatsu. At the center of the storm in the field, Jill felt the deepest in the wind and waves. The thorns, the countless thorns, were directly broken before they were close to Unohana Retsu. Seeing Unohana Retsu walking slowly, Jill's eyes constricted. Although, when armament Haki was broken open, he knew that this woman was very strong. However, he did not expect it to be beyond his expectation. This is not very strong, this is super strong, and it hasn't been shot yet. Just the murderous aura can make people fearful. Boom, boom. Flying sand and rocks, there was a roar from time to time on the court. Looking at the two people in the field, the corners of G. Tyson's mouth twitched fiercely. The cultivation base of this kendo is not comparable to that of Eagle Eye. Raising his hand is a terrifying slash. Captain, where did you find such a monster? Seeing Jill who was losing ground, Asid shook his head with a wry smile. Advertisement. It's just pressing and hitting, and Unohana Retsu doesn't seem to be moving. Others also looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. It's beyond their imagination, so powerful and explosive. Boom, boom. A figure was suddenly blasted out and hit the ground directly. Jill, who was already demonized, looked at Unohana Retsu walking in the distance with a coughing cough. Bai Guangyi was directly smashed with a knife, which he couldn't imagine. Speed, strength, this woman far surpassed him. Ultimate conjuration memory of death. Seeing Unohana Retsu getting closer, Jill's eyes condensed before letting out a cold snort. As soon as the voice fell, a large amount of purple-black smoke appeared around. Have you used your whole card so soon? Rail said in surprise. If you don't use it, I guess there is really no chance. The strength of the deputy captain is too strong. Jinbei looked at the two people in the court with a solemn expression. Hearing Jinbei's words, Rail's mouth couldn't help but twitched. This guy, even the deputy captain called Tien. Dog. While several people were talking, the black smoke had enveloped Unohana Retsu. Use the wrong person, Jill. Looking at the dark purple smoke, Noel smiled and shook his head. Resentment spirit body, Unohana Retsu looked at the surrounding smoke in surprise. However, Jill was completely dumbfounded. It's useless, my strongest spell is actually useless for this woman, this. Advertisement. Not only Jill, but Acedes and others in the distance also felt shocked. The memory of death is actually useless. G. Tyson was also dumbfounded. The others also stared wide-eyed, looking at everything in front of them incredible. All the captains knew the memory of Jill's death, and they all knew how terrifying it was. However, Unohana Retsu was completely unaffected. For this, it was a bit beyond their expectations, what kind of monster their deputy captain was. Noel shook his head helplessly. Unohana Retsu is Shinigami god. Shinigami is formed by spirit bodies, and it can no longer be said to be human. 600 Ultimate Conjuration Memory of Death released a large amount of dark purple smoke, which was mixed with a large number of ghost-like spirit bodies, and all the creatures touched fell back into nothingness. The spirit body of the ghost, Unohana Retsu, is simply ancestral level. Do you still need to fight? Unohana Retsu walked slowly to Jill and looked at him with a smile. No need. Jill swallowed, then gently shook his head. Fear, he would actually feel fear. Even his strongest spell is useless, there is no need to fight it anymore, continue to fight, just take humiliation. Hearing Jill's words, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile, and then slowly retracted Zanpakuto. Seeing the action of the two in the field, Noel also smiled, and then looked at Third Raikage and others playfully. Do you have any other meanings? If so, let's say that, strength is the respect, defeat Unohana Retsu, and replace her as the deputy captain. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of Third Raikage and others were stiff, they looked at each other, and their faces were full of wry smiles. Chapter 123 Aokiji's Akainu. 3 days passed in an instant. Punk Hazard Island. At this time, many people gathered their eyes. Military aviation is everywhere around the island. After all, today is the day when Aokiji and Akainu will fight. No one dared to board the island, but Marine sent heavy troops to guard it, and many vice admiral gathered together. Hope, it can end peacefully. Flying Squirrel looked at the island in front of him solemnly. Do you think it's possible? Huo Xiaoshan shook his head with a wry smile, and the two admiral had never dealt with it. It's impossible to end peacefully. No one else spoke, which is also their concern. As the collision of ice and magma, Momosugi looked at the island in front of him solemnly. 3. As the top combat power, Admiral has never been strong or weak before. However, it may not be so afterwards. In the island at this time, Akainu and Aokiji were looking at each other. Neither of them spoke, but looked at each other faintly. For the post of marshal, I won't keep my hand in the future. Kuzan, don't blame it for death. Akainu stepped on his right foot, the lava on his arm rolled off, and his face was serious. Aokiji didn't speak, but looked at Akainu seriously, the collision of ice and magma. The two of them are actually joining Marine, and they are not pleasing to the eyes of each other. I don't know if it is because of the fruit, there are other reasons, the two have long wanted to fight. Marine has always guessed, the three admiral, who is the strongest. Advertisement. Shu. The two looked at each other, their figures flashed, and disappeared into place in an instant, Marine 6 styles shaved. The next moment, both of them raised their arms together. Akainu's arm was wrapped in magma, bursting with black smoke. Aokiji's arm also completely turned into ice, braving a wisp of cold air. The two looked at each other, and then their fists blasted out. Boom, boom. The bodies of both of them sank, the ground under their feet cracked open, and countless rubble was splashed in all directions. A terrifying wind swept through, and the mud was lifted up around the two of them. Hearing this roar, the Marines around the island were taken aback, and then they all looked at the island nervously. Everyone knows that the battle between the two has begun. Great eruption. Akainu let out a loud roar, clenched his fist, and blasted out directly. The lava formed a huge lava fist, which directly blasted out with a terrifying temperature. Ice storm pheasant mouth. Looking at the lava fist that was blasting over, Aokiji narrowed his eyes and then let out a cold drink. The cold air gathered in the arm, a huge ice bird suddenly condensed, and then swept towards the magma fist. The magma fist collided with the ice bird. Two forces directly exploded in midair, ice blossoms and magma splashed everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The figures of the two were constantly flashing, and their fists, feet, and heads were also colliding together. Although I don't hate each other very much, I have to admit it. Both Aokiji and Akainu know their abilities very well. The entire island is shaking, and magma fists fall from time to time in the sky. Advertisement. From time to time, various ice sculptures pass in midair. If you change to someone else, it's not difficult to tell the winner. However, both Aokiji and Akainu know each other very well. It is simply impossible to have a victory or defeat in a moment and a half. Ice Age. Meteor volcano. The roar of the two people kept coming out, and the sky became dim. The surrounding temperature is extremely terrible, one will be cold and the other will be hot. Naval Headquarters. Looking at Sengoku, who was working on documents with his head down, Garp couldn't help but curl his mouth. If you can't relax, you can go and have a look. Garp picked up the senbei on the tabletop and spoke softly. I don't have to worry about it, but I hope these two idiots don't make a fuss too much. As soon as Garp's voice fell, Sengoku's body stopped, then slowly raised his head. The two must go through this battle, and no one can stop it. I will abdicate directly after the two decide the winner. Sengoku stood up, walked slowly to the window, and looked in the direction of Punk Hazard Island. Are you sure you can put it down? Regardless of the information on the desktop, Garp opened his mouth in a playful manner. Yes, even if I quit the position of marshal, but I still worry about Marine. Sengoku turned his head slowly and looked at Garp with a wry smile. Old man, I really want to know where the captains of the Noel pirates came from. Also, now this deputy captain. Quote, 2 days ago, there was no news about the Noel pirates, the deputy captain. Advertisement. However, all major forces have received news. A woman, appointed by Noel himself as the deputy captain. Mardo Gill, the captain of the 2nd Division, refused to accept and challenged. In the end, it was crushed and defeated miserably. After learning the news, all the major forces felt incredible. After all, Mardo Gill's strength is obvious to all. Disastrously defeated, crushed, then Noel pirates, what is the strength of this deputy captain? There are only images of people, everything else is blank. Even if you don't even know the name, this is the strangest thing. According to the information of Marine, world government, there are not many such people. It seems to have come out of thin air. Recently, the world government has been investigating the Noel pirate group. The focus is the kings on the captains, except for a few captains. They found that Third Rakage, Mardo Gill, Acides, Genos and others did not have any information. From time to time, there is a strong person, even if Marine and world government are not paying attention. This question, you should ask Noel that kid. Garp smiled and looked at Sengoku. Although he said so, he was also very curious. He also read the information from world government and Marine, which is really amazing. It's not demon fruit power, it's certain. Also, Noel must have his own secret bundle. These powerful people who suddenly appeared without any information are probably the core of his secret. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, and then spoke firmly. As long as you can know Noel's secret, maybe. Chapter 124 Shocking. Two extremes. This eye-catching battle for Martial Marine, as well as the contest between ice and magma, lasted for 10 days and nights before ending. When I saw it, Akainu came out covered in blood. The surrounding marine were stunned, and then they all took a breath. Aokiji Admiral lost. Huo Xiaoshan's eyes narrowed, and then he let out a silent voice. The others didn't speak, and they all pressed Akainu tightly. The current Akainu is really not too miserable, the blood has already dyed him red. The suit on her body has long since disappeared, and she even wanders around when she walks. Quickly, go in and take a look. Momoshiki glanced at Akainu, then let out a loud roar. As soon as the voice fell, Huo Xiaoshan and others looked at each other, and then quickly swept towards the island. It's really a big deal, no one thought of it. The two actually fought for 10 days and nights, and it was so miserable. Akainu is so miserable, so presumably Aokiji will not be any better. When everyone entered the island, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Everyone looked at the scene in front of 600 Incredible. What kind of mud was there? The surrounding area was frozen, and everyone felt cold as soon as they stepped into the island. The weather on the entire island has changed. Momoshiki took a deep breath. This is the reason for Aokiji Admiral. The crowd suppressed the shock in their hearts, quickly scattered, and searched all over the island. Advertisement. However, before long, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What did they see? At the junction of the ice, the other side is actually a red world. There are flames all around, which is the other extreme. The world of ice and fire. The ghost spider condensed his eyes, and then cried out. A very ordinary island. Now, after a battle between the two, the climate has completely changed. Two extremes were formed, and it became a cold and hot world. Aokiji Admiral, that is Aokiji Admiral. At this moment, a soldier pointed at a figure lying on the ice in the distance. As soon as the voice fell, everyone followed his fingers. Sure enough, at the junction of the ice and the sea of fire, a person fell to the ground. Shoo! The figures of Momoshiki and others flashed and appeared in front of Aokiji in an instant. How can it be? When seeing Aokiji's appearance, everyone's bodies trembled. Foot. A soldier's eyes widened, and his fingers tremblingly pointed at Aokiji's left foot. With their left foot, what caught their attention was that Aokiji's left foot was gone. The entire ice surface is full of blood, which has been stained red by the blood. But the left foot was gone at this time, and even the right half of the body was bloody. Hurry up! Get healed quickly! It was Momoshiki who reacted quickly and yelled at the people around him. Advertisement. Hearing Momoshiki's words, other people also reacted. This time it was really upset, and they thought about many kinds of results. However, he did not expect that the fighting between the two would be so fierce. Akainu was wounded all over, but at least there was a human who could still walk. However, Aokiji was so miserable that he lost his left foot. The right half of the body was actually bloody, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Because knowing the battle between the two, someone will definitely be injured. Marine had been prepared for a long time, but he was still in a hurry. Other injuries are okay, but they can't do anything about the lost left foot. These two bastards. Looking at the medic who was helping Aokiji, Momoshiki couldn't help clenching his fist. For the position of a marine marshal, he actually made trouble to this point. No one had guessed this CDAB kind of result. Huo Xiaoshan and others didn't speak, their brows were frowning together. Many people looked at Aokiji, who was reluctant to live and die with concern. In this case, even if he wakes up later, because of the loss of a foot, Aokiji's strength will be affected. If you know that the fighting between these two people is so fierce, there will be such a result, even if they die desperately, they will stop it. However, in this case, the position of the marshal is finally over, which also represents the victory of ice and magma. Everyone can tell that Akainu won. Marshal Sengoku would be crazy if he knew it. Huo Xiaoshan looked at everyone with a wry smile. Hearing Huo Xiaoshan's words, the others looked at each other, with wry smiles all over their faces. These two are simply lunatics, they are so cruel to their own people, and they are also completely fighting for the position of marshal. Advertisement. Kuzan Admiral. Smoka clenched his fists, his whole body fascinated. Losing means that Akainu will become the marshal. With Akainu's iron and blood methods, under his leadership, Marine, no one knows what will happen in the future. Thinking of what Aokiji had said to him before the battle, Smoka felt flustered. Then, would such a scene really happen? On the other side, Sengoku also received the news, and was also stunned at this time. Sakazuki, this guy. Garp also clenched his fist on the side and lost a foot. Of course he knew what it meant. Two lunatics. Sengoku hit the wall with a punch, and strands of green veins appeared in his eyeballs. Huo Shaoshan had already told him the result. Aokiji was seriously injured, lost a leg, and his right body was burned very badly. Akainu was also severely injured, and there were wounds everywhere on his body. However, compared with Aokiji, it is a lot better. However, it was also fainted now, but it was Akainu who won this battle. It's okay to do this, the victory or defeat is already divided, and I will use it to beat you to death in the future. Sengoku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. During this time, because of these two people, Marine was divided into two factions, causing panic. The two supporters are also vying to each other. If it is not for him to hold down, it is estimated that they will stage a full martial arts. Now that the winner has been decided, there will be no need to fight in the future. Then, Sengoku quickly told 5 elders the result. 5 elders didn't overreact and gave orders directly. When Akainu wakes up and recovers from his injuries, he will serve as Marshal Marine. Chapter 125. Here, he is here for revenge. The next day, the Battle of Punk Hazard Island was also spread out in an instant. Because there is no way to hide it, one of the leaders of the Dark World, the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans, got specific information at the first moment. He would not let this opportunity go, and he would directly publish the news in the newspaper. Aokiji and Akainu were seriously injured and still in a state of fainting. And some people went to Punk Hazard Island and saw the ice and fire, the two extreme islands, and felt shocked. Seeing this scene, everyone knows that the news in the newspaper is correct. You can also imagine how fierce the battle between the two was. Dressrosa. Dropping the newspaper in his hand, Doflamingo showed a strange smile on his face. Unexpectedly, but it is reasonable. For the battle between the two, he is more optimistic about Akainu than Aokiji. Akainu won, as he expected, but the two played so fiercely. Especially Aokiji lost a foot, which was unexpected again. It's really cruel. Akainu, Doflamingo smiled coldly. He can think of treating his colleagues so cruelly. Once Akainu is in power, how will he treat other people? It is estimated that the other pirates are not easy, but Akainu is a famous mad dog. Da da, da da. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the main cadres such as Toripal and Pika walked in anxiously. Advertisement. Looking at the horror on the faces of Toripal and others, there is also an anxious look. Doflamingo frowned, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Young master, it's not good. The Noel pirates appeared at the pier. Toripal quickly walked to Doflamingo's body, and then spoke anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Doflamingo's body trembled and his eyes shrank. What? Young master, a few ships with the flag of the Noel pirate group appeared at the pier. Toripal looked at Doflamingo solemnly. Do you know who it is? Noel himself. Doflamingo's face turned gloomy, anxious, and he spoke in panic. To say, who is the person he fears most now, then it is undoubtedly the Noel pirates. His name is Shichibukai, and most people don't dare to provoke him. And he still cooperates with Kaido. If he changed to Marine, even the Whitebeard pirates would not be afraid. Even if he provokes these people and Kaido blocks him, he doesn't worry. However, the Noel pirates is an exception. That group is so strong that even Kaido suffers frequently. Noel dared to retaliate if Noel attacked the base camp, let alone him. Moreover, those guys don't care about the identity of Shichibukai. Even Marine dared to ignore it, let alone Shichibukai. Noel has not been found yet. Pika shook his head. What about the other captains? Hearing that it wasn't Noel, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. However, the next moment, I remembered several other monster-level captains. I mentioned it again, the captains of the previous squads were all monsters. One is okay, they can stop, but if there are two, it will be troublesome. Even if Don Quixote family takes all shots, it is estimated that they are not the opponent of the two captains. This simply cannot be compensated by the number of people. Leader is Luo and the Noel Pirates, the captain of the juvenile team. Looking at Doflamingo's expression, Toripal hesitated, and finally spoke up. Taste. Click. As soon as the voice fell, the table in the room, as well as the vases all cracked. Doflamingo's fingers flicked, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Luo, it's really this guy. Unexpectedly, he came to the door like this. Young master, Luo must be here to retaliate this time. Mahabe spoke solemnly and looked at Doflamingo worriedly. As the cadres of the Don Quixote family, they all know the grievances between their young master and Luo. The grievances between the two cannot be resolved at all, either you die or I die. Even if Doflamingo wanted to resolve it, Luo wouldn't be willing. For flowers 0. Doflamingo did not speak, and sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. If there is only Luo and a captain of the 10th division, this is nothing. As long as it wasn't Noel, and the monsters of Enel, he didn't care. However, the key is Luo's identity, that guy is now the captain of the Noel Pirates. If he kills Luo, then it will lead to Noel. Advertisement. Once you provoke Noel, then the Don Quixote family, including him, will be dead. Kaido is no opponent, let alone him. The whole room fell into dullness, and no one spoke. They also considered this, so when Luo appeared at the dock, no one dared to do it. 0.00. Even if he knew that Luo was here to find fault. Luo does not represent himself, but the 5 emperors with the strongest power in the New World. Standing behind are top powerhouses who are afraid of even marine and world government. It seems that we have to use the identity of Shichibukai. Doflamingo stood up slowly, through the window, looking into the distance coldly. Let people pay close attention to their movements. Once they dare to approach here, then do it. However, remember, don't kill them, try to delay Marine's arrival. Doflamingo turned his head and looked at everyone faintly. Before considering how to stop the Noel Pirates, Luo and others could not die. Now, let's look at Marine, I hope it can be strong this time. There is also the world government side, I don't know if those old guys are interested. Op fruit, the old guys of the world government, have always wanted this fruit. Now, there is a ready-made fruit-capable person here, if those old guys are tempted, maybe. The room became quiet in an instant. Doflamingo's face was constantly changing, and his eyes flashed with cold light from time to time. Thinking about it, Doflamingo took out a golden phone worm. Chapter 126 Kizaru. Sengoku, please spare me. In the dock, everyone looked at the 2 docked ships in shock. To be precise, it is incredible to watch the flag flying on the ship. That's the 5 emperors. A middle-aged man pointed at the banner in shock. The banner of the Noel Pirates. Next to him, the other person swallowed and then let out an exclamation. At the dock, no one else spoke, but they were all horrified, looking at Luo and others who had fallen on the ground in shock. The 2 are, the Noel Pirates, the captain of the 7th division, and the captain of the 10th division. Why? People from the Noel Pirates are here. Around, a person looked at Luo and others incredible. Of the 2 captains, it was the Noel Pirates who took the lead, with 2, 6 and 3, captains. And secretly, the members of the Don Quixote family are also staring at Luo and others closely. Seeing the reactions of everyone around him, Van Oka suddenly raised his head, squinted Zuo Z, and then smiled. It is estimated that without us looking for it, the clown guy will take the initiative to find it. Luo did not speak, but looked around faintly. Of course he also discovered that there were people in secret just now. After seeing them, he quickly left. After all, this is Doflamingo's place. With that guy's means, presumably, the entire Dressrosa was under his control. Advertisement. Let's go. Luo Shen took a breath, ignored the gazes around him, and then spoke in a deep voice. Looking at the expressionless Luo, Van Oka couldn't help but smile. Of course he knew that this guy's mood right now was definitely not as calm as the surface. Captain, a little brother looked around, then looked at Van Oka suspiciously. Don't worry, I heard that the captain has already sent the deputy captain over. Van Oka's eyes flashed, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Hearing Van Oka's words, Luo's body also had a meal. Just now, he received notice from Jinbei that the captain, the deputy captain, who had never met, was coming here. It seems, I don't know if it's Princess Shirahoshi, or the captain doesn't trust us. Van Oka's mouth curled up, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Jinbei said that it was Princess Shirahoshi who wanted to go out to play, and then the deputy captain would come out. However, he suspected that it was the captain who didn't trust them, so it was such a coincidence. Otherwise, there is no such a coincidence. He is also very curious about Unohana Retsu, the deputy captain who has never met. It can also be seen how assured the captain is for her. Otherwise, Princess Shirahoshi would not be allowed to follow her. After all, he has never seen Princess Shirahoshi leave the captain since he joined the Noel Pirates. On the boat, everyone knew how much the captain loved Princess Shirahoshi. And secretly, a young girl watched all this closely. Violet, former Dressrosa, the second daughter of the Liku family. On the surface, the identity is Don Quixote's cadre, but it is actually an undercover agent. Advertisement. Ming has captured Dressrosa, and she has been waiting for her chance. A few years ago, when she learned that Ming had a grievance with the Noel Pirates, she felt the light. Only these two captains. Violet looked at Luo and Luo with concern. She is not very clear about the strength of the two Luo. Therefore, I am worried that Luo and the two will be defeated by Brother Ming. After all, he knows how strong the Don Quixote family is. The most important thing is that the guy Ming has now notified Marine and the world government. No, you must find a way to tell these two captains. Violet let out a deep breath, his eyes flashed with light. There was only this opportunity. After waiting for so many years, she didn't want to miss it. Let's go, find a place to eat before talking. Van Oka looked around, then said in a deep voice. On the way, they basically never stopped. The weather in New World was really bad. Moreover, you don't need to worry if you find Brother Ming, you can fight hard when you are full. At this time, Naval Headquarters, a lot of people gathered on this matter, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room was very dull. Just now, news came from the world government. The two captains of the Noel Pirates appeared in Dressrosa. Moreover, the goal is Shichibukai, Doflamingo. Sengoku glanced at the crowd, then said in a deep voice. Hearing the name of the Noel pirate group, the bodies of everyone present trembled, and their faces became serious. They have to take it seriously, this is Marine's #1 enemy. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku, I want to ask, what is the grudge between Doflamingo and the Noel Pirates? A vice admiral hesitated, then asked in a deep voice. World government. Kizaru's eyes flashed. The news from the world government is really interesting. The details are not clear, but the only thing that can be known is that Doflamingo has a grudge against Luo. Luo specifically went to Doflamingo this time. Sengoku took a deep breath, then shook his head. The news was told by 5 elders, and the orders given were even more F-King. I don't think there is a need to have a conflict with the Noel Pirates for a Doflamingo. Kizaru curled his lips and said. Hearing Kizaru's words, most people nodded. If you intervene, it would be equivalent to a battle with the Noel Pirates. With the current strength of Marine, No 0.1 may be the opponent of the Noel Pirates. Both Aokiji and Akainu were seriously injured and had just recovered from their injuries. Although they don't want to bow their heads to the pirates, but for the sake of the overall situation, how unwise it is to clash with the Noel Pirates now. Seeing that everyone disagrees, Sengoku's mouth can't help but twitch. He didn't want to. But, 5 elders order. Marshal Sengoku, you don't mean to tell me that Marine will intervene this time, right? Kizaru noticed Sengoku's helpless expression, his eyes flashed, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. Forgive him, do this thankless thing again. At this time, everyone looked at Sengoku together. Chapter 127 Determine, erase the threat. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was very dull, quiet and scary, because everyone was waiting for Sengoku's reply. Seeing everyone's eyes, Sengoku also felt deeply tired. For the position of marshal, he really didn't want to stay any longer. Unexpectedly, all of them resigned, and they still have to trouble him when he encounters such a thing. Seeing Sengoku's appearance, Everyone's brows were frowned. Many people's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and they all thought of the orders of the world government. Sengoku scanned the crowd, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice. Five Elders order, let us save Doflamingo. There is also the arrest of the Noel pirates, the captain of the 7th Division. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's body was shaken, and their fists were clenched. Keep Doflamingo. Arrest the Noel pirates, captain of the 7th Division. Crane, who had not spoken all the time, heard Sengoku's words live, and his eyes flashed brightly. I was not the person present, and after Crane's emphasis, I also heard the key point of Sengoku's words. The key is to arrest Noel Pirates 23, the captain of the 7th Division. Noel Pirates, this time dispatched 2 teams, 2 captains. Sengoku, although the old man doesn't know what is special about this 7th Division captain. However, with Marine's current strength, it is not an opponent of the Noel Pirates at all. Crane took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Hearing Crane's words, the others nodded. Yes, now the 2 top combat powers of Marine, Aokiji and Akainu, are awakened. However, the injuries have not recovered, especially Aokiji. Under such circumstances, if you go to war with the 5 emperors, the consequences will be worrying. The thought of going up to the top of the war made everyone present feel angry. At the beginning, Marine could be said to have been used as a gun by the world government. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and everyone raised their heads. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw someone coming. Sakazuki. Akainu Admiral. Everyone looked at the intruder in surprise, even Sengoku looked at him in surprise. Crane Vice Admiral is right, and I don't agree with it. I will face the Noel pirates now. Akainu swept everyone present, and finally his eyes fell on Sengoku. Although he wished to kill all the pirates, he was not a foolish man. Marine's situation, he knew very well. As of now, he is really not an opponent of the Noel pirates. As for the world government, Akainu really didn't report any hope. Tell 5 elders, Marine can't stand the tossing anymore. Akainu pulled the seat beside him, and then spoke in a deep voice. Of course, if the world government is capable, dealing with the Noel pirates is another matter. Advertisement. This time, Marine will not be a pioneer. The flat voice echoed in the room, looking at Akainu with a serious face. Everyone felt a trance, and nodded immediately. Haha, Sakazuki, he looks more and more a martial. Garp flashed his eyes, then burst into laughter. Hearing Garp's words, the corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched. However, with the appearance of Akainu and his opinions, the result is already obvious. None of Marine hoped that at this time, there would be a conflict with the 5 emperors. Then, you can only tell 5 elders the results. Immediately, a golden telephone bug appeared on the desktop. This is the first time that Marine has violated the order of the world government. 10 minutes later, I looked at the beautiful phone worm in a cold sweat. Everyone here frowned, looking at the phone bug in amazement. It seems that 5 elders has a lot of confidence. Kizaru raised his eyes to feed him, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light, which was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that 5 elders actually agreed to Akainu's request. Everyone knows that if Luo is moved, it is equivalent to facing the entire Noel pirates. And, maybe Whitebeard will be involved. After all, Whitebeard's character is very affectionate and righteous. Last time, Noel helped the Whitebeard pirates. This time, if Noel and Marine go to war, Whitebeard might also jump out. Advertisement. Knowing that it was the 5 elders, but 5 elders still insisted on letting Marine take action. This became interesting. Since 5 elders is so confident, it is no problem for Marine to join in this time. Akainu's eyes were constantly flashing, hesitated for a while, and then he spoke in a deep voice. The others glanced at each other, and then nodded. The stakes have been explained just now, but 5 elders is still so determined, so it means that the world government is really going to make a move this time. For safety's sake, Garp, Kizaru, you 2 go to 1. Sengoku took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp and Kizaru glanced at 603, and Kakuzu's mouth twitched. They knew there was nothing good, and now Marine's top combat power was empty, and only the two of them could be dispatched. On the other side, Doflamingo also received the news at this time. Looking at the hanging phone bug, Doflamingo smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that someone was more anxious than him. The world government seems to be unable to sit still. As a member of the Dark World, he certainly has his own intelligence. Recently, the Noel pirate group had contacts with the Revolutionary Army. During this period, the Revolutionary Army overthrew a kingdom at the fastest speed. After CP0's investigation, the revolutionaries had contact with the Noel pirates. One is the #1 enemy of the world government, and the other is the 5 emperors of New World's most powerful forces. If these two forces unite, they can completely threaten the world government. Therefore, this time, 5 elders made a decision to disintegrate one party directly before the two were united. Wipe it out before the threat is obvious. Chapter 128 Luo vs. Doflamingo. In the blue waters, a ship was drifting on the sea, and laughter was heard from time to time on the ship. Master Huili, where are we going to play this time? Shirahoshi looked at Unohana Retsu excitedly. Although she left the Fishmen Island a long time ago, she has never been to many places. This is the first opportunity like this, so I am very excited. Seeing Shirahoshi's excitement, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile, and then said softly. This question, you should ask Jinbei. She had just been called out, and she only had a general understanding of the world. As soon as the voice fell, Shirahoshi was taken aback, and then looked at Jinbei on the side. Princess Shirahoshi, our destination this time is Dressrosa. Jinbei glanced at Unohana Retsu, then said in a deep voice. Dressrosa doesn't know if there are any delicious pastries. Shirahoshi dragged his chin with both hands and looked into the distance longingly. On the boat, they are all members of the 6th Division, all of them are Murlocs, and many of them are members of the Pirates of the Sun. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They all joined the 6th Division team, and they also know that the Fishmen Island can have today's stability. Most of the reason for being able to be protected by the Noel pirates is because of Shirahoshi. Noel's fondness for Shirahoshi was seen by everyone. It is for this reason that they will join. Looking at the calm, without a trace of the sea. Advertisement. For some reason, Jinbei has a bad feeling. However, when I saw Master Huili on the side, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With this one by his side, even if he meets the other 5 emperors, he is not an opponent. Coupled with the special talents of the Murlocs, they can also retreat. The true strength of Unohana Retsu is estimated to be unknown to everyone except the captain. But being able to completely suppress Jill means that she is stronger than Admiral. Maybe, it is still a powerhouse at the level of the 5 emperors. After all, in the battle that day, Unohana Retsu didn't use all his strength at all. But the speed of this ship is really fast. Jinbei shook his head, then looked around in surprise. This ship completely subverted his worldview. He didn't know where Noel got it. The electricity was stored, as long as he was at the helm. The speed is several times that of an ordinary ship. At this speed, plus the talent of the Murloc, it is estimated that you will be able to reach Dressrosa in less than a day. On the other side, Dressrosa is very lively at this time. Boom, boom, boom. The roar sounded continuously, and the surroundings seemed to collapse one after another, and smoke and air waves swept around. Screams, gunfire, at this moment, resounded throughout the audience. It's been a long time since I saw you, Luo. Doflamingo stepped on weird steps and looked at Luo opposite with a sneer. In the beginning, you should have been killed regardless of the cost. Otherwise, there will be no trouble today. Hearing what Doflamingo said, Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said coldly. You have no chance, Doflamingo. Advertisement. Today, I will avenge Corazon. Speaking of the last, Luo's face became gloomy when the name of Corazon was mentioned. The killing intent on his body couldn't be hidden, and it broke out completely. Pipe, it's really scary. It seems that after joining the Noel pirate group, it really grew terribly. Feeling the strong killing intent from Luo's body, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, and then smiled coldly. Looking at the fighting around, Doflamingo frowned. It's just that the two teams that have just been formed are so terrifying in strength. Toripal and others did not stop them. Especially Van Oka's strength made him feel shocked. Unexpectedly, an unknown captain would actually have such strength. It was blocked by one person, Pika, Mahabasi and Toripal. The speed of the bullet fired, even he felt dignified and jealous. Both of them ignored the fighting around, and then stepped closer. 5-color strings. Room slaughterhouse. When they were 2 meters apart, the two looked at each other, and then they both shouted in unison. Doflamingo leaned forward with his 5 fingers into claws, and then grabbed it fiercely. And a transparent mask suddenly centered on Luo and spread out instantly. Seeing Doflamingo's movements, Luo sneered at the corner of his mouth, and the ghost cry in his hand waved lightly. Chang Chang. Sparks flew in all directions, and light blades shot out in the transparent mask. Luo is very clear about Doflamingo's ability. Advertisement. String fruit. Ability. With the subtle manipulation of fingers, you can freely control the lines that are invisible to the naked eye. Can produce almost transparent thin silk thread from the hand, which can be controlled by winding the silk thread on the target body. Looking at the cut thread, and the surrounding light mask, Doflamingo's face became serious. The two looked at each other, and the next moment, their bodies exploded. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. Gui cry waved, but was blocked in midair. Doflamingo opened his hands, and transparent silk threads appeared between his hands. It was this silk thread that blocked the ghost's cry. The next moment, Doflamingo's fingers suddenly bent. Shoo! Wang's good cracks appeared on the ground, and then quickly spread towards Luo. Looking at the cracks spreading on the ground, Luo narrowed his eyes and let out a loud shout. Room, chaotic blade. As soon as the voice fell, transparent air blades shot out around the mask. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. The invisible attacks collided in midair, igniting strong sparks, and the floor was lifted one after another. This battle scene makes people feel weird. It is an invisible attack. If there is no observation hockey, it is estimated that it will be instantly killed. Doflamingo's hands were constantly waving, and the invisible threads were constantly cutting Li. The ghost in Luo's hand cried, also with afterimages. In the transparent mask, the smoke was enveloped in an instant, and only a roar was heard. Chapter 129 arrived in the war, a crisis. The fighting between the two sides turned many buildings and houses in Dressrosa into ruins. At some point, the entire capital was enveloped by white silk threads, forming a huge birdcage. Looking at the collapsed houses around, Violet clenched his fists. Although she was prepared, the scene in front of her still made her feel bloody. However, the only good news is that most of the civilians have been evacuated. The building is ruined, and the capital is ruined and can be rebuilt. As long as you defeat Doflamingo, all this is worth it. Now, hope can only be placed on the Noel pirates. However, what Violet didn't know was that Doflamingo had already told the world government. Boom, boom. The whole square was full of cutting marks, and the whole court was flattened. Luo was very embarrassed at this time. There were wounds in his arms. At this time, he was breathing heavily and staring at the opposite side. It's really strong, Luo. I didn't expect to force my uncle to this point. Doflamingo 603 didn't get any better, and he was also very embarrassed at this time. He was also panting, arching his waist, staring at Luo firmly. Luo's strength exceeded his imagination. Unexpectedly, just joined the Noel Pirates for a few years, and actually had such strength. Observation hockey, armament hockey, both hockey are extremely skilled. Especially the use of op fruit is extremely scary. Advertisement. Compared to Doflamingo's surprise, Luo also felt incredible. The clown hides too deeply, awakens, and the fruit power awakens. In addition to Devil Fruit's original ability, some can also be developed to a higher level than the original. This state is called Devil Fruit Awakening. He had only heard of the fruit ability to awaken, but he had never seen it. Unexpectedly, this guy Doflamingo actually did this. But it's over here, Luo. Doflamingo patted the dust on his body, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. 16 Sacred Fierce Bullets God Punishment. Accompanied by a loud shout of CDAB, the entire ground was shaken, and the soil lifted up. A white thread suddenly shot out from the ground, and then instantly entangled. The threads were wound up, forming a tapered shape. The speed is almost ultimate when Doflamingo is talking. Luo was prepared, and his body jumped high, avoiding the first wave and the second wave. Gui Cry in his hand cut out a series of transparent air blades. The transparent mask enveloped the surroundings, and Luo's figure kept flashing. Puff, puff. The blood shot out. Luo's arm wiped out a hole, his body shook, and then the whole person was directly blown out. Howl, whistle. Seeing Luo who was blown out, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. The next moment, a sudden wave of both hands. Countless white lines suddenly appeared around, like a tsunami, toward Luo Yang. Advertisement. Room. Looking at the white lines rushing around, Luo's eyes shrank just as he stabilized his body. The transparent mask expanded again, and Gui Cho slashed into the air. Boom, boom. The smoke rose, the air waves swept out. Doflamingo stepped arrogant steps, sneered at the smoke place. Touch, touch. At this moment, Doflamingo's body suddenly stopped. Suddenly, white threads shot out from the ground, and in an instant, a shield was formed to block behind him. Sparks flew everywhere, and a bullet was blocked by the shield. Doflamingo stood slowly over his head, and when he saw someone coming, his eyes squinted. Boom, boom. The rubble was scattered everywhere. Luo got up from the ruins, knelt on one knee, and the ghost cried stuck in the ground. Fan Oka. Looking at the figure in the distance, Luo spouted a mouthful of blood before speaking in a deep voice. It seems that Noel Pirates, no one can underestimate it. A mere rookie, a captain of the 10th Division, actually has such strength. Doflamingo left Pai Luo and his eyes fell on Van Oka, who was covered in blood. When this guy appeared here, it meant that Toripal and the others were defeated. Luo, it's really embarrassing. Van Oka ignored Doflamingo, holding the spear in one hand, looking at Luo in the distance faintly. He was also very shocked, and he was very clear about Luo's strength. If the two played against each other, he would not be Luo's opponent. Advertisement. Now, actually being forced to this point, the clown is so strong. Even without the strength of the previous captains, it is estimated to be almost the same. Shoo. Van Oka, be careful. At this moment, Luo's eyes suddenly shrank, staring at the condensed golden light behind Van Oka. When he saw the familiar figure, he let out a roar. And Doflamingo smiled and looked at the cohesive golden light playfully. It was a coincidence. Touch, touch. Without hesitation, after hearing Luo's words, Van Oka's body rolled directly on the ground, and then pulled the trigger directly behind him. The bullet shot out, but at this time, a golden light also blasted beside Van Oka. When it exploded, the corners of Van Oka's mouth twitched, and then he was blasted away by the air wave. Yellow. Looked at Jin Guang's figure, Luo clenched his fists. Waisha, it really made a lot of trouble, Doflamingo. Kizaru looked at the environment on the court and ignored Fan, who was getting up in the distance. Oka. Then his eyes fell on Doflamingo. Fruit has awakened, and this guy is really hidden. This strength, among Shichibukai, is estimated to be comparable to that of Hawkeye. As far as the fruit's ability is awakened, in his impression, it seems that there is only one person. Unexpectedly, there is one more person now. Looking at Doflamingo's smiling face, the corner of Kizaru's mouth evokes a strange curve, which is really dangerous, this man. It's really troublesome. Each of these pirates is hidden, and each is more than a monster. Thinking of this, Kizaru couldn't help but look at Luo, and Van Oka. Needless to say, the strength of these two men was able to fight Doflamingo for so long. Chapter 130. With a light sword, the sea was cut open. Because of the arrival of Marine, no matter how much Luo and Van Oka resist, they cannot be opponents. Especially when they saw Garp, the two felt even more desperate. The ship capsized, they didn't expect it. For a Doflamingo, Marine actually sent an admiral and Garp. Shao do, I didn't expect even Garp to come. It seems that the 5 old guys are really ready. Seeing Garp appear, Doflamingo's eyes also narrowed. Obviously, it's just Luo and it's impossible for Marine to attach such importance. It is estimated that they are afraid of accidents. After all, the Noel pirates do not play their cards according to common sense. Looking at the surrounding smoke and the collapsed buildings, Garp couldn't help but frown. Looking at Doflamingo's eyes, there was a bit more chill and disgust. Among Shichibukai, what he hates most is that it is undoubtedly the guy in front of him. He also knew Doflamingo's behavior. However, what he is more worried about now is the storm that will usher in later. The world government is so confident, so it is well prepared. Should I do it myself, or do you catch it with your hands? Kizaru smiled and looked at the two Van Oka. I don't want to kill myself. Van Oka simply shrugged. Looking at you, I don't seem to be worried. Is it the confidence your captain gave you? Seeing Van Oka's appearance and his calm face, Kizaru chuckled softly. What do you think, Marine Admiral? Fan Oka looked at Kizaru playfully, calculating in his heart. Advertisement. It seemed that the captain was really right, but unexpectedly there was an accident. I just don't know if the deputy captain can arrive. However, Marine's lineup is also very scary, one Kizaru, one Garp. Even if they arrived, it would be very difficult to rescue them. Step on. In an instant, the soldiers who had just stepped into the square walked towards them with seastone handcuffs. And Kizaru's figure flashed and appeared in Van Oka's body. Don't mess around. Kizaru looked at Van Oka lightly. Secretly, Violet, who had been paying attention to all of this, saw the appearance of Marine and his eyes were filled with despair. It's over, the seeds of hope are shattered. The whole person collapsed to the ground, his body trembling constantly. Tears unknowingly fell from the eyes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the distance, on the sea, there are still several kilometers away from Dressrosa. Boss Jinbei, look at it. A member of the original Sun Pirates group pointed forward in shock. Jinbei was taken aback for a moment, and then followed his fingers to look. When he saw the birdcage rising in the distance, his eyes also narrowed. Boss Jinbei, that's Marine's military aviation. The other member put down the telescope in his hand, and then let out an exclamation. Jinbei nodded. He saw it too, he also saw Marine's military flight. Marine appeared here. It seems that Luo and the others really had an accident. After speaking, Jinbei couldn't help but look at Unohana Retsu. Marine. Advertisement. Unohana Retsu smiled and looked at the distance. Even without the telescope, she could see the distance. Full speed ahead. Emperor. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, everyone else nodded and their expressions became solemn. Be prepared to fight and protect Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbei's expression also became solemn, and then he ordered in a cold voice. Yes, Jinbei boss. The others all spoke in unison, and walked to the sofa in unison, sleeping beside Shirahoshi. Everyone can have problems, but Shirahoshi can't. If there is an accident to her, it is estimated that the captain will run away. As the ship approached, Jinbei and others were shocked looking at the birdcage in front of them. The ability of the clown. Jinbei narrowed his eyes, then spoke. That is. At this time, the soldiers stationed on the military aviation also found the pirate ship sailing over. Especially when he saw the banner, the head of the major trembled. Quickly, it's the Noel pirates. Quickly tell Kizaru Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral. Seeking flowers 0. The major reacted quickly and shouted at the soldiers on the side. The soldier also reacted and quickly took out the phone worm. Shoo. At this time, the entire sea was shocked, in the horrified eyes of everyone. The entire sea surface was directly cut open, and a transparent sword aura shot out. Advertisement. The sea has been cut open. A soldier trembled, his eyes widened, and he looked in horror at the sword energy that had been chopped off, and the sea surface that had been cut open. That person. The major's gaze fell on Unohana Retsu, who was holding Zanpakuto, on the opposite deck. This person is a little familiar, it seems. Point 0. With a single sword, it cut the entire sea open. Looking at the cut sea surface, Jinbei's mouth twitched, staring at Unohana Retsu's back in shock. Just now, just a light wave, as if it didn't use any strength at all. Even the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye can't do so easily. Among the swordsmanship, among the people he has seen, Hawkeye is definitely the strongest, and among Shichibukai, his strength is definitely the most terrifying. In Marine's horrified gaze, in the shocking gaze of everyone in the 6th Division, the several military ships were directly cut off. Screams and panic spread throughout the dock. And that transparent sword energy, after cutting off the military aviation, still blasted towards the dock. The entire pier was shocked, rubble splashed, and a terrifying chasm appeared in front of everyone. The huge roar also awakened Shirahoshi, who was sleeping, opened his eyes in a daze, and looked around suspiciously. Good strong, Deputy Captain. The members of the 7th Division all looked at Unohana Retsu's back in admiration. This is their deputy captain, whose strength is terrifying. Asshole, what kind of monster is this? There were also many soldiers falling into the water on the sea, and the major was one of them. Looking at the corpses floating on the sea and the wreckage of military aviation, his eyes were bloodshot. One sword actually destroyed several military ships, and also killed so many people. Chapter 131 Understatement, Warring. The soldiers who fell into the water were shouting desperately, and in the shocking eyes of everyone, Unohana Retsu suddenly rose into the sky. Deputy Captain, can fly. Seeing Unohana Retsu floating in the air, everyone on the boat exclaimed. It's amazing, just like Master Noel. Shirahoshi, who had just been woken up, looked at Unohana Retsu excitedly. Looking at the sky is like a flat ground, using the same means as a captain. Jinbei held Unohana Retsu's back tightly, and then muttered to himself. This is not moonwalk at all, but it really looks like a flat bottom in the sky. He has seen Noel use such a method. It seems that there is a ladder at the foot, and it is not a fruit ability, it seems to be a special ability. Just made such a loud noise. If nothing happens, the people in the city should be alarmed. 603. Yes, Jinbei guessed right. The roar just now really alarmed Kizaru, Garp and others. When the ship drew ashore, the members of the 6th Division looked at each other, and then all jumped into the sea. The sea, but their home ground, are hunting down soldiers. The screams kept coming out. Jinbei, take care of Shirahoshi. Just after landing on the ground, Unohana Retsu moved forward and spoke softly. The old man understands. Jinbei was taken aback, then nodded, his eyes staring straight ahead. He had heard footsteps, and he could see the vague figure in the distance. Shoo. Advertisement. Is that Kizaru and Garp? Looking at the figure appearing in the distance, Jinbei couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then let out an exclamation. He is very familiar with the two people headed. It is indeed Kizaru and Garp. He didn't expect these two people to appear here, and he also saw Luo, two people who were locked up. And the guy Doflamingo. Noel Pirate's former Shichibukai, Jinbei. Looking at the ruined military flight, Kizaru's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he looked at the ship on the pier. For the first time, I saw Jinbei on the deck. Which person? And Garp, stubbornly clinging to Unohana Retsu in front of the pier. Buddha howl howl. Kizaru. Garp Vice Admiral, this time there really is a big man. Doflamingo looked at Jinbei, and when he saw Unohana Retsu, his eyes narrowed. He did not expect that he was out of the two of Luo. Noel Pirates, there are still people coming. Moreover, it was just the deputy captain who had been published in the newspaper. Hearing Doflamingo's words, everyone else stared at Unohana Retsu closely. The deputy captain of the Noel Pirates is really a big man. Seeing Unohana Retsu's appearance, Kizaru's face also became serious. It seems that she destroyed the military aviation just now. Deputy Captain Luo and Van Oka stared at Unohana Retsu. Princess Shirahoshi and Jinbei are here. Looking at Shirahoshi on the deck, Van Oka looked at Jinbei in surprise. Although, he knew that Unohana Retsu took Shirahoshi out. However, I haven't heard that Jinbei is here. Boss Jinbei, Lord Luo, and Lord Fan Oka. Advertisement. Shirahoshi pointed to Luo, who were locked and held by marine soldiers. Da da, da da. Zanpakuto pulled out from his waist, and Unohana Retsu walked towards Garp and others step by step. The breeze was blowing slightly, the dust on the ground was blown, and the Shinigami outfit lifted up. When the distance was about 3 meters, Unohana Retsu suddenly stopped. Except for Kizaru and Garp, everyone at Marine watched Unohana Retsu warily, and their guns were aimed at her. Marine is also involved. It seems that he is ready to go to war. Jinbei's face was very solemn. Today, if Luo is not rescued, then things will happen. I don't know, can I let them both go? Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto in his hand and smiled at Garp and the others. Hey, Stop kidding. When the voice fell, Kizaru was taken aback, and then shrugged. Shoo. Before the words were finished, a golden light flashed by, and Kizaru disappeared in place. By the way, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Deputy Captain, be careful. Seeing the golden light of Unohana Retsu's body, everyone on the boat exclaimed. Boom, boom. The entire ground was shocked, the ground split, and an invisible air wave swept out. How can it be? When seeing the scene in front of me, everyone at Marine not far away, their eyes widened, feeling incredible. This man. Garp's eyes were also condensed, his face became more solemn and serious. One hand blocked Kizaru's attack. Doflamingo's body also had a meal, and he looked at Unohana Retsu in amazement. This woman easily blocked Kizaru's attack. Advertisement. Moreover, it was easily blocked by the arm. The speed of light. Too slow. With her left hand behind her, Unohana Retsu slowly turned her head and looked at Kizaru with a smile. Shoo. The next moment, a bright light flashed by, Kizaru's eyes shrank, and then disappeared. As soon as he left, the whole ground was cut open. A terrifying sword chi fell on the ground. The floor was lifted one after another, and the sword light blasted directly into the distant house. Like tofu, the house was cut open and collapsed. When Kizaru appeared again, he was already standing beside Garp. This is. Looking at the opening in Kizaru's suit, Doflamingo's body trembled. It's really scary, it was almost cut to 0.1 inches. Kizaru glanced at the opening in the suit and looked at Unohana Retsu with shock. It's too fast, what speed was that just now? Observation Haki can't keep up. If it didn't react quickly, it would have been hit. Kizaru, be careful, don't die here today. Garp tore off the coat of justice behind his back, then spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Garp's words, everyone was taken aback, but Kizaru nodded solemnly. That woman is very strong, he knows that today is going through a hard fight. Ba Kai Chong Guyu. Kizaru turned into a golden light and appeared in midair in an instant. The dazzling golden light illuminates the entire pier, and countless dazzling light bullets are condensed in the air. The next moment, with a terrifying speed, it shot out directly. Chapter 132 Unohana Retsu. Don't die. In midair, the condensed light bullets were in everyone's eyes, and then all shot out. Unohana Retsu smiled slightly as he looked at the light bombs blasting from above. Without showing a trace, he skimmed Garp on the opposite side, and then slowly lifted Zanpakuto. Boom, boom. A bright light flashed, and an invisible sword light waved out. In midair, it exploded directly, blowing out air waves and smoke. How can it be? Seeing the light bomb exploded in midair, Marines soldiers exclaimed. Sword, it easily blocked Kizaru Admiral's attack with just one stab. Moreover, this look is too easy, too understatement. Da da, da da. At this moment, Garp, who had been standing still, disappeared in place. Between the lightning and flint, appeared in front of Unohana Retsu. The entire space was smashed, and Garp's fist slammed directly into it with terrifying power. Garp Vice Admiral, are you serious? Kizaru, who had just landed on the ground, narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw Garp making a move. He knew that Garp was serious, and such an opportunity was really rare. It's rare to be able to make Garp serious. At least, he hasn't seen it many times. Serious Marine hero, how terrible it is, Kizaru knows very well. Boom, boom. The fists, Zanpakuto collided, wiping out a strong spark. Both their bodies sank, and numerous cracks appeared under their feet, and then they spread wildly. The floor was lifted all around. This power. Garp narrowed his eyes and looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. What? Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto with one hand and stood in front of him, looking at Garp in amazement. She was also surprised by Garp's power. The two looked at each other, in the shock of everyone's eyes. There was a constant roar throughout the field, and both of them turned into afterimages. In midair, on the left and right, appear everywhere from time to time. Wherever the two went, the ground and buildings collapsed one after another. Hey, are you kidding me? Kizaru looked at the two people who were facing each other in midair, and then spoke incredulously. So strong. The others also looked at the two in shock, faster and faster. There are not many people who can see the two of them clearly. Fist bones, broken stars. In midair, Garp paused, stepped on one foot, and then let out a loud shout. One by one, the shadows of the fists formed, like shooting stars, blasting out. Looking at the fist shadow that blasted over, I heard the sound of cracks coming from around. The corners of Unohana Retsu's mouth lifted slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The expression became excited without knowing it. Boom, boom. The air exploded again, and the shadow of the fist jumped directly in the shock of everyone's eyes. A terrifying air wave swept out in midair. A figure fell directly on the ground, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Garp Vice Admiral. When the person who hit the ground was seen clearly, the soldiers who had retreated a long time ago uttered unbelievable exclamations. Monster. Doflamingo's eyes shrunk, and he looked at Unohana Retsu in the air incredibly. Garp looked at the white marks on his shoulders, then slowly raised his head, his eyes full of war. Strong, strong beyond his imagination, and this woman hasn't used her full strength yet. Noel, that kid, where did he find such a strong man? Terror of swordsmanship, and physical skills. Kizaru, who has been watching the game, is also watching Unohana Retsu closely. From start to finish, the woman behaved very calmly. Boom, boom. At this moment, in midair, Unohana Retsu's body suddenly shook. You guys, long lost kills. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, everyone was taken aback, but the next moment, their eyes widened. The entire space was in a turmoil, a monstrous, terrifying aura rose to the sky. The white clouds in the sky were directly blown away. How can it be? Time seemed to freeze. Doflamingo's body trembled, horrified, and stared in the air in horror. Not only Flamenco, but even Garp, who was already wary, had his eyes wide open. Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru swallowed, shocked, and looked at Unohana Retsu incredible. Puff, puff. The surrounding soldiers shook their bodies, foamed at their mouths, and then fell directly to the ground. After falling to the ground, everyone's bodies were shaking. Puff, puff. Luo and Van Oka also lowered their heads, and they also felt difficulty breathing. The surrounding air seemed to be evacuated, and the temperature dropped. Here again, it's really messy. Looking at the fallen members of the ship, Jinbei's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and he was struggling to resist this terrifying Reiatsu. It's so uncomfortable, Jinbei boss. Shirahoshi looked at Jinbei bitterly, and she also felt uncomfortable. Hearing the sound in his ear, Jinbei couldn't help but froze. When he saw Shirahoshi's expression, his eyes widened. How could it be possible that Princess Shirahoshi actually accepted that 607 had withstood the aura of the deputy captain? What kind of monster is this? In an instant, Reiatsu dissipated. Kizaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Unohana Retsu in horror. Not Haki. Garp clenched his fists and looked at the beautiful figure in the sky in surprise. This is not Conqueror's Haki at all. It seems, it's a bit similar to Noel's kid, but it's a little different. Garp suddenly thought of Haki who broke out in Noel during the war on top. At first, it was very similar to the Reiatsu that Unohana Retsu just broke out, but there are some differences among them. I hope you don't die anymore. Shoo. The clear voice spread throughout the pier, and the next moment, Unohana Retsu disappeared. So fast. Looking at the disappearing Unohana Retsu, Garp's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Observation Haki sensed the surroundings and clenched his fists together. Boom, boom. The fist suddenly banged towards the left. After a halt, the blue veins on Garp's forehead appeared, his eyes widened, and the clothes on his body were torn apart. How is this power possible? Before he finished speaking, his body sank, feet deep into the ground, raised his head, and looked shocked at Unohana Retsu with long black hair floating in the air. Chapter 133 Terrorist Forces, 1 vs 3. At this time, Unohana Retsu's temperament is totally different from just now. Tied into twisted braids, I don't know when it has been untied, the hair is fluttering, and the breath on the body is very strong. Clang, clang. His feet sank, and the veins on Garp's forehead appeared, and he looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. Light. Laser. Kizaru in the distance, seeing this scene, suddenly stretched out his fingers, and the golden light condensed in the fingers. A bright beam of light blasted directly past. And Doflamingo, who was watching the battle, his eyes flashed, 5 fingers and 1 hook. A white thread with a terrifying cutting force was thrown directly from the left. Unohana Retsu's strength has exceeded his imagination. Unexpectedly, Garp was suppressed. Now, he has completely offended the Noel pirates. There is no way to reconcile, so you can only fight to the death. Heaven's Pride, Iron Wall, Dragon Walk, Lion Roar, Tiger Roar, Wolf Rush, cut off the world before it collapses. The 81 Splitting Void of Bakudo. Unohana Retsu looked at Garp lightly, and suddenly began to chant. Boom, boom. Horrible roars, explosions, and smoke exploded in midair. Is it blocked? What kind of ability is this? Kizaru looked at the transparent mask of Unohana Retsu's body in amazement. Barrier. Doflamingo frowned. Shoo. A terrifying force came, and Garp stood up with his feet, and then he took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he shook his numb arm and looked at Unohana Retsu faintly. It's very simple, there are no extra moves. It's very pure, every move is a method of killing. Throughout the field, only the sound of strong wind was heard and disappeared, and Unohana Retsu disappeared again. Garp looked around cautiously. Too fast, observation Haki could only barely sense it. Moreover, the speed is getting faster and faster, and the action is not clear. Boss Jinbei, shall we help? Seeing the battle in the field, the 7th team member asked in confusion. Need not. Jinbei held the battle tightly, hesitated, then shook his head slightly. He could see that Unohana Retsu's movements were getting faster and faster. It is also getting stronger and stronger, which proves that now, it is starting to be serious. However, that fellow Garp, likewise, showed more and more terrifying strength. Unconsciously, big pits appeared on the court. The surrounding houses and buildings have already been flattened. The strength of the deputy captain is terrifying. Van Oka looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. Now he can understand why Jill was defeated. It is estimated that only the captain can match this kind of strength. No wonder. You can skip the rules directly, and you can subdue the monsters on the ship. Boom, boom. Blood spurted out, and a figure was directly smashed into the air. After falling to the ground, someone quickly stood up. Garp Vice Admiral. Looking at the figure being smashed out, the soldiers watching the battle in the distance shouted anxiously. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? With the passage of time, Doflamingo can no longer remain calm. Together, the 3 of them couldn't beat this woman. What kind of monster is this, if this woman cannot be killed today? Then, he was dead, thinking of the revenge of the Noel pirates. Doflamingo felt chilled, and a subordinate was so terrible. So how strong is Noel as the captain? Kizaru couldn't keep calm anymore, and became more and more frightened as he fought. Shoo! At this moment, Unohana Retsu's figure suddenly flashed. Not good. Watching Unohana Retsu's movements, Kizaru's eyes condensed. Because, this woman actually rushed towards Luo and the 2 people, and didn't think much about it. Hado. 88 flying dragons strike thieves and shake the sky and thunder cannons. Unohana Retsu's body suddenly stopped, and one hand stretched out, with the palm directly aimed at Kizaru. Boom, boom. When the voice fell, the entire space was shocked, and a huge blue light beam suddenly blasted out of his hands. Use the same technique as Noel, that kid. Garp in the distance, looking at the terrifying beam, frowned. This trick was also used by Noel when he was on top of the war. This is not fruit ability, and what is the relationship between these 2 people? The roar stopped, and everyone took a deep breath as they looked at the gap on the ground. This power is really amazing. The golden light condensed together, and Kizaru appeared on the edge of the big pit intact. It's really dangerous. Seeing the chasm behind, Kizaru couldn't help swallowing. Fortunately, he is a Logia-capable person, if it is someone else. If you get this trick, even if you don't die, you will still be disabled. Is it rescued? Doflamingo's face turned dark and looked at Unohana Retsu behind Luo and Luo with a gloomy look. Weird. Click. A crisp voice spread throughout the audience, swinging a knife. The seastone handcuffs were directly cut off. Luo, Fan. The 2 of Oka glanced at each other, and then slowly stood up. Thank you, Deputy Captain. The 2 slowly turned their heads and looked at Ji Huili respectfully. After looking at the two of them, Unohana Retsu nodded, then looked at Garp and others faintly. In this case, there will be no scruples. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, both Luo and Luo were taken aback. The next moment, they felt the surrounding temperature drop suddenly. The eyes of the two of them were wide open, and immediately after, Wang's Zhao they felt a monstrous killing intent, shrouded in their hearts. With blood, they seemed to see a sea of blood. This murderous spirit, how many people did this monster kill? Everyone felt this terrifying murderous aura. Seeing Unohana Retsu walking out step by step, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Garp's face became heavier and heavier, looking at the rescued Luo and the two people, knowing that this woman is going to exert her full strength. The steady footsteps seemed to trample on everyone's hearts. Without taking a step, the hearts of the few people became more sinking. Porosalino, be careful, don't die no. Garp took a deep breath, then let out a cold drink. Kizaru didn't speak, but pressed Unohana Retsu tightly. His chills were also erected, knowing that he might encounter the hardest battle in his life. Chapter 134 All chopped down, concealed. For 5 hours, the entire Dressrosa was shaking, and half of the capital was turned into rubble. Garp was full of scars, panting, and looked at the figure standing in the field with a wry smile. For the first time, it was really embarrassing, this woman is simply a monster. Endless physical strength, top swordsmanship, ultimate calm mind. Howl, 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 the sky is really blue. Doflamingo fell to the ground, looking at the sky tiredly. As for Kizaru, it seems that he is the most embarrassed of the three, and has become a blood man. Step on. Slow, steady footsteps sounded. Unohana Retsu walked to Garp calmly. The Zanpakuto in his hand slowly lifted, radiating bursts of cold light under the shining of the sun. Seeing Unohana Retsu's movements, Garp's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn, this woman is not going to kill him. That kid, Noel, is so cruel now that he kills his grandfather. Reiatsu consumes a bit too much. Unohana Retsu looked at Garp lightly, although she didn't receive any injuries. However, Reiatsu consumes a lot, and it consumes a lot of money. Garp's strength is very terrifying, especially the iron fist. Now Unohana Retsu's arm is still tingling. Shu. 607. Deputy Captain. Wait. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept from a distance. Advertisement. Looking at Jinbei who came by, Unohana Retsu paused, then turned his head slowly. Deputy Captain. Garp is the captain's grandfather. Looking at Unohana Retsu's unwavering eyes, Jinbei's body was stunned, and then she said anxiously. In Unohana Retsu's eyes, he only saw killing. This killing made him feel frightened. If he didn't say something good or bad, would Unohana Retsu cut him with a single knife? Little Noel's grandpa. Hearing Jinbei's words, Unohana Retsu was taken aback and looked at Garp in surprise. Ha ha ha, the old man is Noel's grandfather of that kid. Looking at Zanpakuto who was letting go, Garp couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then burst into laughter. Fortunately, it seemed that Noel hadn't lost his humanity yet. But the woman in front of me didn't know the relationship between the two. Now, the old life seemed to be saved. Although he still has combat power, he doesn't think he is the opponent of this woman in front of him. Little Noel, I guess only the deputy captain would dare to call the captain like that. Jinbei looked at Unohana Retsu with a wry smile. Brew, brew. The voice of the phone worm rang, and Jinbei quickly took out a phone worm from his arms. Little Noel, what's the matter? After receiving the phone worm handed over by Jinbei, Unohana Retsu's mouth evoked a gentle smile. On the other side of the phone worm, I heard the name Little Noel. Noel's mouth twitched, and he glared at the people beside him, then shook his head with a wry smile. But in front of Unohana Retsu, he is not even a child. Sister Lai, did you solve it over there? Before, Jinbei told him that Marine was involved, and it was Kizaru, the old man with Garp. It's solved, I'm thinking, do you want to kill these 3 people? Unohana Retsu nodded, then chuckled softly. As soon as the voice fell, Jinbei and Garp looked at each other and shook their heads with wry smiles. Cut at every turn, this woman has a really bad personality. On the underworld beast, the other captains took a deep breath when they heard Unohana Retsu's words. Garp and Kizaru are not the opponents of the deputy captain. Except for the old man Garp, bring Kizaru and the clown back to me. Hearing Noel's words, Garp's body was stunned. As soon as he was about to speak, he heard the phone worm hanging up. Jinbei. Unohana Retsu nodded, then spoke in a deep voice. CDAB, understand. Jinbei took a deep breath and nodded. This time, it is estimated that the sea is boiling, and Marine Admiral is damaged. This is probably the first time. Ignoring Garp, Jinbei walked directly in the direction of Kizaru. Damn it, it seems that the old man has to fight. Garp's eyes condensed, he didn't expect Noel to be so cruel. Kizaru fell into his hands, and there must be no end to it. To let him watch Kizaru being taken away, Garp couldn't do it. Boom, boom. Garp was just about to swoop towards Kizaru's side, Unohana Retsu's figure flashed in front of him. With a strong wind, Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down fiercely. Fists, Zanpakuto collided, and Garp's body sank. Advertisement. Looking at Unohana Retsu with a gentle face, Garp was also cursing in his heart. Damn it, if this woman stands in the way and wants to save Kizaru, it's just a delusion. Shoo. At this moment, a golden light suddenly soared into the sky, and quickly swept towards the distance. What? Looking at the golden light going away, Jinbei had a meal, and Unohana Retsu made a soft sound. Have you hidden? Looking at Kizaru going away, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but raise her brow. Porcelino this guy. Garp's mouth twitched. In the distance, Kizaru panted heavily, looked behind him, couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Fortunately, he almost died this time. It was the first time he felt death so close. Sure enough, there was nothing good about encountering the Noel pirates, one monster after another, the mission failed again. That woman is simply a monster among monsters, such a person appeared in the Noel pirates. With Noel's ambitions and the New World pattern, it is estimated that it has been completely broken. It is not known who was the first to suffer. As for Garp, Kizaru is not worried, Noel is his grandson and it is impossible to shoot him. Moreover, he also heard the conversation between a few people just now. Sure enough, it's good to have a background, it's just suffering an old age. Kizaru fell to the ground, took a look at his injuries, and then sighed. This time, after returning to the headquarters, he didn't get killed anymore, especially in matters related to the Noel pirates. I was able to escape this time, and I guess I won't be so lucky the next time. Chapter 135 Betrayal, Unbelievable. But Kizaru, who had left and fled not far away, took out a phone worm after confirming his safety. 10 minutes later, after hanging up the phone bug, Kizaru shook his head, looked behind him, and left directly. Naval Headquarters. In the office, there was a period of silence at this time. Because Akainu has woken up, Sengoku has successfully stepped down, but Marine hasn't heard the news yet. Failed again. Huo Shaoshan took a deep breath, then said with a wry smile. As soon as the words fell, everyone present took a deep breath. They heard what Kizaru said just now, so they felt incredible. Touch. What the hell is going on? The deputy captain of the Noel pirates. Akainu slammed a fist on the table, his eyes glowing, and his eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes. Because, I fought with Aokiji before, and went through 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, he fell into a coma again and just regained consciousness. Not long after Unohana Retsu was summoned by Noel, Sengoku and others also forgot to say. Therefore, Akainu didn't even know that the Noel pirates had a deputy captain. Marshal Sakazuki, you just woke up, maybe you don't know. Recently, a deputy captain appeared in the Noel pirates. Yumo's brows furrowed tightly, and then he spoke in a deep voice. The others did not speak because they were all disturbed. A marine hero and an admiral are not Unohana Retsu's opponents. This makes them feel incredible. Especially Kizaru said that if it were not for him to escape quickly, it is estimated that Marine Admiral would be damaged today. Tell 5 elders. Sengoku took a deep breath, then looked at the red dog. I don't know why, but after hearing that the mission failed, he was relieved. Because he felt that it was not a wise choice to face the Noel pirates now. Marine has done his best this time. 5 elders has no choice but to blame. Looking at Sengoku, Akainu tried to calm himself down. I encountered such a thing before officially boarding the Marshal. What is this? Garp and Kizaru are teaming up, but they are not opponents. What's more to say? The two people joined forces, and the whole sea, there were very few that could fight them. And now, such a monster appeared in the Noel Pirates. As for Garp, everyone here is not worried. After all, everyone knows the relationship between Noel and Garp. However, Garp was okay. The clown fell into the hands of the Noel Pirates. Moreover, it was him who contributed to the flames this time. It is a luxury to want to live this time. Everyone looked at each other, and then they all shook their heads together. It seems that Shichibukai's quota is about to get rid of one more. However, the most important thing now is what kind of vibration the sea will cause if this news spreads. After the war on the top, Marine's prestige that has finally been built up is expected to fall to the bottom again. Touch, touch. At this moment, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. A major rushed in anxiously, looked at everyone present, and then said anxiously, "Marshal Sengoku, it's not good. Aokiji Admiral wounded many soldiers. Grabbed a military aviation ship and left directly for M." The sound was like thunder, and as soon as the voice fell, the bodies of everyone present trembled. What? Sengoku stood up abruptly, his eyes widening. Seeing all the big guys staring at him, the major swallowed, then said, "Aokiji Admiral came out of the hospital and injured a lot of people, then robbed a military aircraft and left directly." Boom, boom. The entire table collapsed directly, and Akainu also stood up abruptly. His arms were spitting lava, and bursts of evil spirits radiated from his body. Sure enough, did you choose to betray Marine, Kuzan? Akainu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth tightly, and then spoke in a cold voice. Wait, Marshal Sakazuki, is there any misunderstanding? Hearing Akainu's words, the flying squirrel's eyes narrowed, and then stood up anxiously. ... For Flowers 0. The others trembled in their hearts, betraying Marine, how could this be possible? Aokiji is Marine Admiral, how could he betray Marine? Injure one's own colleagues and rob the military aviation. This is not betraying Marine, what else can it be? Akainu glanced sharply at the crowd, and then spoke in a cold voice. Wait, Aokiji Admiral can't betray Marine. Marshal, I'll follow up and ask. Yumo shook his head, finished speaking, ignored everyone, and then rushed out directly. I am coming too. Looking at the back of the flying squirrel, Huo Xiaoshan and others looked at each other, and then rushed out anxiously. What a joke. Aokiji betrayed Marine, this is simply a big joke. Point 0. Watching Yumo and the others leave, Akainu did not stop him. All this happened so quickly that everyone could not react. The crane sitting on the side looked up at Akainu, who was so angry, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Sengoku, who was frowning tightly. He looked at the red dog again, and then slowly lowered his head. Sengoku sat down slowly, but frowned. He felt a little confusion in his brain, and Aokiji betrayed Marine, which was impossible. Even if it is because of losing to Akainu and not becoming a marshal, it is impossible to betray Marine. He always feels something weird, but he will know it only when Jishu and others come back. The meeting room was half empty in an instant, and everyone who remained was staring. Like a tornado, all this was too sudden, from hearing that Garp, Kizaru and others failed in their missions. Then I said that Aokiji wounded his colleague and then betrayed Marine. They always feel that what happened today is too weird. As for Aokiji's betrayal of Marine, no one at the scene believed it. An admiral betrayed Marine. If this news spreads, the impact will be unimaginable. Even more shocking than the defeat of Garp and Kizaru, Marine has been established for so long, and Admiral has never betrayed Marine. Chapter 136 Storm, Fear, Vigilance, Attention. The next day, the storm swept across the entire sea, whether it was the major forces or ordinary civilians. Looking at the newspaper in their hands, everyone felt incredible. I wonder if it's a joke or April Fool's Day. Of course, there is no such thing as April Fool's Day. Close black lens bracket. The Dressrosa incident was originally published by the news agency Noel Pirates. The two captains went to one of Shichibukai, Doflamingo for trouble. Finally defeated, Marine heroes Garp, Admiral Kizaru arrived. Then, It was dramatic, because the deputy captain of the Noel pirates arrived. Once again, Garp and Kizaru lost to Unohana Retsu. One is Marine hero, and the other is Admiral. Both of them were Marine's highest combat power, and both of them were defeated. This makes people feel unbelievable. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, is not so scary. It is because they know the strength of the two people, so everyone feels incredible. However, the publication of the news and the photos made people fall into silence. I have to say that the news agency has a lot of magical powers. The photos, most of the facts have been restored. In particular, the former king of Dressrosa, King Liku appeared. Come out to clarify what Doflamingo did. It was him who used his string fruit ability to control his actions, let him slaughter the people, and finally led to the seizure of the throne. But it really makes people feel incredible, which is the second thing. That is Marine Admiral, Aokiji betrayed Marine. Regarding the content published by the news agency, it is interesting that Marine did not come out to deny it. Marine didn't stand up to deny it, and that was acquiescence. In other words, what the news is published is correct. Underworld Beast. Aokiji betrayed Marine. Jill frowned and looked at the newspaper in his hand in surprise. Although he doesn't have much contact with Aokiji, he is in charge of intelligence matters. For Aokiji, this person can be considered very familiar. G. Tyson and others did not speak, but looked at Noel. Noel chuckled softly. In the original book, Aokiji also betrayed Marine and then joined the Blackbeard pirates. However, the key now is because of his appearance. Blackbeard did not become the four emperors, which is interesting. Like the original, Aokiji betrayed and then joined the Blackbeard pirates. Noel also has his own thoughts on whether Aokiji really betrayed Marine. It's a bitter plan, 80%, this is Marine's bitter plan. This world is simply a spy war. All major forces have undercover agents, even the Noel pirates is no exception. Wano-kuni. In a cave, there was an angry roar and the sound of smashing. Asshole. Damn Noel pirates. Kaido clenched his fists, his eyes were blue. Since the battle with Whitebeard, the site was attacked by the Noel pirates. He came to Wano-kuni, also to recharge his energy. However, it didn't take long before such a thing happened again. Regarding Garp, Kizaru's loss to Unohana Retsu, and Aokiji's betrayal of Marine, Kaido doesn't care at all. However, Doflamingo can't help but care. Because the man made devil fruit, without Doflamingo, then his devil fruit army is a delusion. Without the devil fruit core, how could he kill those bastards in the Noel pirate core in the future? Kaido boss. The little brothers around all looked at Kaido anxiously. As the clown dead, Kaido hit the wall with a punch, then stared at the younger brothers coldly. Unclear. The bodies of the younger brothers trembled, and then they all shook their heads together. Regarding the life and death of Doflamingo, no one else is clear. Waste. Kaido glared, clenched his fist, and slammed it out. Boom. Boom. The bodies of several people were shocked, and then they were directly blown out, and the cave was directly smashed into a big hole. On the other side, somewhere in New World. It's really big news, those guys from the Noel pirates have done another big thing. Beasta looked at the people on the boat with a wry smile. The others glanced at each other, and then all shook their heads together. The Noel pirates never stopped. However, Marine is also really unlucky, it is considered a real nemesis. Against the Noel pirates, there has never been an advantage. Garp and Kizaru are not opponents. It seems that the strength of the Noel pirate group is more terrifying than the other 5 emperors. Marco frowned tightly, then spoke softly. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was taken aback, and then their faces became serious. Although they have no friction with Noel now, they are both 5 emperors. No one can guarantee that there will be no conflicts in the future. Ace did not speak, he also understood this. Unless Noel has no ambitions, otherwise. Whitebeard frowned. He was shocked by the defeat of Garp and Kizaru. If the two of them joined forces, it was impossible to change it to him. Looking at the photos in the newspaper, Whitebeard, like Marine, also thought of the same question. Where did these powerhouses come from? I have never heard of them before. Moreover, one is better than the other, and the most important thing is to join the Noel pirates. He is confident enough, but Whitebeard has to admit that if they fight Noel now, they will lose 1000.1%. The five emperors all have their own ideas, but there is one thing in common, that is, the fear of the Noel pirates, and the solemnity. The major forces have become vigilant one after another, all with their own minds. Everyone's strength is almost the same, there is nothing, but once there is a force that surpasses everyone, then this balance will be broken. Garp and Kizaru are both defeated, great swordsmen. Somewhere in the palace, Hawkeye tightly held the newspaper in his hand, precisely staring at Unohana Retsu in the newspaper. Swordsman, and also a top swordsman, sure enough, there is a sky outside the sky, but the Noel pirates. In the next moment, Hawkeye's eyes became firm, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 137 Noel, really embarrassed. It has been almost half a year since the last storm, and the incident of Aokiji's betrayal is gradually forgotten. Both Sengoku and Garp have retired. Akainu, the iron-blooded leader, is in the position, which is equivalent to replacing the old with the new. The first time, most of the combat power was put in New World, the purpose is very clear. Most of Marine's combat power is stationed in New World, and the friction generated is naturally indispensable. Akainu became a marshal, and his resolute methods have played a big role. There are countless pirates that have been wiped out. For a time, apart from the five emperors, the other pirates were panicked, for fear of being targeted by this mad dog. However, because of the conscription through the world, two people entered the eyes of the forces. With a smile, Marine is codenamed Fujitora, and Green Bull is promoted to admiral through world conscription. Because of Aokiji's betrayal, and Akainu became the marshal, admiral, who was vacant by Marine, was naturally on top. The strength of these two people is very terrifying, they can be called monsters. In an island, it can be said to be in full swing at this time, the base camp of the Noel pirates. 23. Captain, Master Huili and the others are back. A member of the 3rd Division came over anxiously, looked at Noel, and then smiled. Noel put down the wine glass in his hand, then smiled and shook his head. Since the Dressrosa incident, Unohana Retsu has taken Shirahoshi around and never came back. The same goes for Luo and the two, and they are also following Unohana Retsu. Shirahoshi's temperament is getting more and more wild, and there are more people in contact, completely changing the appearance of the crying ghost before. Pia, is our deputy captain back? Enel's eyes condensed on the side, and an electric arc flashed by. He was previously assigned by Noel to remove the Fur clan, and 3 months ago, he also brought the AKA stone back. Of course things didn't go so smoothly, and I learned that Enel's goal was AKA no stone. The Fur tribe naturally prevented it, and for this, a great war broke out. Although Enel's strength is strong, the Fur tribe's strength is not weak. Every member of the Fur clan is simply a natural warrior clan. Enel was slightly injured when he came back. And the two guys Luo are really embarrassed. Enel snorted coldly, then continued. No wonder the two of Luo, who would have thought that the clown guy actually awakened. G. Tyson glanced at Enel, then shook his head with a wry smile. Except for the previous captains, it is estimated that no one else is the opponent of the clown guy. Master Noel. At this moment, a scream suddenly came over. Seeing Shirahoshi walking awkwardly, Noel's eyes flashed softly. Holding Shirahoshi's head, Noel smiled and said, "How about it, are you having fun?" Very happy, but Shirahoshi misses Lord Noel very much. Also, Shirahoshi brought a lot of gifts to Lord Noel this time. Shirahoshi smiled and nodded, then pressed Noel tightly. Really, I also have a gift for Shirahoshi. Somersault Cloud 000. Noel smiled slightly, then yelled softly. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow swept over from a distance, and stopped beside Noel in an instant. A white cloud just floats beside him. Captain, you are really eccentric. Looking at the white cloud next to Noel, Enel couldn't help but twitch. Yes, Captain, you are really partial. As soon as Enel's voice fell, everyone else also spoke. Many people are very enthusiastic about this group of white clouds. When Enel and others knew about this group of white clouds, they all asked for it. However, Noel did not agree, and unexpectedly, it was actually given to Shirahoshi. Looking at the resentful Enel and others, Noel shook his head helplessly. Somersault Cloud is what he got in the lottery 2 months ago. An animation item from a previous life. Somersault Cloud can be said to be a prop to measure whether a person is kind. People with impure sixth senses or other thoughts can't sit down at all. Noel can't sit either. It is estimated that only people with personality like Shirahoshi or Luffy can sit. Is it for Shirahoshi? Shirahoshi was curious, looking at Somersault Clouds with bright eyes. After Noel nodded, he jumped directly onto the Somersault Cloud. The Somersault Cloud flicked, Shirahoshi's body jumped, and the next moment, the Somersault Cloud just swept. The laughter spread all over the island in an instant, and Shirahoshi kept flying in midair on Somersault Clouds. Captain, are there any Somersault Clouds? Seeing Shirahoshi playing with Somersault Clouds in the sky, Enel looked at Noel expectantly. Flying. This is his dream ability. Moonwalk can only stay in midair, and can't fly at all. No, I can't sit without you. Noel gave Enel angrily. Ignoring this guy, he looked at the sky, and then looked forward. Captain, Luo and others also came slowly at this time. Little Noel. Unohana Retsu ignored the crowd, then smiled at Noel. Seeing Luo and the others coming, Enel was piercing Uji 610 very tightly, his eyes flashed with warfare. However, thinking of Unohana Retsu's fighting spirit, Enel shook his head gently. Nodded to Unohana Retsu and the others, Noel smiled and looked at the embarrassed figure behind Luo and the others. Luo, it's really an accident. I didn't expect that you didn't kill this guy. When everyone else found the person behind Luo, Enel opened his mouth in surprise. Howl, howl, howl. It's really an honor. 5 Emperors Noel, this should be our second meeting. Doflamingo looked at Enel and others, then his eyes fell on Noel. Yes, this person is Doflamingo. I don't know why, Luo this guy didn't kill him. For more than half a year, I also brought Ming brother. Doflamingo stared at Noel closely. To be honest, this was the second time he saw Noel, and the last time he saw Noel. It's really a wolf fox, Dover, it doesn't look like celestial dragons. Noel chuckled lightly and looked at Doflamingo lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere on the court was silent, everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Brother Ming incredulously. Chapter 138 The extreme happiness creates sorrow, the chips are useless. Celestial dragons, everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at Doflamingo incredulously. They would not doubt what Noel said. In other words, this guy is celestial dragons. Thinking of celestial dragons, and looking at Doflamingo in front of them, everyone felt weird. The pirate recognized by the world government, a member of Shichibukai, is behind the scenes as an intermediary in the dark world. Now there is another celestial dragon's identity. Looking at the shocked Doflamingo, everyone knew that Noel was right. This guy is really celestial dragons. Hearing Noel's words, Doflamingo's body trembled and looked at him in shock. I am the identity of celestial dragons, but not many people really know. Even his subordinates, not many people know. But how did this man know? Interesting, it seems that you have your own intelligence organization. Doflamingo came back to his senses and sat on the ground without an image, smiling at Noel. Luo, this is your grievance with him, and it's left to you to deal with. Noel shook his head lightly, then stood up, shook Pai Luo, then turned and left. And many more. Seeing Noel preparing to leave, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, then spoke anxiously. Give him to Luo, it will really be dead. He still has a bargaining chip, he still doesn't want to die, especially because he died so unjustly. Noel, I want to make a deal with you and save my life. I believe you will be interested. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Doflamingo doesn't want to give up. The deal, relying on you now. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? Noel slowly turned his head and looked at Doflamingo playfully. Man-made devil fruit. Doflamingo took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. Man-made devil fruit. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present except Noel was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. They have only heard of devil fruit, but they have never heard of artificial devil fruit. Yes, it's the man-made devil fruit. This is researched by one of my subordinates. After eating it, it is the same as devil fruit. Able to be a capable person. Doflamingo nodded, then spoke in a deep voice. However, When his eyes moved to Noel, Doflamingo frowned. Because he found that the man's face was very calm. No surprises. How could it be? Jinbei looked at Doflamingo incredulously. Clown, stop joking, if there is such a thing as artificial devil fruit. You won't end up where you are today. Rail looked at Doflamingo with a sneer, completely distrusting the existence of artificial devil fruit. If there is, this guy will not be a prisoner. Hearing Rail's words, Doflamingo's eyelids jumped. There is indeed an artificial devil fruit. Noel smiled and looked at everyone. What? At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded and looked at Noel in shock. And Doflamingo looked at Noel's unpredictable appearance, with a bad feeling in his heart. Man-made devil fruit does exist. It's just that it's different from the real devil fruit. Only zone, and this technology is not mature at all. It was developed and manufactured by the original government Science Force evil scientist M. Guy saw current. Noel looked at the people faintly, ignored everyone's thoughts, and Ming's shock, and then continued. The guy Kaido just wants to build a devil fruit army. That's why I became your patron. I'm right, Dover. After speaking, everyone glanced at each other, and then suddenly appeared in a daze. It turns out that there are still shortcomings, and there is only zone. If it's really the same as devil fruit, then it's terrifying. Think about it. Form an army of Logia-capable people. At that time, who can stop? Looking at the man in front of him, the corners of Doflamingo's mouth moved. In front of this man, it seemed that he had no secrets at all and had nowhere to hide. Even the man-made devil fruit, and Guy saw, including his trade with Kaido no. He now wonders if there is a gangster inside. Noel is not very interested in such things as man-made devil fruit. What really interests him is that Guy sprinkled the scientist. Thinking of what he won in the lottery not long ago, Noel's eyes flashed. However, it may not be enough to rely on Guy alone with the unreliable Guy. Speaking of Guy Saw, Noel couldn't help but think of the scientist, Vegapunk, who is known as the 500-year-old surpassing human wisdom. However, Vegapunk is a key protector of the world government and marine. It is not easy to get him, but it is not without hope. Vinsmoke family, Noel muttered to himself, it seems that before getting Vegapunk, there is another goal that needs to be achieved. The Vinsmoke family is a royal family, which once controlled the entire North Blue by force. Now it has no territory but can participate in the World Summit. North Blue's most timid family, Marine and world government are afraid of them. Speaking of the fact that the world government is afraid of them, this is a bit exaggerated. However, the Vinsmoke family is indeed not small, and its strength is also very strong. Wong does, if this is your bargaining chip, then you really don't have the basics of negotiating with me. Noel recovered and looked at Doflamingo lightly. Luo, he left it to you. Ignoring Doflamingo, Noel turned and left. Looking at Noel's back, Doflamingo took a deep breath and looked at Luo indifferently. It's really a tiger falling in Pyongyang and being deceived by a dog. Unexpectedly, today's fate will actually fall in the hands of an inconspicuous ant. Irony, it's really ironic. Looking at Noel's back, Luo couldn't help but raise his brows, and then his eyes fell on Doflamingo's body. Enel and others looked at each other, and then turned and left. As for how Luo handled Doflamingo, they didn't dare to be interested, it was just a shichibukai. Chapter 139 Here comes the man. Taste. Click. The surrounding trees fell one after another, a figure fell on the field, Noel frowned, and then gently shook his head. Still a bit difficult. 8 inner gates, he was able to open to the 7th gate, but the last gate still could not be opened. Since getting the practice method, Noel has practiced almost every day. Da. Captain, Hawkeye is here. At this moment, Yano suddenly swept from a distance. He looked around the mess, and then his eyes fell on Noel. I also felt very emotional in my heart, the captain is so strong, and he still practices such arduous training every day. Hawkeye. As soon as he finished speaking, Noel couldn't help but was taken aback, wiped the sweat off his body, and looked at Janos in surprise. On the island, at this time, everyone was staring at the man who stepped onto the island. Known as Eagle Eye. One of 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's largest swordsman. Every time I see this look, I feel amazing. G. Tyson held Hawkeye tightly, and then spoke in a deep voice after 610. Hawkeye, but the goal pursued by all swordsmen in the sea, is also the culmination of existence. He is also a great swordsman, once, and fought against this man. It was still before joining the Noel pirates, and as a result, I was defeated. Moreover, it was still a miserable defeat. This man's swordsmanship can be said to have reached its peak. Enel and the others nodded, the eagle-eyed eyes were too sharp. Hawkeye, what do you want to dare? Seeing Hawkeye walking step by step, Jinbei walked out slowly, looking at him suspiciously. Among Shichibukai, only Hawkeye can make him feel a little favorably. Hone your kendo and become stronger. Hawkeye cast aside Jinbei, glanced sharply at everyone present, and finally looked at Unohana Retsu. He glanced at Zanpakuto on Unohana Retsu's waist inadvertently. Pia, originally I wanted to challenge the deputy captain. Seeing Hawkeye's gaze, everyone was taken aback, and then they reacted in succession. Is it the world's largest swordsman? To meet the CDAB eyes, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. This man is very strong. Even if he didn't make a move, he exudes a sharp breath just like those eyes. The captain is here. At this time, hearing the footsteps coming from behind, everyone turned their heads. Hawkeye also stared closely at Noel, who was walking slowly. Really, this is the first time he has seen Noel. Although he also participated in the Top War, he left shortly after the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates. The man who disturbed the situation, now the sea has a word, which is very interesting. The sea is in chaos, Noel has the final say. The reason why I say this is because every major event, there is the shadow of the Noel pirates. As long as there is the Noel pirates, then what happens is nothing trivial. However, this is also true. Going out from Noel to the sea, there are so many noises that attract attention every time. Rare guests have a banquet. Taking the cloak that Acedes handed over, Noel hung it on him casually, and then smiled. Long live the captain. Hearing Noel's words, everyone around was taken aback, and then they all yelled in excitement. 10 minutes later, Noel put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Hawkeye with a smile. Are you interested in joining? Hearing Noel's words, everyone looked at each other and then all smiled knowingly. However, they were all curious about how Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman, would answer. For Hawkeye, it is estimated that all major forces will be interested. This is the real top combat power, no matter where it is placed. Talent, no one will dislike the strong. With the strength of Hawkeye, if you really join Marine, it is estimated that Akainu will be too excited to sleep. Hawkeye was also taken aback, looking at Noel with a smile on his face, and finally shook his head. This is not the first time he has met such an invitation. Marine, and Red Hair, Whitebeard once invited him. However, he refused all of them, and he had no interest in becoming a pirate or Marine. Otherwise, based on his relationship with Red Hair, it is estimated that he would have joined Red Hair pirates a long time ago. At the beginning, Jinbei also rejected me, but eventually joined. I believe that in the end you are no exception. Noel just smiled at Hawkeye's refusal, and then spoke softly. As soon as the voice fell, Jinbei's mouth was twitched not far away, and he looked at Noel with a wry smile. Speaking of it, he seemed to be pitted by Noel at the beginning. Drink the wine, then warm up. Speaking of which, I am also a swordsman. Let me learn about the style of the great swordsman, and see if I deserve it. Noel stood up slowly, smiling at Hawkeye. Haha, I didn't expect the captain to be interested too. Seeing Noel's actions, everyone laughed. But Hawkeye's brow furrowed, and he looked at Noel in amazement. The purpose of his coming this time is not Noel, but Unohana Retsu. Because of the news published by the news agency, Unohana Retsu is a very strong swordsman. Not a person with fruit ability, he defeated Garp and Kizaru only by kendo. This attracted his attention, and he had no opponents on the way to kendo. If you want to be stronger, you need an opponent. The Red Hair is one, but it's still a little bit worse, in terms of swordsmanship alone. Don't worry, it's a pure swordsmanship competition. After winning me, you will fight with Sister Lai. If you lose, I'm sorry. Seeing the eagle eye's expression, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. In the sunshine, the blade exudes bursts of cold light. Watching Noel's movements, Hawkeye's eyes couldn't help but narrowed, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly stood up. For Noel, he didn't dare to be careless, even if it was just a competition of swordsmanship. Captain, don't lose, or you will be embarrassed. Looking at the two people in the field, the Noel pirates shouted. And Enel and others stared at the two people in the field closely. Chapter 140 Collision, Unexpected. The wind blew gently, the sand and dust on the ground were blowing slightly, and the two of them stared at each other tightly without squinting their eyes. Looking at the black knife in Hawkeye's hand, Noel couldn't help but smile. The supreme sharp knife, this knife can be said to be the most luxurious and exquisite knife he has ever seen. Speaking of which, he has drawn a lottery for so long, and he has drawn a lot of weapons and good things. However, when it comes to famous swords, there are really not many. One foot jumped on the ground, and the next moment, the two shot out at the same time. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere, the two knives collided, and both of them were shocked. An invisible air wave swept out, and cracks appeared where the two stood. What a strong power! Feeling the power coming from his arm, Hawkeye's eyes couldn't help but looked at Noel in surprise. Haha, I don't know if the captain can win. Not far away, Enel smiled and looked at the two people in the field. They are very confident about Noel's strength. However, now it's a pure swordsmanship competition, and the captain can't use other abilities at all. Ability, Keto and other methods are not available. I want to see the captain lose once more. Railchun also smiled and looked at Noel in the field. Hearing Rail's words, the others looked at each other and all smiled. Little Noel's strength is very strong. Unohana Retsu cast aside the crowd, and then spoke softly. While everyone was talking, Noel and Hawkeye had collided several times. Every time the two knives collided, fierce noises were heard around. Cut. The two separated. After Hawkeye stabilized his body, he looked at Noel on the opposite side, his eyes condensed slightly. The black knife in his hand was raised high, and then it was directly cut down. Shoo! A huge green sword light burst out suddenly. Where Jeonmang passed, the ground was directly cut open, and then quickly spread towards Noel. Seeing the sword light that blasted over, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up. Boom! Boom! Raising his hand and swinging his knife, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the island, and smoke rose. Looking at the sword light that was scattered directly, Hawkeye looked at Noel in amazement. Easily, simply, and directly cut off his own slash. Try your best, otherwise, you won't be able to beat me. Noel smiled and looked at Hawkeye. The next moment, his aura skyrocketed. The right hand shook suddenly, and the long knife was covered by armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the pressure coming from the front, Hawkeye's body stopped and his expression became serious. Sure enough, a strong man like Noel, even if he doesn't specialize in kendo. However, they are also top-notch ones in kendo. Captain, get serious. Van Oka's spear tightened and he stared at Noel in the field. I don't know, when will I have half the strength of the captain? Apu, who was on the side, also stared at the two people in the field closely, and then muttered to himself. Hearing Arp's words, Van Oka couldn't help but froze, then looked at him playfully. Half strength. Until now, I haven't seen the captain exert all his strength. Dickinson did not speak, but clenched his fists. He is also working hard to become stronger. As for what he said to Apu, it is a little far away for him now. Now, the most important thing is to become stronger and become one of the captains. Chang chang, chang chang. The silhouettes of the two people kept flashing in the field, the sound of fierce collision, and the sword light bursting out constantly. In the field, it was already completely unrecognizable, and numerous cracks appeared on the ground. Cut. Looking at Noel who burst out, Hawkeye held the black knife in both hands, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A cold light flashed by, and a terrifying wind blew around. Seeing the flash of cold light, Noel's body couldn't help but pause. Sparks flew everywhere, and the long knife stood in front of him. It's very strong, Hawkeye. Noel's body sank, holding a long knife in both hands, smiling at Hawkeye. Among Shichibukai, there is no doubt that the strongest is the man in front of him. Very pure swordsmanship, without too much exaggerated skills. For Flowers 0. Hawkeye did not speak, but stared at Noel closely. For Noel, he never underestimated him, but, unexpectedly, he still underestimated him. Simply pick, slash, and play to ultimate, but it has played the strongest strength. Thinking of this, Hawkeye couldn't help but turn away Unohana Retsu in the distance. Advertisement. Compared to Noel's words, this woman will only be stronger in the kendo. Really, there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. In 3 hours, the two fought for 3 full hours. This swordsmanship contest was shocking. Unexpectedly, the captain's swordsmanship is so terrifying. G. Tyson watched the battle in the field with a wry smile. Point 0. Since Noel practiced the 8 gate, most of the battles have been close combat and hand-to-hand combat. He enjoys the collision between his fists even more. Boom, boom. The field suddenly exploded, and the two separated again. After Noel stabilized his body, he looked at the opening of the long knife in his hand and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Even with armament hockey coverage, the quality of this knife is still too poor. It simply can't withstand such a fierce collision. It seems that you need to find a famous knife. In his current capacity, it was the easiest to want a famous knife. Shoo. Glancing at the gap in Noel's hand, Hawkeye frowned, and then thrust the black knife back into his back. There is no need to go on, the other party suffers from weapons, and he doesn't want to take advantage of this kind of advantage. However, in today's battle, he fought very happily. He looked deeply at Unohana Retsu in the distance and Noel on the opposite side. The next moment, he turned around and left. Really independent. Looking at Hawkeye's back, Noel couldn't help but stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Speaking of it, Hawkeye can be said to be a special existence. Although it is Shichibukai, he is not a pirate and has no other identity. He is just a simple Lone Ranger. Next, it's time to. Looking at the back of Hawkeye, Noel's eyes flashed brightly. Chapter 141 Redhead Fear, Worry. On an island in New World, the redhead smiled and looked at the sailing boat. Other people all smiled when they saw the boat floating on the sea and the figure on the boat. Boss, it looks like Hawkeye is coming to you again. Usopp rolled his eagle eyes, then smiled and looked at the red flag. Hearing what Usopp said, everyone laughed in unison. This is not the first time such a thing has happened. Hawkeye often recruits Red Hair, and the two compete with swordsmanship, and they fought fiercely every time. Both have their own winners and losers, that is, because of this, the strength of the two in kendo has improved very quickly. Step, step, step. Haha, it just happened to have a banquet, you guy Hawkeye will really pick the time. The redhead was sitting on the ground, smiling at the Hawkeye who stepped on the island. Hawkeye glanced at the people around, 610, nodded to Ben Beckman, and then sat on the wooden box. I went to the Noel Pirates. Just sitting down, Hawkeye's words shocked everyone. The redhead's movement of holding the wine glass was also stagnant, tightly holding the eagle eye. Because of the deputy captain, Hawkeye had not been in contact with the Noel Pirates before, but now, they suddenly went to find them. The redhead couldn't help but think of Unohana Retsu in the previous news. This guy is only interested in kendo, and that one, I heard that he is the top kendo master. You guy, won't you be defeated? Seeing that Hawkeye didn't deny it, the red hair looked at him with a smile. The people of Red Hair Pirates also all looked at Hawkeye, but the opponent was able to defeat Garp and Kizaru's monsters. Even if Hawkeye really lost, they would not be surprised. Thinking of Garp, Lucky Lu and the others looked at each other, and then they all shook their heads together. They knew the strength of the old man Garp best. At the time of the war, Noel, Whitebeard and others left not long. Just as Redhead was about to leave, he was taken in by Garp, and he was punched a few times. Now, the redhead had a headache when he heard the name Garp, and the old guy seemed to be staring at him completely. No, but I played against Noel. I only use swordsmanship. Hawkeye slowly picked up the wine glass, and then spoke in a deep voice. Noel. As soon as the voice fell, the red-haired eyes shrank, and he looked at Hawkeye in surprise. Not with Unohana Retsu, but with Noel. And, still use swordsmanship. What's the result? The red hair also recovered and asked curiously. If it is a life and death battle, Hawkeye will lose, but if it is only swordsmanship, he is very curious about the result. Not only the red hair, but other people are also very curious. Stopped halfway. It's a stop, right? Hawkeye slowly raised his head, and then said clearly. As for the process, he did not say, nor did he say about weapons. The two did not decide the outcome. Moreover, it is not that simple to tell the winner. Tie. The red hair was taken aback, then nodded. Although there is no match, I will lose 80% of the match against that one. Hawkeye looked at the red hair calmly, remembering the look in Unohana Retsu's eyes in his mind. Before leaving, Unohana Retsu looked at him like a hunter looking at his prey. At that moment, he felt a trembling heart. He saw the monstrous sea of blood and endless killings. Although it was only a short moment, Hawkeye's mood was moved. That woman is terrible, terrible to the extreme. Looking at the look of Hawkeye, the red hair was stunned. Is it fear, or expectation? Various complex emotions appeared in Hawkeye's eyes at this time. And there is excitement. There is a sky outside the sky, there are people outside the world, and there is no end to the way of Kendo. Hawkeye stood up slowly, and then turned directly. Red hair, the strength of the Noel pirate group has far surpassed the other 5 emperors. The entire island fell into silence, watching the back of Hawkeye leaving. No one else said anything. Able to make Hawkeye say that, then, the strength of the Noel pirate group is really far beyond the others. Ben Beckman's eyes flashed with a wise color, his face solemnly looked at the red hair. What's the purpose? Ben, you said, what is the purpose of Noel? The redhead nodded, and then fixedly looked at Ben Beckman. The man in front of him is the think tank of red hair pirates and the one with the highest IQ. Who knows? I guess only Noel himself knows. However, one thing is certain. Noel's goal is not the final island. Ben Beckman breathed out a puff of smoke, then spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Ben's words, the redhead nodded solemnly. He also knew Noel, and indeed, his goal was not to become the One Piece. It seems that I have been planning or waiting for something ambitious, or bigger than he thought. Now even Marine doesn't dare to do anything to him, and the world government is also terrified of him. Usopp glanced at the red hair, then said solemnly. Red hair frowned. New world, or the pattern of the sea, because of the appearance of Noel, the balance was completely broken. Moreover, it was a mess, and now it has finally stabilized. However, he had a hunch. It is estimated that the next time Noel makes a noise, it is estimated that the entire new world, or the sea, will be in chaos. Moreover, he also received the news because the Noel pirate group is the only one, especially the appearance of Unohana Retsu this time. The other 5 emperors have other changes, 0.1 Kaido, and the woman, who secretly moves very frequently. If it is not wrong, it is estimated that it is very likely to be together. The purpose is to conquer or resist the Noel pirates. Being able to force the 5 emperors to join forces, especially the guy Kaido, can see clearly, the guy Kaido also feels the pressure. Thinking of this, red hair felt a little brain swell, and then thought of Luffy again. If he doesn't know how that guy is now, he knows Luffy, he is practicing with Rayleigh now, but he doesn't know the effect. Time, everything takes time, but no one knows whether the real promoter will give so much time and can only wait. Chapter 142 Ohuang Teach, meet Aokiji by chance. Standing on top of the underworld beast, looking at the entire sea, the sea breeze blowing on the face makes people feel refreshed and happy. Captain, the guy Teach shows up again. Furthermore, I still appeared in New World with fairness. Maldo Gil walked slowly behind Noel, and then spoke softly. Noel raised his brows, turned his head slowly, and looked at Maldo Gil in surprise. If Jill hadn't mentioned Teach today, Noel would have really almost forgotten this person. Well, more than that, a few days ago, there was a battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Jill nodded, his face becoming serious. The results of it. Noel's eyes narrowed. Teach is tough and sinister, but also very timid. However, I have to admit that the guy's mind is very careful. For Whitebeard, this guy has always been very scared. Now I dare to come out openly, not afraid of Whitebeard Pirates 23. It seems that he has great confidence in his own strength. Moreover, looking at Jill's expression, it seems that things are not so simple. The tie ended, Whitebeard and Teach were both injured. Jill took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice, his face also full of shock. If it is not certain that the information is correct, he would doubt if it was a joke. He had seen Whitebeard's strength, but he didn't expect it. Teach, who hadn't paid much attention to it, disappeared for a while, and suddenly became so terrifying. Actually tied with Whitebeard. A tie with Whitebeard. Noelle paused, and said in surprise. Jill nodded, then continued. Yes, that guy Teach doesn't know what's going on. It seems that the master has gained the ability of Golden Lion. Lion fruit. Noelle was taken aback, and then he also reacted. He knew the dark fruit ability. Ability to seize the abilities of those with other abilities. Dark fruit is simply a peg, becoming a dark fruit capable person. Simply put, you can have multiple abilities. In the original book, Teach captured Whitebeard's shock fruit in a war on the top. Later, he won various devil fruit abilities in New World. However, what kind of luck is this? Golden Lion has just died not long. The lion fruit capable person appeared again, and was met by Teach. This is simply the Emperor of Europe, the son of Destiny. Lion fruit's ability is not weak. It seems that Whitebeard is still old. Noelle shook his head slightly. Lion fruit is indeed not weak, but it is also a fact that Whitebeard's strength has declined due to age. In this case, then, Teach this guy is probably going to mess up the situation again. New World is going to be lively again. Noelle is really envious of Teach's luck. Looking down, Noelle suddenly let out a whisper, looking down in surprise. This is. Following Noelle's gaze, Jill raised his brows when he saw the scene below. Aokiji. Even if they were so far apart, he could see the vague shadow below. The most important thing is that an icy walkway appeared on the sea. With Bing's ability, he immediately thought of Aokiji who betrayed Marine. Moreover, in this way, it seems that Aokiji is the only one who walks on the sea. It's getting more and more interesting. Noelle smiled and looked at the figure below. Jill was right, it was indeed Aokiji. It looks like it should be directed at them. The underworld beast is so big, it is impossible for Aokiji not to discover it. The plot is getting more and more interesting. Instead of joining the Blackbeard pirates, it is directed at them. Jill, follow me to meet him. Noelle chuckled softly, and then jumped straight down. Looking at Noelle's back, Jill shook his head, and then jumped directly. On the ice track, Aokiji, riding a small bicycle, stared closely at the top. Noelle, is there any more Jill? Boom, boom. The two descended very fast, and they soon landed on the ice track. There were cracks in the ice road, and Jill's eyes couldn't help but shrink as he looked at Aokiji's appearance. The old Marine Admiral has actually become like this. It's really a wolf fox, Aokiji. Noelle rolled Aokiji's feet, then smiled and looked at him. By the way, don't tell me that this is a chance encounter. I don't believe that there is such a coincidence in this world. Before Aokiji could speak, Noelle continued and looked at him playfully. Hearing Noelle's words, Jill also looked at Aokiji with a smile. As far as he thought, Aokiji's betrayal should be Marine's strategy. What if I say it is a coincidence? Aokiji cast aside Jill, his eyes fell on Noelle, and then he spoke softly. Coincidence. It seems that I have good luck today. Since it's a coincidence, it's fate if you run into it. I don't know if you, the former Marine Admiral, are interested in joining the Noelle pirates. Noelle shrugged, his eyes flashed suddenly, and then he spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, 610 Aokiji, Jill both were taken aback, both looked at Noelle in surprise. Knowing that Aokiji betrayed Marine and invited him to join, what does the captain want to play? Jill looked at Noelle thoughtfully, not knowing what he wanted to play. Because, Noelle once said that Aokiji's betrayal is 90% of Marine's misfortune. And Aokiji stared at Noelle closely, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Just invite me, are you sure you can rest assured?" He found that he could not understand, completely ignorant of the man in front of him. Aokiji didn't believe it, Noelle didn't have any doubts in his heart, so he was relieved. Is it important? Noel looked at him playfully, and a terrible aura appeared on his body. There were no waves, and the calm sea suddenly caused ripples. I have always believed that strength crushes everything. As long as you are strong, it is enough to crush everything. Noel looked at Aokiji faintly. As soon as the voice fell, Aokiji's body couldn't help but shake. Looking at Noel's confident expression, he knew that it was the confidence that strength brought to Noel. Chapter 143 Start. The Big Fleet Gathers. When I returned to the underworld beast, I saw Aokiji next to Noel, and everyone was completely stunned. Green. Jinbei's eyes widened and looked at Aokiji incredulously. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had made a mistake. Captain here. The others glanced at Aokiji, then at Noel suspiciously. They all want to know what the hell is going on, and how can Aokiji appear here? Hey, are you kidding? Apu exclaimed. That's Marine Admiral Aokiji, am I wrong? When the others saw Aokiji's appearance, they exclaimed. For Aokiji, no one at the scene does not know him. Seeing the incredible appearance of everyone, Noel smiled and said. From now on, Aokiji will be one of us. What? As soon as Noel's voice fell, everyone looked at each other and then all screamed. It means literally. From now on, Aokiji will be one of us. Noel shrugged, ignoring everyone's doubts and surprise, and then sat directly on the stone seat. Seeing Shirahoshi riding a somersault cloud in the distance, Noel couldn't help but shook his head. Since this girl got somersault cloud, she has been having fun every day. Enel and others also came back to their senses, and they all looked at Ching tightly. Many people's brows are still frowning, they are all thinking about the same problem as Jill. What did the captain want to play? Unexpectedly let Aokiji join. And Aokiji is also looking at Enel and others. All the captains of the Noel Pirates, except Luo and Genos, everyone else is here. Each of these captains is a famous figure in New World, especially the first few captains. Aokiji also has deep fear. However, Aokiji's final gaze fell on Unohana Retsu's body. Although, when Garp and Kizaru set off, he had already left Marine. However, he knew the news of the sea very well, and he was also very curious about the deputy captain of the Noel pirate group. Seeing Enel and others, Aokiji couldn't help but take a deep breath. With such power, among the 5 emperors, who is the opponent? Anyone with the ability to freeze fruit. Acide smiled and looked at Aokiji, just like her, Bing's ability. Step on. A dark shadow suddenly came from a distance, and instantly fell beside Noel. Captain, the big fleet has arrived. Janos cast a glance at Aokiji, then said in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of everyone in the room were shocked, and their eyes flashed together. Having waited for so many days, I was already impatient. Enel moved his body, then laughed. The others glanced at each other and all smiled. Let's go and have a look. Seeing everyone's expressions, Noel also smiled, and then slowly stood up. Genos and the others looked at each other, and then followed Noel together. Aokiji, you are really lucky, you just joined, you can participate in such a great event. Enel looked at Aokiji who was staying where he was, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. After speaking, he slowly followed. Looking at the backs of Enel and others, Aokiji's brows couldn't help but frown. What are you going to do? Taking a deep breath, Aokiji looked around and then slowly followed. There is no use of guessing more, and it will be revealed later. When I came to the entrance of the underworld beast, I looked at the scene below. Aokiji's eyes narrowed involuntarily, feeling shocked in his heart. The underworld beast has been lowered a lot, and the distance from the sea surface is only tens of meters. This height can be seen very clearly, countless ships. The large fleet, this is the large fleet of the Noel pirates. Hundreds of pirate boats floated across the sea, and the flags of the Noel pirate group hung on the boats. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Aokiji stared at Noel's back closely. Gathering all the subordinates, what are you going to do? Who are you going to fight with? Is it the other 5 emperors, or Marine? Haha, this is the first time I saw the 10th Division team together. G. Tyson smiled and looked at the large fleet below. The others nodded in agreement. Captain, kill Kaido first this time, or BIGMOM. Rail looked at Noel suspiciously. Although he knew This time the captain gathered in the 10th division, preparing to fight the other 5 emperors. However, Noel did not say who the target was. 5 emperors, it really is the other 5 emperors Kaido, Big Mom. Aokiji took a deep breath, knowing it was going to be messy. Among the 5 emperors, the Noel pirate group is the strongest, and even the Whitebeard pirate group cannot match it. Now, Noel is suddenly attacking Kaido, or Big Mom will be the opponent. Kaido, and, this time, take Wano Kuni. Noel's eyes flashed, and then he spoke in a cold voice. Wano Kuni. Hearing Noel's words, everyone was shocked. There was nothing in Kaido's words. However, if a Wano Kuni is added, the difficulty is greatly increased. Wano Kuni, the masters there are like clouds, swordsmen, and monsters. Moreover, it is still a closed country, and did not join the world government. Because the abilities of the warriors of the country are too strong, Marine dare not approach. Wangda. In the case of a single wheel kingdom, Wano Kuni is definitely the strongest existence in this world. Plus Wano Kuni, it seems that this time we can make a big fuss. Enel looked at the large fleet below excitedly. With their strength, there is not much pressure at all to deal with Beast's pirates. Madman. Aokiji's fists were clenched together, and the strange light in his eyes kept flashing. It's not just Kaido. Noror's goal is actually Wano Kuni. For Wano Kuni, the world government once wanted them to join, but they were rejected. Although Wano Kuni was a closed country, Marine did not dare to approach easily and did not dare to provoke them. Even Kaido has nothing to do with Wano Kuni, but it divides the interior and does not completely control Wano Kuni at all. Chapter 144 The Movement of All Parties, the Most Chaotic Era. The big fleet gathered, and there was such a big movement, naturally, it could not be hidden from others, let alone the Noel pirates. The Noel pirate group is the weather vane of New World, and all the forces are staring at them. When the battle started, the news that the Noel pirates were heading towards Kaido also spread out instantly. The 5 emperors went to war again, and this matter swept the entire sea. Moreover, depending on the situation, the size of the Noel pirate group is not a joke at all. In an instant, the entire New World became tense. Big news, the Noel pirates are going to war with Beast's pirates, and the news spread all over the sea in an instant. Newsbirds drank newspapers everywhere. In the newspaper, the underworld beasts, Noel and others, and the large fleet were clearly illuminated. Sabayati Archipelago. Rayleigh, who had just returned, looked at the newspaper in his hand with a wry smile, and really kept going. Brother Noel, it seems I can't bear to be lonely. Shaki smiled and looked at Rayleigh. In her hands, the master holds an intelligence organization and knows many things better than others. And Noel pirates is her focus, so Shaki also knows many things. Now, it's much messier than our time. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile. An island in New World. Looking at the news bird going away, Lafitte 610 shook his head, and casually skimmed the newspaper, but the next moment, his eyes widened. Seeing Lafitte's expression, everyone was taken aback. This guy is usually very calm. What's the matter? Teach dropped Lafitte and took the newspaper in his hand. When seeing the content of the newspaper, Teach's eyes widened. Captain, in the end, looking at Teach's shocked expression, Shiryu and others were very curious. Ha ha ha, Noel actually started a full-scale war on Kaido. Teach stood up swayingly, looking very excited, and squeezed the newspaper in his hand tightly. Chaos, the more chaotic the better, Noel Kaido. Teach, Shiryu and others were all taken aback as they watched their faces frantically and laughing wildly. Noel and Kaido go to war. The 5 emperors are at war again. Captain, if there is a war, Kaido will definitely lose, Lafitte said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, it has nothing to do with us. Kaido is best if he is dead, then Lousy can become the 5 emperors. Teach squeezed the bottle in his hand, then laughed up to the sky. On the other side, Naval Headquarters. Noel and Kaido are at war. Akainu frowned, staring at the newspaper in front of him. The life and death of the pirate has nothing to do with him, but it is different when it involves the 5 emperors. Wei Li, it seems that Kaido is unable to revolving heaven this time. Kizaru smiled and looked at everyone. Among Marine, no one knew the strength of the Noel pirate group better than him. However, Looking at the picture in the newspaper, everyone at Marine was in a very mixed mood. Because, there's one of their acquaintances, Aokiji. At the beginning, they all felt shocked when they saw Aokiji appearing in the Noel Pirates. No one would have thought that the predecessor Marine Admiral would become a pirate. Pay close attention to Wano-kuni's movements. According to the information provided by the world government, Kaido and Bigmom have joined forces this time. Akainu took a deep breath, looking at the crowd with a serious face. Kaido, Bigmom, the two five emperors teamed up, plus Wano-kuni, Noel, they can't be opponents. Kizaru smiled and shook his head. He was also very curious about the outcome of this battle. Normally, against such a lineup, the Noel Pirates will definitely be defeated. However, Kizaru felt that the result would be beyond his expectation. Because Noel's strength is now a mystery, and the Noel Pirates are the same. Thinking of the Noel Pirates, CDAB, Kizaru felt shoulder pain, and also thought of the scary woman. And the direction of Wano-kuni at this time. The cadres of Beast's pirates were all gathered together at this time, and the three plagues headed by them were impressive. If you want to have Laozi operated on, Laozi must kill Noel this time. Kaido clenched his fist, then gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. He didn't expect that he hadn't retaliated enough, and Noel was rather ashamed. Whitebeard is also excusable, because of the relationship with Ace. However, every time Noel makes trouble for him and can't bear it, then there is no need to bear it anymore. Captain, are you sure that Bigmom will come? Quinn looked at Kaido anxiously, and then asked in a deep voice. Hearing Quinn's words, everyone else also looked towards Kaido. Just relying on them, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Noel Pirates, this is well known to everyone. That crazy woman is most afraid of death. Noel's first goal is me, and her second goal is her. Kaido looked at Quinn faintly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't want to fight Noel so early, but he didn't expect that the other side came to the door. Even without Bigmom, Kaido is confident enough to block the Noel Pirates. Master Kaido, things inside Wano-kuni, Jack looked at Kaido with a wry smile. As soon as the voice fell, the scene was silent, Kaido's eyes also shrank, and then he let out a cold snort. Let Kurozumi take care of it. On the other side, the Bigmom pirate group, everyone on the deck looked at the huge figure in awe. Today's mother is very calm, terribly calm. Charlotte Perospero looked at the sea, then said in a deep voice. Mom, do we really want to make an alliance with Kaido? Although I don't want to admit it. However, the strength of the Noel pirate group has far surpassed the other five emperors. I don't want to die yet. Bigmom grabbed the cake next to him and stuffed it directly into his mouth. No one is a fool. Among the five emperors, the Noel pirate group has the comprehensive strength. It is already stronger than the other five emperors, which is universally recognized. It doesn't matter if Kaido is dead, but Bigmom is afraid that she will be the next one. Therefore, the alliance is a must, and the Kaido alliance, together to kill Noel, remove this threat. Chapter 145 It's on the verge, and the war begins. The five emperors' big moves are very frequent, when everyone is staring at Noel and Kaido in a battle. For the other emperors, naturally, they will not be overlooked. The news that Bigmom rushed to Wano-kuni also spread quickly. No one thought that Bigmom actually joined in. Moreover, when it came out that Bigmom and Kaido joined forces, the whole sea was boiling. Originally, most people were optimistic about the war between Noel and Kaido the former. Now, Bigmom is also participating, and the style of painting is changing very quickly. No one is optimistic about Noel's initiative to go to war this time. No matter how strong it is, no one thinks that the Noel Pirates will be the opponent of the two five emperors, let alone Wano-kuni. Among the beasts of the underworld, it seemed that the atmosphere was dull, and even Shirahoshi rarely quieted down. Captain, it looks like Kaido and Bigmom have joined forces. Rail looked at Noel with a solemn expression. At this time, they were about to face the three major forces. And two of them are five emperors, and I feel scalp tingling even after thinking about it. Who said Kaido is a reckless man? Who said that Bigmom just wants to eat? Neither of them were fools, and felt that they were threatened, and immediately joined forces. Unexpectedly, how long will it take to get to Wano Kuni? Hearing Rael's words, Noel smiled slightly, then spoke softly. It's still a day away, but for now, we are within the scope of Wano Kuni. Fortunately, Janos is well prepared. Moreover, there is a captain and Jill's ability, so don't worry about the big fleet. Jinbei took a deep breath, then condensed his voice, and while talking, he moistened Xinghu was not far away. Captain, it's all Enel's reasons. If it weren't for his refusal to marry, Bigmom wouldn't be able to join forces with Kaido. Advertisement. G. Tyson smiled and looked at Enel on the side. Get out of the way. Enel's body was taken aback, and he glared at G. Tyson. Boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, everyone heard the roar. Hearing this sound, everyone's body stopped. Noel narrowed his eyes, and then slowly stood up. It seems that I have arrived at Wano Kuni. Noel stood up slowly and looked at everyone with a smile. When everyone came to the entrance of the underworld beast, they also saw the fort in the distance. Countless gun emplacements blasted towards the large fleet one after another. Fight back, fight back. Looking at the shells that came over, the captains on the ship also yelled. It's really useless. Looking at the scene below, Enel couldn't help but frown. The thunder light in his eyes flickered. Lei Ying. Thorns strangled. The next moment, a thick thunder pillar suddenly fell from the sky. The fort was directly blasted, and the thorns shot out from the underworld beast one after another, rolling towards the fort. The sound of the explosion continued to spread. Looking at the destroyed fort, the people of the large fleet looked up one after another. The captains made the shot. A member of the 3rd Division, looking at the underworld beast above his head excitedly. No one else spoke, but they all looked very excited and excited. Everyone knows that above their heads, the underworld beasts are the real big figures. With 2 shots of Enel, none of Wano Kuni's turrets were let go. And inside Wano Kuni, through the video, Beast's pirates also saw this scene. Boss Kaido, the Noel pirates have entered the inner circle. A little brother looked at the destroyed fort, and then let out an exclamation. Noel. Kaido stared at the image, Noel in the mouth of the underworld beast. After Aokiji betrayed Marine, he actually joined the Noel pirates. Quinn's eyes shrank, and his gaze also looked at the underworld beast. Especially when I saw the killing intent on Janos, I couldn't help but gush out. In the previous battle, he was injured by Janos. This time, you must kill this kid. Aside, Bigmom also looked at Noel savagely. If Noel was willing to marry her, there would be no need for the situation as it is today. Seeking flowers 0. Ha ha ha. This lineup is really scary, Kaido. On the side, an old man with a cigar turned from the image and looked at Kaido with a smile. This time, Noel will die. Kaido glanced at Bigmom, then turned away from the old man, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. With such a combination, he couldn't imagine the possibility of defeat. The crazy woman Bigmom, and her son, are adding Kurozumi, including the samurai of Wano Kuni. The 3 major forces join forces, and it can be said that they are walking sideways in the sea. They are about to log on to the green moss, let's go. Kurozumi flicked the ashes of the cigar, and then slowly stood up. Can't let the place of war fall within Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni can't stand the toss. Kaido and Bigmom looked at each other, and then slowly stood up. The 3 big bosses all left. The officials of Bigmom and Beast's pirates glanced at each other, and then quickly followed. On the other side, Noel looked forward faintly. Is it coming finally? On the deck, Appu clenched his fists tightly and stared straight ahead. Although I have experienced a big battle before, I have also set off with a large army. Attacked Beast's pirates. However, compared with the present, that battle was nothing short of a trifle. After all, this time it was directly against the 2-5 emperors, as well as Wano Kuni, a huge force. Shoo! At this moment, above the underworld beast, a group of light suddenly shot out. Genos. Captain Janos. Seeing the burst of light, the pirates of the large fleet were all taken aback, and then all laughed. Kaido. Bigmom. Enel clung to the fuzzy figure in the distance. Even if they were so far apart, he could see the 2 behemoths. The figures of Kaido and Bigmom are too obvious. Chapter 146 Do It, Get Together, Kill. The big fleet drew ashore. Looking at the two burly figures on the opposite side, everyone felt the pressure. Apple and Hawkins fell on the ground, looking at each other with solemn expressions. It was too shocking, and there were too many people on the opposite side, at least 3 times as many as them. Headed by Kaido as surprisingly, there is also Bigmom, standing behind are the 3 plagues, and the 3 general stars. The 5 emperors, basically all the top combat powers have been dispatched. Whoops, whoops. A blue thunder light suddenly fell in front of Hawkins, looking at the condensed figure of Thunder Light. The members of the Noel pirates were relieved. One after another, people continued to fall from the underworld beast above. The captains are all here. Apu clenched his fists and stared at the backs of Enel and others. The atmosphere of June 13th was too depressing, and he felt a little overwhelmed. He was the first to see such a big scene. Isn't that kid Noel showing up yet? Kaido skimmed Enel and the others, then looked at the underworld beast above with a sneer. Are you in a hurry to die, Kaido? Enel sneered at Kaido, but his eyes were on the other cadres. Raiden kid, wait for Lousy to tear you up. Kaido's body shook, and the mace in his hand slammed on the ground, looking at Enel indifferently. A wave of air swept out, and the green grassland was smashed into a big pit by a mace. Here, Ka-Er's eyes constricted as he watched the figures falling from above. Hearing Ka-Er's words, the other people's bodies were tight, staring at several figures falling in the air. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The smoke rose and then quickly dissipated, and everyone's eyes fell on Noel. Joker. Jack frowned and looked at the familiar person behind Noel in surprise. Kaido's eyes shrank, but the clown is still alive. Seem like how Buddha Xiao is like a war on top of it. Looking at the lineup opposite, Doflamingo's body couldn't help but tremble, and then let out a weird laugh. Shut up, Joker. Hearing what Brother Ming said, Enel shook Pai Luo before letting out a cold snort. What was going on with Luo? This guy, he didn't actually kill this guy. After Noel handed Ming Jie to Luo, this guy took Ming Jie to the execution room of the underworld beast. After disappearing for so many days, he thought Luo this guy killed Brother Ming, but he still kept it. Wano-kuni Kaido, and the Bigmom pirates. Brother Ming was not talking, but was looking at the opposing lineup, feeling shocked in his heart. The total number of people in the entire plane is at least tens of thousands. However, it was very quiet, and I could even hear the breathing and heartbeat coming from beside me. It's been a long time, Kaido. And Bigmom. Noel winked at Jill, then smiled and looked at the 2 people opposite. Moving, the underworld beast that was floating in midair suddenly rose. Noel, today, Lousy will kill you. Kaido's body shook, his eyes condensed, and a terrifying aura swept through him. Hey, why do you always do this? Feeling the pressure from the front, G. Tyson's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and then he shook his head helplessly. This is the case every time. These big guys rely on Conqueror's Haki. Before the fight, I always like to have a wave of chaos first, which is really capricious. Looking at the cracked ground and the splashing gravel, Noel looked at Kaido indifferently. Step, step. Noel walked out step by step, pulled off his cloak with his left hand, and then smiled. Choose their opponents. As soon as the voice fell, the ground was shaken, cracks spread, and Noel had disappeared in place. Captain, really impatient. Seeing Noel who was swept across, Enel smiled and shook his head. The next moment, his body turned into a thunder light, and he disappeared in place. Kill. Noel's action directly ignited the war, and everyone on both sides yelled. Seeing Noel flying by, Kaido stepped on one foot and swung the mace in his hand directly. With wisps of purple arcs, the mace was swung out, and the entire space was won. Boom, boom. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the audience. Noel's body halted, and his fist hit the mace, sparking a series of sparks. Rebound. When the sound fell, there was a terrible repulsive force from the fist. In the shock of everyone's eyes, Kaido's arm trembled, the mace dropped out of his hand, and then he stepped back. Repulsion. Looking at Noel not far away, Ka-Er couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He played against Noel, and he knew his abilities. He didn't expect that his repulsion would become so strong. Even Kaido's mace flew out. It is said that the captain of the Noel pirate group is a monster, according to him. The real monster is Noel himself. In just a few years, his strength has become so terrifying. After Kaido stabilized his body, he stomped on his big foot and banged his fist directly at Noel. The physique of the two is not of the same level at all. Compared with Kaido, Noel is like a kid. Looking at the fist that fell, Noel's mouth curled up with a smile, and his fist was covered by armament haki. Blue veins appeared on the arm, and then they also blasted out directly. The confrontation of two monsters. From a distance of 0.1, seeing this scene, Ming Jie couldn't help but twitch. Before he finished speaking, his body trembled, his face turned pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept coming out. Asshole! Luo! Brother Ming knelt on one knee, raised his head, and looked at Luo beside him angrily, as well as the beating heart in his hand. Don't get too smug. Luo looked at Brother Ming lightly. Boom! Boom! The whole ground was shocked. When seeing the two people in the distance and the collapsed ground, everyone took a deep breath. The captain's hands, it's our turn. Third Raikage glanced at Noel not far away, and the next moment, it also burst out. The others glanced at each other, and then they also rushed out. Chapter 147 Powerful and Terrifying. The scene was very chaotic. Third Raikage looked at Ka-er in front of him lightly, his body was covered by lightning. Ka-er looked at Third Raikage solemnly. Although he has never played against this person, he has also heard of the name of Third Raikage. At the time of the war, the former Marine Marshal Kong was defeated by him. Physical skills, and the ability to use thunder and lightning. Regarding the Noel pirates, the abilities of each captain were investigated very clearly by Ka-er. Shoo! The Third Raikage's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place in an instant. So fast. Watching Third Raikage disappear in the same place, Ka-er's eyes condensed in a fast speed. Chang chang, chang chang. Hanabi splashed, and the trident stabbed directly to the left. The fingers collided with the trident, and their bodies sank. Observation haki. Third Raikage looked at Ka-er in surprise. Surprised 23, not because Ka-er blocked his attack. Rather, in just a moment of effort, before he made a move, Ka-er seemed to have predicted the trajectory of his attack. Then, move ahead. It's useless haki blocked the trident. Ka-er looked at Third Raikage solemnly. Without using haki, his pure body blocked his attack. The two looked at each other, and the next moment, Third Raikage's three fingers moved together, and then threw out like lightning. Ka-er's eyes narrowed, and the trident in his hand also brought up afterimages. On the other side, Ani confronted one of the three plagues, King. Discharge. Seeing Bing coming from above, a sneer formed at the corner of Enel's mouth. There is a bright thunder light in his hands. Next moment. The thunder light brought up wisps of electric arcs and burst out suddenly. Boom! Boom! The smoke rose, the air waves swept out, a black shadow suddenly swept out, and instantly came to Enel's side. The paw was covered by armament haki, and he grabbed it with terrible power. The whole ground was lifted, fists and claws collided. HMPH, you escaped last time, this time, you can't escape. Enel clenched his fist, the thunder light on his body was flickering, looking at Jin with a sneer. Today, you must lose. Jin looked at Enel blankly, leaning forward, and terrifying power poured out of his arms. As for the others, they all found their own opponents. Ace Day meets Charlotte Owen. One is the ability to use ice, and the other is heat. No one dared to approach them at all. Jill is against Dafu and Cracker. G.Y. Tyson meets with Smokey. Super Strike Whip. The entire ground was cut open, and a figure was directly blasted out. Joker. You bastard. After steadying his body, Jack looked at the opposite Ming brother coldly. Master Kaido won't let you go. Hearing Jack's words, Brother Ming couldn't help but twitch, and he turned Luo who was not far away, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's too difficult. If it wasn't for Luo, he would take his heart. He will not be controlled by others. If he wants to live, he must listen to Luo's words. Now, the only way is to save his life first, and then wait for the opportunity to regain the heart. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the ice was splashing everywhere, and Aokiji faintly looked at the two people in the distance. Perospero held a candy cane tightly in his right hand and leaned behind him. After steadying his body, he looked at Aokiji solemnly. Damn it, Aokiji actually joined the Noel Pirates. Charlotte Mundor patted the ice on his shoulder, then walked to Perospero's side. Aokiji looked at the two with a calm expression, but glanced at the audience. At this time, I also felt shocked in my heart, and was shocked by the strength of the Noel pirate group. Actually, they really used their own power to block the two five emperors from joining forces, as well as Wanokuni. Wanokuni's strength is not weak, 3 great swordsmen, plus a group of martial arts. However, even so, it was blocked by Janos and Jinbei with 2 teams. Genos's strength was thoroughly revealed. The melee of so many people is simply his home court. Therefore, mushroom clouds rise from time to time over there, and the most frequent explosion is on the side of Janos. The strength of Janos. Looking at the flying black shadow in midair, and the light ball that keeps falling. Jinbei's eyes widened, and he was also taken aback by the strength that Genos showed. Such an ability is really suitable for large-scale battles. Especially in wars, it is simply that one person is a core. The light group exploded in the crowd, and screams continued to be heard. Every time, someone was blown out and deep pits appeared on the ground. Although the others were fighting fiercely, the hottest one was on Janos' side. I don't think we need to take action. Seeing the mushroom cloud rising not far away, and the splashing blood, Van Oka smiled and shook his head. Although he said that, the spear in his hand did not stop. The trigger of 613 was pulled, and the bullet shot out, directly hitting a Wanokuni warrior. With blood splattering, the samurai's eyes widened. At the moment he fell, he didn't know what happened. It's faster again, Van Oka. Jinbei fisted a samurai who charged up, and then said in a deep voice. I'm not happy, I am the weakest among the captains. Looking at the surrounding battle, Van Oka shrugged helplessly. Hearing Van Oka's words, Jinbei also shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, the competition is very high, and the pressure is also very high. The few captains in the front, don't need to think about them, they are all monsters, especially in the back, people are constantly chasing after them. There are many people who want to become captains, and there are countless people with strength and potential. If you do not become stronger, or stand still, then you have to give way. However, the most important thing in this war is the captain's side. Jinbei took a deep breath, then looked into the distance. Hearing Jinbei's words, Van Oka nodded, looked at the fierce collision in the distance, and then said in a deep voice, the captain will not lose. The same goes for the deputy captain. Chapter 148 shocked the door, Day Tiger. Boom, boom. With his body floating in the air, Noel looked at Kaido not far away indifferently. I have to admit, Kaido is powerful. Strength, defense, resilience, these all belong to the top existence. Especially the amazing resilience, which is simply non-human, just cut a wound on his shoulder. However, it didn't take long for the wound to heal again, and there was not even a scar. Kaido held the mace tightly and looked at Noel with a sullen expression. The strength of this kid is so much stronger than 2 years ago, beyond his imagination. However, what really shocked him was Noel's body. Resilience, amazing resilience, like him, even more terrifying than him. The warm-up is over. Noel flexed his muscles and looked at Kaido with a smile. The next moment, his face became serious. The 7th gate. Open. Boom. Boom. As the last word fell, Noel's body shook, and his body began to emit blue steam. In an instant, the whole body was covered by blue steam. Feeling the power coming from the body and the tingling sensation, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up. With a fist clenched, the veins of the arm rose one after another, very powerful. This power is intoxicating. Although it is not the first time to open 7th gate, but every time I feel excited. Come on, Kaido, don't die. Noel slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Kaido faintly. The next moment, his left foot kicked in the air, and he shot out. Disappeared. There was a roar in the air, and then Noel disappeared strangely. The speed is so fast that you can't even see the shadow, just like teleporting. Gravity fist. Between the sparks and flints, Noel appeared on Kaido's head, his fists blasted out. The speed of punching is almost ultimate, because of the friction of the air, there are fires. When he saw Noel open the seventh gate, Kaido had already prepared everything. He once fought Noel, and it was in this weird state at the beginning. I know that once Noel uses such a method, then the speed and power will be much stronger. He was prepared, but he couldn't keep up with his movements. Just as he raised his mace, his fist had fallen on him. Boom! Boom! The power of horror burst out instantly, Kaido's body sank, and the ground under his feet cracked directly. Countless rocks were lifted up one after another. Kaido's eyes were wide, aching pain. The next moment, the whole person was blasted out directly, after spouting a mouthful of blood in the air, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. The huge body directly smashed a big hole, and the whole person was printed on the ground. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Seeing Kaido flying out, Noel's figure flashed again. Appeared above the big pit in an instant. Looking at Kaido, who wanted to climb up in the big pit, Noel took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and then drank. Gravity 30 times. The entire space was swayed. Kaido, who had just stood up from the dirt, was just about to raise his head. The body just sank, and a terrifying gravity directly pressed on the body. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth tightly as if several mountains were pressing on his shoulders. The bones made a sound like firecrackers, squeezed and suppressed by gravity. It is worthy of being the strongest creature in the world. Looking at Kaido, who raised his head, Noel gave a cold smile. 30 times the gravity. If it were changed to an ordinary person, it would have been crushed to pieces. However, Kaido actually took it straight away. Raising his head, Kaido yelled to the sky, and the veins on his body, including his arms, appeared. With a kick on the ground, the mud lifted up, and the whole person rose from the ground. The fist blasted directly towards Noel with a terrifying force. Die to me, kid. Against the terrifying gravity, Kaido's eyes were covered with red silk, and he looked at Noel with a clean face. The roar was like sound waves, very terrifying. The surrounding gravel exploded under this roar. Magnetic electricity explosion. Looking at the fist coming, Noel's eyes flickered, and then he spoke clearly. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of electric arc appeared all around. GGGG. The arc made a weird sound, and then, instantly covered the audience. Boom, boom. In the next moment, Kaido is the center, and the surrounding area explodes directly. An invisible air wave swept out, Kaido's body stiffened, his eyes widened and paralyzed, and his entire body became paralyzed. Scorched black marks appeared everywhere on his body, and there was black smoke. Boom, boom. Kaido plunged into the pit again, his body trembling constantly. On the surface of the body, there was also a ray of electric arc, which was constantly flickering. Day Tiger. Looking at Kaido in the big pit, Noel took a deep breath and then let out a loud roar. The veins of the arm came out one after another, and then blasted towards the location of the big pit. With a punch, the surrounding air is like a river. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield unanimously looked in Noel's direction. This is. Looking at the giant white tiger in front of Noel, Ka-Er's body trembled. The white giant tiger is very large, at least 10 meters in length. With his big mouth open, he blasted directly into the deep pit. Master Kaido, Wang Dejiao. Seeing this scene, the beast's pirate's eyes widened, and then they let out a cry of exclamation. Kaido. On the other side, Bigmom turned his head anxiously when he heard the exclamation from the surroundings. It just happened to see the scene where the white giant tiger rushed towards the big hole. And Noel breathed out a sullen air and stared at the big hole. This move, the 7th gate's full opening big move, has a combat power dozens of times the normal. The speed is extremely fast, and the attack power and range are even more terrifying. A high-pressure gas bomb in the form of a tiger attacks the opponent. The white giant tiger has a high-pressure gas bomb. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking. With the big pit as the center, the surroundings collapsed directly, and then spread quickly. Chapter 149. Incarnate as a dragon, in the strongest state. The ear-shaking sound spread throughout the plain, with the big pit as the center, and the surrounding quickly cracked open. Master Kaido. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone at Beast's Pirates stared wide-eyed. It's really scary, the captain's trick. Third Raikage sprinkled Sakaji, and then his eyes fell on Noel in the distance. But Ka couldn't help but jump his eyelids when he looked at the smoke rising in the distance. Kaido is the key. If he is killed, then the war is over. Mom was completely blocked by the deputy captain of the Noel pirates. If Kaido loses, then who will stop Noel? Kaido. He won't be killed. Brother Ming took a deep breath and looked at Noel floating in the distance. His eyes were filled with fear and fear. The smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone took a deep breath when they saw the scene in front of them. The bottom of Noel was flattened directly, and the surrounding area collapsed over 100 meters. Looking at the center of the big crater, Noel's eyes flashed, and his eyes were tight in the center. Touch, touch. A weird sound suddenly came out, the mud suddenly lifted up, and a blood-stained arm suddenly caught on the ground. Sure enough, didn't you die? 617. Looking at the lifted mud and the arm, Noel spoke in a deep voice. Although Johu's move was terrifying, it was still a little bit worse if he wanted to kill Kaido. As soon as the voice fell, another arm climbed out of the soil. With both arms caught on the soil, Kaido immediately rushed out. Kaido at this time can be described as very embarrassed. The whole body was stained red with blood, especially the position of the Shang department. Advertisement. At this time, he was bloody, bent over, panting heavily. Noel. A gloomy low roar spread across the plain. Kaido slowly raised his head, looking at Noel above with a grim look. Master Kaido, it really didn't happen. Hearing this sound, everyone at Beast's Pirates yelled with excitement. The people in the BIGMOM Pirates group also breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't die like this, Kaido, this guy is really lucky. Enel turned away from Noel's direction, then let out a cold snort. Knowing that Kaido was not dead, the individual quickly fought fiercely on the court. Ashamed, CDAB, is an undead creature, Kaido. Shuhu couldn't kill you. Noel floated slowly, looking at Kaido faintly. Seeing the healing wound on his body, his eyelids also jumped. Although this guy's resilience cannot be compared with his high-speed regeneration, it is also very amazing. I don't know if it is this guy's fruit ability or his own resilience. Lousy. I must kill you. Kaido's eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes, and he stared at Noel coldly. Except for that time, it was the first time that he suffered such a serious injury. Just now, if it weren't for the amazing defense, there was also the resilience. Maybe, it was really killed by Noel. For a moment, he really felt the breath of death. If you want to kill me, then use your strength. Hearing Kaido's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then looked at him playfully. Roar, roar. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido's body was shocked, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The next moment, in Noel's eyes, a blue light suddenly rushed out of the big pit. The strong wind swept around. Noel was in the air a little bit, and then quickly stepped back. A blue dragon was entrenched in the air, its tail flicking. Those eyes that were like lanterns stared at Noel firmly. Seeing the dragon entrenched in the air, the movements of everyone present were all stagnant. Have you been forced to this point? On the other side, Jin looked at the blue-eye dragon in the distance, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The people of Beast's Pirates cheered when they saw the blue dragon in the sky. As for the Noel Pirates, many people are dumbfounded. Many people don't know that Kaido can be transformed into a dragon. However, the captains are very clear. Because, when Kaido fought Noel, he was also transformed into a dragon. However, when I saw it again today, I still felt shocked. Pipe. It's really amazing. Zone Demon's dragon fruit. Noel looked at Kaido faintly, and his body was shaken slightly, ready to fight. To be honest, in the previous life, Kaido hadn't appeared yet. Many people are speculating about his abilities, but when he finally incarnates as a dragon. But many people were shocked, beyond everyone's expectations. It is estimated that no one can guess that Kaido is actually Zone, and Eudaimon species, and a dragon fruit capable person. He had fought Kaido once before, and of course he knew how terrifying this guy is now. Defense is simply not comparable before, and so is strength. In front of Kaido, Noel is really unremarkable. Long way. A dull voice suddenly resounded across the sky. Kaido, who was transformed into a giant dragon, suddenly opened his mouth. Boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space was swayed, and a terrifying wind swept out. Conqueror's Haki, the combination with Longwei. Feeling the pressure from the front, Noel's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Conqueror's Haki also swept out, and the two auras collided in an instant. There was a weird sound around. Two Haki were colliding, and Noel was the combination of Haki and Reiatsu. Kaido's is the combination of Haki and Longwei. Storm. The center of the storm is directly formed in the middle. Pia. This Conqueror's Haki, these two monsters. In the distance, Brother Ming's body trembled, and he looked at the distant sky in shock. It was almost like the scene of Shura, the collision of two Haki, covering the entire plain. Shoo! Noel kicked his left foot in the air, his body was like a cannonball, and he burst out in an instant. At the same time, the dragon's tail flicked and Kaido flew out. Die to me. Laozi is going to tear you up. The two voices spread throughout the sky, and the next moment, in the shocking eyes of everyone, they collided directly. Chapter 150 Terrifying Defense and Resilience. Clang, clang, clang. An invisible air wave swept out, and the fists collided with the tentacles. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, shook his huge body, and the next moment, his mouth opened wide. Heat breath. Looking at the condensed fire of the big mouth, Noel's eyes couldn't help but flashed. A beam of light suddenly ejected from the mouth and blasted directly on the battlefield. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Watching the blasting beam, everyone was staring at the war. Damn it! Run away! Looking at the beam that was about to fall, Luo's eyes narrowed, and then he let out a loud roar. Boom! Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the light beam fell directly on the field, and the screams reverberated in the plain instantly. A terrifying chasm spread, and it blasted towards the coast. The whole ground was flattened, and there were traces of scorched black on the ground, and flames were still appearing on the ground. Luo and others, who evaded in time, saw the scene in front of them, and their eyelids were constantly beating. If you didn't evade quickly, maybe even if you don't die, you will peel off. Noel appeared above the dragon's head, and at this time the state of alarm was lifted. Keeping the alarm door open all the time, his physical energy was too much, even he couldn't bear it. With both hands stretched out, the bright blue light condenses in the palm. Kaido raised his head and saw the blue light condensed in Noel's palm. The lantern-like Longan couldn't help but squinted. Hado. 88 flying dragons strike thieves and shake the sky and thunder cannons. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying blue beam blasted directly at Kaido. The entire space was shocked. Kaido's eyes darkened, and then he let out a terrifying roar. Incarnate as a dragon, indeed has great advantages. Strength, defense, and all aspects have been enhanced. However, there is also a weakness that is obvious, that is, the body becomes larger, but the reaction speed slows down. Even with observation Haki, it is difficult for this huge body to respond in time. It is far more convenient than its own state, at Noel's speed. It is not difficult to avoid Kaido's attack, even if the 8 inner gates is not turned on. Boom, boom. Kaido's whole body hit the ground directly, and the blue beam hit his head directly. The dragon's claws gripped the ground fiercely, and the body was directly set into the ground. Shenlong's body dragged a deep gap on the ground. The next moment, Kaido shook his body and rose directly into the sky, and the dragon claws grabbed Noel directly. He directly held the flying dragon strike thieves thunder cannon, and it was still intact. Looking at the dragon's claws that came over, Noel's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Especially when I heard the sound of breaking through the sky, I didn't dare to be careless, and my right palm opened. A horrible repulsive force rolled out of the palm, forming a horrible wave. Boom, boom. When Dragon Claw was 1 meter away from Noel, it suddenly stopped. Kaido's eyes widened, and the next moment, he was directly blown out. Give you a great gift, Kaido. Seeing Kaido flying out, Noel couldn't help but smile. His right hand suddenly raised, and then he grabbed it. Whoops, whoops. Suddenly there was a roar in the sky. On the battlefield, everyone raised their heads together, and their eyes widened when they saw something smashed from the sky. What is this again? Owen panted hard and looked at the fireball that fell from the sky incredibly. How is it possible? What kind of ability is this? Dafu's body also trembled, looking shocked at the fireball that fell in the air. It's a meteorite. As the huge thing continued to fall, everyone could see exactly what it was. It's a meteorite, a huge meteorite, and it's also wrapped in flames. On the battlefield, a dark shadow was shrouded, and everyone felt that the temperature began to rise. Captain, it's really messy. Looking at the falling meteorites, Luo's mouth kept twitching. Although that is the case, there are not too many worries. Although the meteorites are large, they mainly fall in the direction of Kaido, and they are not implicated at all. Little devil, too naive, such a little stone, who do you want to kill? Kaido raised his head, looked at the meteorite falling from the sky, and then let out a roar. ... Seeking flowers 0. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the huge body rose to the sky. Hearing Kaido's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, watching the scene quietly. Boom! Boom! The space quaked. Kaido appeared under the meteorite in an instant, and the horns slammed directly into it. With an ear-shaking sound, Kaido's eyes widened, and the horns directly collided with the meteorite. Rocks and gravel kept falling from the air. When it fell on the ground, large pits appeared and cracked. A crack appeared on the surface of the meteorite, and it spread quickly. Kaido's horns were still sticking to flames, and immediately, the long tail flicked. It was completely shattered, and the huge meteorite was divided into countless pieces under the impact of Kaido. Heavy explosion. His body dodged, avoiding the falling rock. Noel appeared on Kaido's body, and his fist blasted out directly. Damn it! The body trembled, and he felt the terrifying power coming from his back, as well as the repulsive force. After Kaido let out a roar, the whole person was blown out again. The smoke rises, and Noel's brows can't help but frown as he looks at Kaido below. This guy's defense and resilience are amazing. This kind of attack doesn't work at all. Even if it is attacked, Kaido is only slightly injured. Moreover, with that resilience, such an injury can be recovered in an instant. On the other side, the battle between Bigmom and Unohana Retsu was also very fierce. Bigmom was also very embarrassed at this time. One black, one yellow, two clouds floating on the left and right, Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus, holding it in his hands. Gasping for breath, his body was covered with mud at this time, and he was dying on the opposite side at this time. Asshole, so strong. Big Mom looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. Although I have heard of Unohana Retsu, the strength of this woman is beyond her imagination. Looking at the distance,